Good morning and welcome to the David Ross Sports Centre here at the University of Nottingham. We've got more FA National Football Series action. It's the men today, Tier 1, and we're starting with the York Vikings against Loughborough Students. I'm Jonathan Bullard. I'm delighted to say joining me on co-commentary is the chairman of Derby Futsal Club, Matt Hardy. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, John. Nice to be here, nice to be involved. Looks like it's going to be another good day.
It certainly is. A full day, 4 matches coming up for you, starting with this one. It's the York Futsal Vikings who find themselves in 6th place with a win and a loss. The Loughborough Students have the same record, but they're in 3rd place by virtue of goal difference. How do you see this one going, Matt?
I think, first of all, what you're going to see is 2 really, really smart, attacking young sides. They'll play on transition a lot. They're going to be energetic. They're going to look to take the game to each other. But then you're also going to have a situation where, for York, it's a huge step up. It's a team who finished playing against a team who finished 2nd in the main season last year, were narrowly beaten in the playoff semi-finals, whereas York obviously got promoted through Tier 2. These are the kind of games they want to be involved in and the kind of mark they want to make.
We saw the York team there, and danger man Jed Devine, he scored a hat-trick against Bolton in the opening game of the season. There's the Loughborough side, a couple of changes. Jari Maroof coming in as goalkeeper. But they keep Luke Abdi, who has 4 goals so far this season. On the opening day, he scored a hat-trick against Wessex and scored Loughborough's only goal against Bloomsbury in the last round.
The big loss for them today, Loughborough, will be captain Neil Morgan. He's their sort of leader, their experience, and he got sent off in the last fixture, so he misses today. He will be a huge miss because it's a very youthful squad, as you will see from when they go on court. And sometimes he's just that person they can come to and call on just to settle things down when their backs are against the wall.
We'll quickly run through the starting lineups for York. Alex Jones in goal, Tom Blackburn, Romario Monge, Patrick Pina and Jed Devine. For Loughborough, they have Dejari Maroof in goal, Joseph Hunter, Fabio Teixeira, Luke Abdi, Tiago Santos. They are the 2 starting lineups. It's Loughborough who have the kick-off. They are in the purple, playing from right to left in this first half. York in the red and black strips.
Actually looks like Loughborough have made a change as well, and Jamie White is starting in goal rather than DJ. So I think that's just one that they've sort of done off camera before they start.
So first change of the day. So it is indeed Jamie White who starts in goal for Loughborough. Which is different to the information we have, but never mind.
Always the case.
Let's get it out of the way early on. So it's Loughborough in possession. Jamie White playing as the sweeper, and the ball comes to him now. He's well over the halfway line. Now he retreats back. Abdi has it. It's poked away. Might be a kick in.
And you'll see that a lot from White in this game. He'll like to come out and sort of break pressure as that 5th player. It gives them an extra outlet from those deep kick-ins, and Loughborough will look to use that as much as possible.
Playing as a sweeper again, but Teixeira with the shot. It's not far away either.
Really good strike, and he does possess a really nice strike. It's one York will need to be aware of. That 3-in-line across court on the diagonal frees Teixeira up and he could get the strike away just narrowly off target.
Now a chance for York to attack. Looking down the left-hand side. Monge looking to get it in. Looks to play it off, but Loughborough come away. Good defending, though. Just calm down. Comes over for Devine. Devine with 2 in front of him. Has to go back. Optimus Johns in goal. Just gets it to the left-hand side, and now a chance.
Really nice move that on to find Devine on the parallel, and we've seen already this season he possesses an absolute weapon of a left foot. Narrow one, just finding the shooting range, I think.
Well kept in, but nobody there in support, and that will allow Blackburn to bring it away. Blackburn goes left-hand side. He was looking for Monge. Monge couldn't control it, so it'd be Loughborough's ball.
Yeah, first unforced error really of the game there, and York surrendering possession. Junior Roberti will be disappointed in that one because he knows that in these early stages those kind of mistakes can come back to haunt you.
Comes into the centre, chance of a turning shot, good block. Blackburn has it in the corner, just plays it off to Tiago Santos. And it will be York's ball. Is there an opportunity for a shot here? Oh, that's well played. Beautiful play by Devine.
That's a score.
And Monge just couldn't direct it into the net.
Yeah, it's a real let-off for Loughborough. Just look at the replay. Jed Devine does incredibly well to find the pass, and he has to hit the target there. A real let-off for Loughborough. Lapse defending, unusual for them. York showing early intent.
Certainly are. Best chance of the game so far. Now The opportunity, there's a bit of space opened up. Oh, that's a great save. Alex Jones getting out quickly to narrow the angles and makes the save.
Yeah, and it's something that Alex does really, really well. Very experienced goalkeeper, covers ground quickly, smothers space almost.
Entrance for Devine again. Monge. Shot is blocked though.
I think already you're seeing a real nice little battle emerging between Loughborough's danger man Luke Abdi and Jed Devine. I think Luke, knowing Luke, he's a local boy to here, originally played for Nottingham. He's somebody who will look to take that battle on himself. He'll thrive off that, and he'll be someone who, if he can keep Jed Devine quiet, he'll know he gives his team every chance.
Devine looks like the player who will, so far in these early stages, will cause the most damage for York. He's on the ball now. Again, another good tackle. Puts the ball into touch. Leaves it for Blackburn. Oh, that's clever. Oh, that's a really nice play. Clever from Blackburn. Gets it over to Monge. Once again, he can't direct his shot on target.
Yeah, he's almost gone with his wrong foot, and he's tried to guide it right-footed, and he was completely set up just for, even if it is your weaker foot, a swinger on your left, and he'd probably get more accuracy with it. But a really nice ball, clever set piece from Blackburn, one straight off the training court. And you'll see that throughout this game. These two teams are very, very well drilled, very well coached. On one side you've got Junior Roberti. This is his 5th club in England. He's a Brazilian, he's got the pedigree. On the other, Jose Lorente stepped up for the first time as a head coach this year after a number of years as Loughborough's assistant. One off the conveyor belt. Really good opportunity.
And this is where using Jamie White as a sweeper can pay dividends. Joseph Hunter with the header just couldn't quite direct it on target.
And again, he will feel, Loughborough will feel he should score there.
And we've had chances in this opening 4 minutes. It's still awaiting the first goal. Here's Devine again. Goes back for Blackburn. Bent over to Barber. Out it goes.
Another sloppy one, really poor pass. What Tom Blackburn's doing really well for York is stretching that court, whether it's vertically or with width. He's looking to stretch it, he's looking to create as much space as possible. York not using it so far because of poor passes.
York really defended that out well. Abdi had nowhere to go, had to go back. Really good discipline in defence by York there. Long ball. For Jacob Wilson, he just can't get his head on it. He's safely in the hands of Jamie White. There is the first foul of the game. So Loughborough with possession. Goes over to the right-hand side. Nice turn. Jamie Hunter, but it's well slid out.
Yeah, it's a really smart turn. It's something Jamie Hunter does really well. He looks to open that line with one touch. Slight bit of confusion. Don't want your left footer when he's taking that kick in that. Kind of killed the move.
Well, now, here's an opportunity. Oh, Devine almost got away. White was out of position momentarily after joining the attack. Comes the other way, deflected shot is easily gathered in by Johns. Blackburn looking for the long ball. Here's the opportunity. Is it in? That is the first goal. Great long ball by Blackburn. And it's Matthew Barber who slips it in. See it here.
It's a fantastic ball through. And that you have to say the warning signs have been there. Twice they've come close with that same pass, that long diagonal from right to left. This time, Tom Blackburn's pass is on point, and Matt Barber is on hand just to toe past the onrushing Alec White. Fantastic goal, and that's what York will want. A great start.
So Matthew Barber gets his first of the season. A lovely pass from Tom Blackburn. Now he'll get the assist. And it's York who lead 1-0. So work for the Loughborough students to do. Here's Hunter, goes for the shot, that wasn't far away. Just a whisker over the bar.
York just got caught perhaps a little bit deep there, and you could hear the call from the bench wanting them to step out and go and engage. It's really risky as a futsal team when someone goes 5v4 to try and sort of drop off and surrender that space. You can get caught too deep.
It really is as Torre goes through. It was a really nice pass to find him. He just ran out of court, and it's Loughborough's ball.
There was 2 or 3 occasions in that little phase of play where I thought Torre had lost possession. John's just again covering that ground, doing enough.
Yeah, him and Barber, they almost collided there, and that very nearly let Bailey Wright in.
There's a good early call from the goalkeeper though, took command of the situation, happy to surrender the corner.
Still there for Loughborough's. They look to get the ball in, it's poked out by Barber, and kick in for the students. Bailey Wright leaves it for Holm. Holm may get a chance for a shot now, and there may be another shot too. Oh, it's the post. Great turn and shot. And York survived so nearly the equaliser by Johnny Langley there. And York have possession. Oh, now that's an unfortunate bounce. Great turn by Langley. Foul given. Is that going to be penalty or it's a yellow card?
It's free. It'll be a free kick, and you know what? It's a yellow card that Tom Blackburn won't mind taking. It's his mistake. A little bit lapse for the first time. Our goal. It's one of them, isn't it? Where professional foul, you've got to take that yellow there, and he's done his team wonders really.
It was great play by Langley to take it around John to give him the opportunity, and like you say, Blackburn coming in really had to commit the foul.
He has, because he's a clear opportunity at a goal, isn't it? There's players between him and the goal, which is the reason it's not a red card offence. It's just a professional foul, isn't it? To make sure that the most you concede is a free kick. Still a dangerous one though. We've seen Loughborough have got players, Jamie Hunter and a couple of other, Joe Holm over the ball. Oh, well worked. Someone keep Bailey Wright. He'll be disappointed, no contact.
Bailey Wright got into position, there was no one near him, but ball just going under his foot. Clearly something worked on the training ground there.
Fantastic pressure again from Loughborough. These are a number of players in this 4 that's on court now who played Tier 2 last year. They were actually Tier 2 champions. Will be very familiar with York, and I think that's what you're seeing, is they've applied the pressure really well.
Indeed. Certainly had the most possession since York took the lead.
And I think it's been a sign of how the game's gone so far. Loughborough have had a lot of the ball, not really done anything. They've had a couple of chances, they've hit the post, okay, but it's from distance. They're like half chances rather than clear cut. Whereas when York have had it, they've had 2 or 3 real clear cut chances and deservedly are in front.
York seem to be getting into the danger area a lot better. There again, but no one there to apply the finish. Loughborough have the ball once again. Langley really is a good ball. Langley will take the shots right across the face of goal.
Mistake from the referee as well.
I thought there was a I thought there was a touch by Johns there.
Alex Johns has made a really good save to palm that away, and Carl Jones, let's give him benefit of the doubt, from the angle he was at, he probably wouldn't see that touch, but yeah, just hope one of the 3 referees would spot it.
York being penned into their own half a little bit, but they do have possession. Wilson gets it back. Back again, back to the left hand side. There's a definite foul on the first one by Loughborough, so 3-1 on the foul count to York. Loughborough commit their first foul of the game, so a free kick for York. Quite a dangerous position. Do you think they'll have a shot here?
I think they'll look to work something, definitely. It's a good position. You're what, 12, 13 metres from goal, pretty central. 2 players with a strike over it.
Devine heads into the danger area. The strike comes in. It's a good header away. Jamie Hunter concedes the corner, but I think that might have been sneaking under the bar.
Yeah, it's a really good strike. All created by Jed Devine's run. He almost used himself as a decoy. He'll be disappointed with that corner though, all the way back to the goalkeeper.
Ball out to play again. York's ball. Jacob Wilson plays it back. Looking to get it to the left-hand side, but finds touch.
And what you saw from Munch there was wanting to receive the ball on his safe side, so the side away from the player, and not wanting to try and take that touch where he'd be under pressure and risk losing it. Happy to let that ball roll out and play rather than concede possession. Something that continental players do really, really well. We're still trying to learn as Englishmen. Still very new to this game.
It is a corner for Loughborough. It is national competition. It is a quite young competition, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, the sport in this country's been played for 11, 12 years at a competitive level, but the National Futsal Series has been around for 3-4 years. I say 3 or 4 because the first year was cut short because of COVID.
Oh, Loughborough away. Great save by Johns on the shot from Ethan Finney. He scored twice against Wessex earlier in the season, so he definitely knows where the net is.
Yeah, a really talented young player, as you see here. Clever, sucked in the chance to create the room for himself. It's a really good save from Alex Johns. Ethan will be disappointed and needs to shoot high in that situation. Give the keeper no chance. Another foul.
It's a free kick, I think, handball this time.
And York just need to be careful because suddenly the clock slowed a little bit. So we're on 11 minutes left of the half and they're up onto 4 fouls now. Obviously one more and they're on that dreaded 5 foul mark. And everything from there will be a 10-metre penalty.
Good shot, but just wide. You can see why Langley took the opportunity to have a shot, but just a whisk it past the post.
A really good strike as well, because from that sort of range, Alex Jones completely unsighted by a 2-man wall. There's that pass again, causing all sorts of problems.
Lovely pass by Joe Eagledon to find Jacob Wilson.
What York are doing so well in that situation is using depth in the court to give themselves room to play that pass, and then they're finding that diagonal on what is a really big court, and they're able to find that pass time and time again.
It goes into touch, so it won't be a corner.
Referee Carl Jones just having a word with Joe Eagledon here. Something that was said, I think, just asking for him to think about things a little bit differently. You get that with young players, don't you? Yeah, a little bit over enthusiastic.
Devine gets it to Monge, but Monge tight angle, worth a dig, but over the bar.
Yeah, always worth a strike from that range. Great pressure as well. They've penned Loughborough back in, and as a Loughborough under pressure here, losing the game, and York have done really well to make them play the last couple of minutes inside their own half, and there we go again, another unforced error.
York really starting to turn the screw a little bit here as another shot comes in, and it's certainly York on top with chances on goal.
Yeah, and Patrick Peen has let them off there. A little bit of a poor decision really to take that shot. They'd have been better just maintaining possession than turning the screw.
Loughborough come back on the attack, and I think it's going to be a corner. It is. Santos takes it. Great closing down by Devine there.
Yeah, really good defending, because initially it was his mistake. He's allowed that ball across court. There we go again. Fantastic challenge.
Well, Teixeira's got away, takes the shot off target. Good battling from Teixeira though.
It was, yeah, because I thought the initial challenge Jed Devine was in, and I thought he'd lost possession. and suddenly York could have been 3v1, but Teixeira rode the second one really well, was strong, was aggressive, and he'd be disappointed not to hit the target with the shot.
Teixeira on the ball again now. Once again, York trying to pen Loughborough into their own half. They managed to get it away, and now they've got a bit of space to play with. Patrick Pina, he's loving every block he's making.
And it's something that you see in this game so much. You have to enjoy your wins, whether it's a challenge like that from Pina and a block. You've got to enjoy them because they're big moments in the game. That was a 2v1 situation. If he doesn't make that block, there's a goal scoring opportunity at the second post for Loughborough.
Really well worked corner there, Santos, with space for the shot again. It's just worried if Loughborough can start getting some of these shots on target, they may make York pay.
It's been the difference, hasn't it, so far? York have hit the target once, Loughborough haven't hit it. And it's a little bit of a cliche moment, and there we go, just the signal that there is the fifth foul. York will need to be careful now because they're up to 5. Anything from here is a 10-metre penalty, and they won't want to let Loughborough off with that. Working really hard, and sometimes that happens, that you do run up that foul count. They've just got to be sensible now.
York on the attack again though, it's well cut out. Nothing Finney. Ran out of play. George Smith getting the last touch, so it is Loughborough's ball. Teixeira can't get the ball forward. It's well closed down once again by Smith.
Yeah, just a little bit slow from Teixeira there, just almost inviting it. What Smith's doing really well is cutting off this side of the court, so completely nullifying the fact that White is coming out of his goal by just cutting off one side of the court with his body. He's almost making it a 2v2 situation in that area, and York are able to win back possession. Good covering from Santos, really good header, tracked the run well.
Was indeed. It's still York's ball. Smith will play it in. Gets it to Pina. Pina goes over to the left-hand side. Gets it back again. Now taken on by Barber. Barber into the centre, looking for options, goes left. Smith once again. Loughborough closing down well. Oh, and a mistake may give Loughborough the opportunity. Shot comes in, good save, Johns. Thiago Santos once again getting the opportunity to shoot. Straight at Johns, and coming straight the other way, but that's really good play by Teixeira.
He has 2 really good moments defending both ways there. Firstly with Teixeira, we just have another look at this chance. This pass here, just slightly behind Thiago Santos, means he has to wait for the ball, and it really just kills any momentum on the counter.
Ball goes out from Pina, so
this is very much what Loughborough's starting for almost. What they obviously feel is their first for as such today that's on court now. This is a 4 where I think they'll be looking to do the damage if they can.
it's
Good from Santos, really clever to break that line of pressure we were talking about a short while ago.
Teixeira, as the opportunity, takes a deflection. Good closing down by York, but Teixeira, he looked to the heavens here. I think he felt he should have done better.
He should have, yeah. It's a really clever, just a little bit of a movement there from Luke Abdi just to create that 3 in line. And it's one where Teixeira gives Alex Johns every chance with his strike. Has to be stronger with that, quicker.
He's got space again. This time the shot's off target.
And again, he's getting himself into a really good area. There are areas where you have to hit the target. A player of his quality can do a lot of damage in those situations, but he's got to be better than that. Good defending.
This is good defending. Teixeira again, working well at both ends of the court.
Interesting that Junior Roberti looks like he's going to go fly goalkeeper here with Monge, so he's going to counteract the 5 fouls by trying to maintain possession and go 5v4. It's a risk and reward strategy and leaves the goal open.
Oh, now here's the opportunity. Oh, what a finish! Thiago Santos does find the target, puts it in the roof of the net, and Loughborough level.
And that goal is all about Thiago Santos, isn't it? Works really hard to win the ball back under pressure, under the pressure with Luke Abdi. Beats 2 players and then smashes high into the top of Alex John's goal. Fantastic strike, no less than he deserves. He's been tremendous so far this first half, and you have to say the nature, since they've gone 1-0 down of the game, is no less than Loughborough deserve either.
So, all square again, with 6:50 to play in this first half. Anyone new to the game, the clock does stop when the ball goes out of play, so we're playing a stop clock system. 20 minutes each half. Ooh, I don't think Jamie White got hold of that like he wanted to.
He had one eye on Jed Devine, I think, didn't he? He just took his eye off that ball, and sometimes they can be a risky one for a goalkeeper. He got something on it and put it to safety, but you could tell he wasn't happy with the touch that he got. The corner conceded now, or is it? No, I think it's actually gone into touch. Yeah, almost. It was almost as a corner in this situation, though, and the set pieces that they will use will be similar to what they would use as a corner anyway in that position.
Loughborough can break again. Shot was taken, but I think Santos may have been the better option if he could have got it over to him.
Yeah, difficult one, because it's one where I think Luke would be looking for Thiago Santos to just be a yard quicker, get to that second post nice and quick, and the area where he's put the ball is where he wants Thiago Santos to be. Difficult one, because you're asking your teammate to cover a lot of ground.
Here's Devine again. This shot is blocked, comes all the way back to Johns, and he opts the plate to Blackburn. Good pressing by Loughborough, though. Forcing York into errors.
Yeah,
foul given, though.
Yeah, what Jed Devine's done really well there is they force York into a situation where Loughborough were favourites, and here we see this 5v4 now on court, trying to get Loughborough deeper, trying to just play the clock out and see this 5 foul situation out in the game.
It's Blackburn. Shot is blocked, but it comes back to him. He allows it to just go out into touch.
What York will need to do well here is make sure that anytime this game goes dead, anytime they lose possession, that the ball is dead and allows them to recover, because if it's in open play, well, one half of the court's completely empty, so you're in a situation where they need to get the keeper back on court and change it.
So, Loughborough.
It's a yellow card there for Jed Devine for not retreating on the kick-in. So similar to what we were saying, Loughborough were looking to take the kick-in really quickly to get the ball back in play before they could get Alex Johns back on court. What Jed Devine did was stand over the ball, didn't retreat his 5 metres, and it means he's picked up a booking, and one that they'll be disappointed to receive, to be honest. It's a silly one.
Oh, now White's out of position, and Devine striding forward. Gets the pass away, that's great, coming back, but it almost comes back for Devine, and Loughborough survive. And now they're coming the other way. Shot comes in just wide. Jamie Hunter.
That is a fantastic save from Alex Johns, because Hunter has skipped inside. What you've seen is 2 situations here on this run. First Devine, then Pina. They can't make the challenge because they're on 5 fouls. It allows Hunter to get the strike away, and Alex Johns reacts really well, low to his right.
Well, initially they'd gone wide, but Johns did get something on it. Great save. And now it is York's ball.
Just a little bit of frustration starting to come into York's game here. Not happy that they're under a lot of pressure, and what Loughborough are doing is almost out-Yorking York, I would say. It's a way York like to try and play. They use their energy to put a lot of pressure on people, and you're seeing them just not quite enjoying it as much as they were earlier on in the half.
He's Blackburn looking to get it to Devine. He's at the byline. He's cut out though.
It's fantastic defending from Loughborough on the 5v4, covering all the dangerous areas with real hard work, clever movement.
Lunges back on again to play the extra attacker. He goes and swaps back for Alex Johns now. Loughborough's ball. Bowled out by Jamie White. Sets Loughborough going again. Langley looking to get it back. Oh, he does get it back. Running into a bit of a cul-de-sac, but Barber has to just pop it out for a corner.
Yeah, good decision from Barber, but equally Joe Horn will be happy with that one. He, as you say, ran himself into that cul-de-sac, winning a corner. That's another clever ball, and it's fantastic goalkeeping, I think. Whether he got the touch or not.
Well, saying it's York's ball, Loughborough are not happy at all.
I thought the goalkeeper got a touch. You can understand why they're disappointed.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he got a touch.
Again, give referee Cole Jones the benefit of the doubt. Maybe with his angle he couldn't see it.
Oh, this is good speed. Right across, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Hunter gets it across to Bailey Wright, and Bailey Wright finds the net. Loughborough in the lead.
That is a fantastic counter-attacking goal. Hunter running with power, with pace down that right-hand side, and he just finds that second post area, and that's what we were talking about earlier. That's what Luke Abdi was looking for from Thiago Santos. This time Jamie Hunter has it from Bailey Wright, and Loughborough deservedly take the lead with just under 4 minutes left in this half.
A really good burst of speed by Jamie Hunter down the right wing, and it was a fabulous pass into the centre, and Bailey Wright couldn't miss, just had to tap it into the empty net. A really well worked goal. So work for York to do, and York are probably going to feel a bit hard done by, because they probably had the more clear-cut chances, certainly early on.
They have, yeah, but what they've done is, through giving away a few fouls in quick succession early on in the half, they've created a lot of pressure for themselves late on in this game, in this half, because with 3.5 to go, they're on 5 fouls, and that goal is a prime example where they couldn't then make a challenge. So Hunter's been able to run 20-30 metres, and they couldn't risk making a challenge for fear of giving away a foul. That's a fantastic save from Alex Johns again, who keeping them in it.
Yeah, Jamie White, the Loughborough goalkeeper, looking to get in on the act. Nice shot from him. It's a corner for Loughborough. Cross. Comes back central now for Holm. Takes the shot on target, but Johns deals with that easily, and that sets York going again. Boy goes back to Blackburn. Blackburn wants to go left-hand side. Cut out well though by Loughborough.
They've certainly learned from early on in the half of that diagonal, haven't they? And
yeah.
Positionally, much better.
Oh, Langley, great through ball. That is brilliant. And this time Jamie Hunter gets the goal. It was a fabulous through ball to found him, and he goes around Johns, puts it into the net, and Jamie Hunter makes it 3-1 Loughborough.
It's a really good ball. Not enough pressure on the ball from York's point of view, but that pass is exquisite. The first touch is even better, and the finish is just a simple one for Jamie Hunter, just to guide it into the empty goal. Great goal for Loughborough. That really does spell danger for York, and this game could be getting away from them. No surprise to see Junior Roberti call a timeout here and just get his boys to regroup, utilise it well. They've conceded 2 goals in quick succession, so I think the message will just be set yourselves back down. This game can turn back the other way very, very quickly.
Yeah, only takes York to score the next one, and the pressure's all back on Loughborough.
It only takes a second to score a goal, doesn't it? The old football cliche, yeah. But that is one that in this game is even quicker. 2-3 goals, it can swing very, very quickly. For him, for Junior here, he's seen his team have an awful lot of the game. They've played extremely well for large parts of it. What's important now with the young side is that they settle back down. They don't get too carried away. Don't get too disheartened by the situation they find themselves in, and realise that the worst thing that could happen is they concede again. Because if they concede again, this game's starting to get away from them.
Well, they have the kick-off. It's right call to call a timeout by Junior Roberti. I think just calm his team down, run through some plays. They've still got 2:57 now left in this first half, so there's time left.
There is, and it's a long second half as well. So I think think the biggest thing in there is just settle your team down. Use your timeout to settle your team down. Give them a breather. Give them a moment to almost forget about the 2 goals they've just conceded. And just really his message, I think, will be is don't panic. There's, as we say, 22 clock minutes left, which is at least another 45 minutes left in this game.
So it is York's ball. Ackroyd has it. He goes back. Blackburn. Just looking for an outlet. Gets it back. He's well pressured though, and this could allow Loughborough to break. Played it back though.
I think what you've seen here is Loughborough quite happy to just keep possession and look to buy that foul almost. They're going to look to take that 6th foul and kill that game with a penalty.
Blackburn looking to get Riddle free and get the shot away, but now Loughborough have space and he's still there. That's a great play by Johns. Really good goalkeeping. He had to make contact there.
He's got to time it right, hasn't he? On more ways than one. And he does. He makes another really good save, and he's been the real standout performer on court for me so far today. Number of really top saves from the York stopper. What you're seeing though, so as I was talking about Loughborough, you're seeing just happy to just turn the screw almost with the ball. They're working it left to right, right to left, and just waiting for York to commit almost before. And that's what they can do in the situation they now found themselves in.
Clever from Langley there. He saw that Johns was slightly off his post and went for the almost impossible shot at the angle and forced the save.
Yeah.
This is a good ball. It's right across the face of goal and ends up going out into touch. Luke Abdi.
I'm not sure whether he's mishit that or whether he is actually looking for that second post, knowing a teammate probably should be in that position. And here you see York happy to use Johns to break pressure.
Comes just chipped forward, but nobody there. Look to take possession again. They have to go back. Is that?
There's a couple of silly ones. Referees being lenient. I think it's the right decision, but neither were enough for me to be fouls. But they have to be really careful.
They are living a bit dangerously, aren't they?
Yeah, no surprise to see them go fly goalkeeper here and also use the experience of Tom Blackburn.
Blackburn coming on as the fly keeper. Oh, and now there's an empty net and it rolls all the way down and into the net. And that's the risk you take. And Jake Andrews finds the empty net and Loughborough lead 4-1.
When you're playing fly goalkeeper, the passes have to be secure, they have to be right, and they can't afford to be a sloppy one like that. Really simple for Jake Andrews. Just controls the ball and just guides it past Pina, who's the backman for York, into the empty goal. And that is the last thing Junior Roberti wanted before half-time.
So, 4-1, Loughborough lead. We're into the final minute of the half now, well into it. York have possession, Blackburn just can't get it back in the game.
Yeah, really good from Joe Huxter there, just stepping out, realising that Tom Blackburn had come off this wing into the centre as he looks to do again here. Good save.
Yeah, really good save by Jamie White. That was on target.
So Tom Blackburn's trying to draw attention with his run across court diagonally into the centre of Loughborough's diamond, and create those sorts of spaces for his teammates. Loughborough dealing with it really well so far, really strong defensively. It's what I'd expect from them, a really well-drilled unit, training more than anybody else, any other team in this country. Fantastic programme just down the road from here, almost like a home game for them, really.
It is, yes, only a few miles away, Loughborough University. But a university steeped in sports history, so many, not only just university teams, but professional teams as well throughout all sports.
Yeah, across the board. There's so many good stories of successful athletes that have come through the university programme here, and also steeped in futsal history. You're seeing them just control this game out after a tough start.
Yeah, they lead 4-1 at half-time. And as the players take a break, we will take a break League Two and leave you with highlights of the first half, and we'll be back very soon with the second half. Don't go away. Welcome back to the David Ross Sports Centre here at the University of Nottingham. Second half moments away from getting underway here. Loughborough against York. Loughborough leading 4-1 after the first half. Matt Hardy still with me. And Matt, how do you see this second half going?
I think that fourth goal makes things really difficult for York. They're going to have to come out the traps quickly. Make sure it's really important for them that they get the next goal in this game. If it is to fall to Loughborough, I think you'll see Loughborough comfortably see the game out, use their experience of this level to manage the situation. York need to get back on the score sheet as quickly as possible and hope that they can find a way back in. But yeah, a real tough uphill battle after that fourth goal for them now.
Changing goal for York as Johnny Wayne comes in to replace Alex Johns. What do you make of that?
I would imagine it was a pre-planned situation where he'll look to get his keepers half each in the game. Both really good goalkeepers. Alex Johns is normally the first choice, and perhaps it's just a situation of making sure they give Wang some minutes as well.
Oh, and now they've gone into trouble, and it's a great start for Loughborough. Loose pass, and Jamie Hunter has his second of the game with a beautiful finish into the top corner.
It's fantastic pressure, real high intensity pressure from Loughborough, forcing the error from Tom Blackburn, and here Jamie Hunter makes no mistake with that one. There's nothing the replacement goalkeeper can do about it. Right in the stanchion, fantastic strike, and well, we said before half time the fourth goal wasn't what York wanted. That definitely isn't what they wanted, because this game is in danger of racing away from them.
5-1 now, Loughborough lead. They're looking comfortable for it. Loose pass there though, goes into touch, and that will be Johnny Wayne's ball. So York have a chance to build from the back, but so early on. Have Loughborough killed this game off? Maybe not, as Devine gets a bit of space and a bit more. Can you finish? What a save! Devine still has it, and he runs out of court. Great defending, but what great goalkeeping there by Jamie White.
Yeah, and Jed Devine, he's probably their best route back into it. Skips across a couple of challenges here, but Jamie White, fantastic save. And then here, Jed just turned down a corridor, really. Gave himself no chance. Silly foul. He needs to be careful as well, because he's on a booking.
He's on the yellow card. Referee says he led with the elbow, and that's why he's given the foul. Foul clock, of course, reset for the second half for those new to the game. So we start at 0 fouls each. 1 for York now. This game, if they get to 5, every subsequent foul after that will result in a 10-metre penalty for the opposition.
Someone's been reading up on the rules.
I've been doing my prep. Not commentated on futsal before, so I had to swat up.
And here again, Loughborough using Jamie White well, just to break the pressure situation, give themselves an extra body. Sloppy though from Bailey Wright.
Well, here's Devine, and there's a bit of space here, and now there must be an is, and that's better from York. Devine gets the goal, Monge with the assist, and it's 5-2.
Yeah, it's a really good goal. Sloppy play from Bailey Wright in the middle, and then Jed Devine, really quick transitional breakaway, and then it's a simple one, isn't it? A really nice ball into Monge and back to him, and yeah, fantastic goal. They'll be hoping that it's a lifeline for them, but it looks an uphill task still, doesn't it, at 5-2.
Unselfish play from Romero Monge as well, because he could quite easily have taken the shot himself, but opted for the almost certain goal option.
Yeah, and it's just pause a second, really good chance for Finney. It's a really good diagonal from White, that, and Hunter, you heard him call for it really early, and Finney really should be hitting the target there and at least forcing a save from Johnny Wang. But yeah, no, going back to it, it's a futsal goal where Monge is always going to look for that pass, look for that second post, and almost the old the back post sort of tap in that you see, the FIFA goal, and that you see so many times. That yeah, that's what it needs sometimes, is just to get yourself on the score sheet. Why take that risk of the keeper saving it?
So York 3 behind, and if we can get the next goal, then we really are game on. It's Devine again. He's taken out there by Hunter, but he saved the corner. Looking for the quick ball across.
Yeah, it's good goalkeeping from White. Brave, low at the feet of the on-rushing Monge.
Ball's out, so he's going to go all the way back. Bit of pressure being applied by York now.
Yeah, they need to, don't they? Because they're only 3 goals behind now, and you quite often hear it said that 3 goals in futsal is like 1 goal lead in football. The game can change so quickly. Then Loughborough need to be alert, and York need to take heart. As we say, 5-3 suddenly has a very different sort of view to it, doesn't it, for them? They're right back in it with the next goal.
And it seems to have really perked them up, that goal, because it's almost been constant York pressure since they scored it.
And I think that's what they needed. They just needed to get themselves back on registering on that scoreboard again, and realise that they are more than capable of being in this game. There's some tremendously talented players in red out on court, as we've seen it at times in the game. That's not great. Commentator's curse there, but Matt Barber, a few times he's done that, where he's just rushing that pass and almost thinking too much about the next phase, I think, and sometimes just get the pass in and then worry about the next thing, make sure the quality's on there. That's better from him.
Jamie White has opted to play the sweeper role once again and now trots back, but it is Loughborough's ball.
It's a good opportunity here. This is as good as a corner for them. They'll look for Jamie Hunter, I think. There we go.
It's good closing down by Devine. And now a chance for York to break. There's Monge. Oh, that's great coming back by Bailey Wright. Tapping it for the corner. It's superb defensive play.
Yeah, fantastic defending. He's match-winning defending stuff, that is, to cover that ground as quickly as he did. Good save again by White. Another well-worked corner. Barber gets hold of the volley well, but White's on hand. But real good moments. They're just getting themselves into a few messy situations here.
This will give York heart.
Tom Blackburn here at this back post. Acres of space, wasn't looked for by Devine.
Put his hands out, as you say.
Yeah, he
Why
knows.
not me?
Yeah, that's where it should have gone, I think. A little bit of naivety from Jed.
Time has it now, though. There's 2 around him. Wants to go in the corner. Draws the foul.
Yeah, really, really good play from Devine. He'd ran himself into a difficult situation, probably a little bit selfishly in a way, trying to play on his own, and does well to win the free kick in the end. He's a really talented young player, and
Tom Blackburn trying to steal a few yards in a better position. The referee's having none of it.
You can see why.
Oh, that was a nice effort. Good block, and now a chance for Loughborough to break. Oh, Wang did really, really well. Came straight out his goal to put it to safety.
Yeah, no chances taken from the keeper there. Really important one. Loughborough blocked it down. York caught with all 4 players within the sort of Loughborough 10 metres. Yeah, really important block from the keeper. And a line change from Loughborough as well here to bring that so-called starting 4 back onto court. They've mixed it up, actually. So you've got Teixeira and Abdi playing with Hulme and Andrews this half, which is a little bit different. But Abdi and Teixeira have caused a lot of problems for York in this game.
Teixeira on the ball now. Just getting across all of this. Bit of confusion in the York defence there, but they do finally get it away.
Yeah, I think there was 2 or 3 touches. It suddenly finds himself at Johnny Wang's feet, and yeah, he was just happy to almost clear his lines, wasn't he? Good opportunity that.
On with the shot. Just goes across goal and wide.
Not far away from Teixeira, was it?
Not at all. in Wayne's hands. It's out Barber, or is that it doesn't go out, or does it? Yes, it does.
It's a poor ball from Pina, that was, because he's put Matt Barber in all sorts of problems under pressure right on this line. He's within 10 metres of his own goal. It's not how you want to be receiving that ball. Just one thing you ask from your teammates in that situation is that the pass is good quality.
He's the sheriff of Loughborough, goes back. He sees the ball back again, just looking for the option and opts to go to the left-hand side. Gets it back. Good pressing by York, but here's Teixeira again. Can he keep it in? He can. Good play by Wang to come out of his goal and close it down, though, and that sets York the other way with Barber. Foul he's given. I thought it was a good tackle. But
the tackle's good. It was just beforehand. There's a pullback from Jake Andrews, which has given him the opportunity to make the tackle, and that's what the referee's penalised him for. A little bit of naivety here from Andrews, getting himself into a silly situation. 5-2 up, doesn't need to do it. Just accept the decision and move on.
A few words exchanged between the players as well. It's all calmed down by the officials.
Yeah, he was just beat for pace, that was all, when he's almost clawed at the opponent to try and get himself back level, and that's what the referee's given the foul for.
Here's Pina. Gets it off, the shot comes in, but it's blocked. That will give Loughborough the chance to clear with home. That's going to be another foul, so 2 apiece on the foul count. 14:41 left in the game.
And they are both what I would expect to see as second half fouls. Teams have gone through a long stage of this game, and almost tired legs starting to emerge.
There's a bit of a delay.
Yeah, not really sure why. Like the referees were just communicating something between themselves.
We're away again. Jimmy White comes up, takes the shot, and will win Loughborough the corner. Wang having to put it over his own bar.
What you see Jamie do really well there is with that strike at goal, is he makes sure he kills the game. So almost shot to miss in a way, and make sure that the ball's going out of play rather than landing in play. So lucky, really clever little 1-2 give and go from Teixeira and Abdi. Final pass just not quite there, but Loughborough managing this situation well. I think they've almost rode the storm, haven't they, and will be happy with how the game's going. They're a team that are quite happy to not have the ball.
Yeah, there was a really good spell of pressure after York had got the second goal, but just starting to come back into it now, and there was an opportunity. It was a tight angle for home.
Yeah, and I think that was the moment that York needed to score again in this one, because they needed another goal quickly, and they could have perhaps turned the game on its head, but Loughborough rode that storm and played really well. That's poor again from Goodwin. How many times have we seen that today, where almost unforced, the ball rolling out of play,
and it just puts the pressure back on York. Loughborough have the ball.
Just sloppiness, isn't it?
Yeah, quite a way into the York half. They up to go back, but they play it to Jamie White, who's got a shot on him. And there's the other opportunity. It just goes wide. It fell nicely for Jake Andrews. He just puts the shot wide.
Yeah, really brave from Luke Abdi in there as well. I think he's took one to the nose.
I think he's okay. Yeah, he seems okay. He's carrying on. Yes. Anyone who's taken the ball full on in the face will know it hurts.
Especially from that sort of range as well. It was point blank. It's really good pressure from him, to be honest. Very nearly resulted in a goal. We wouldn't be bothered if they had scored.
It is York's ball, but they're very deep in their own half. Still keep possession. Dynamics to get it forward the line, but it's well marshalled by Jake Andrews there, and Jamie White takes control. Shearer gets Wants it back, looking for the 1-2 against Pina. Pina does well though.
Heavy landing as well.
And the referee thought about giving a foul there. He had his whistle in his mouth and then decided to give Pina the benefit of the doubt. But here's a great opportunity. That's lovely play. And it's in the net from Joseph Holm on the pass from Luke Abdi. He was pushed into the net though. And they're not happy about that. Let's watch this on the replay. Holm puts it in and then a little bit of a push from Jacob Wilson.
Yeah, not frustration, not a clever thing, putting your opponent in danger like that. But let's go back to the good moment. What a goal that is to score. We spoke about the referee perhaps wanting to give the foul here. He doesn't. And I think the reason he does that is Andy Page will have been trying to judge whether it was excessive force on that challenge. And what he does do really well is he lets the game go, and Loughborough are able to keep the pressure on, win the ball back, and a little give and go. And Luke Abdi finds the second post. Holm makes no mistake. I think as well in that Wilson picked up a yellow card for whatever went on in the goal.
So 3 yellow cards for York now. Blackburn, Wilson and Devine. So Loughborough on the attack again, but that's good closing down by Jacob Wilson. Loughborough's ball from touch. Abdi takes the shot, well closed down by Pina. Abdi goes back to get it again, but Bolton gets away. Is that going to be a foul? No, it's not. It's a good tackle.
It's a fantastic challenge, yeah. It's one where he has to get it 100% right, Joe Holm, and he does. Happy to concede the corner, and his teammates applaud him because they know how important that defensive play was.
Nice shot by Eagledon, but into the hands of Jamie White. Starting deep, but good possession, and there's the pass for Teixeira, and Wang is alert and gets it away.
Yeah, just for a split second there, Teixeira almost checked his run and just thought about the goalkeeper's positioning. If he doesn't check, I think he gets there, but it's fantastic play from Loughborough to almost bring York onto them and then turn the ball in behind the press. They've managed the game so well since conceding at the start of this half and getting their rewards for it.
And we get more rewards here. Good tackle in the end. Jake Ackroyd just sliding in and getting it into touch, and it's in fact York's ball.
Yeah, really good defence. I think he's played it off Huxter. Either way, he'd have been happy with his defensive work there. Really good challenge, important one. Not allowing the shot at goal.
Orange looks to flick it forward, but it's well dealt with by Johnny Langley. Langley wants it back, gets it. Has to go back though. And makes himself available again. Good running by Langley. This is good by Loughborough, good possession. Don't necessarily have to go and score goals now with a 4-goal advantage.
Yeah, they can afford to wait and play the game through, manage the situation. That's what they're doing really well. Experienced, despite being so youthful now at this level and in these situations, used to winning games. I think that's the key thing, and they know how to win games. As we say, as I said earlier, they're quite happy. They'll even control the game without the ball. They'll manage the situation as well as they can.
We've got 11 minutes and 10 seconds to hold on in this one. There's a 4-goal advantage. They look strong favourites to take this one, but you never know, do you? I mean, York score a couple of quick goals and could put Loughborough under pressure. We'll see what happens in the time that's remaining. Here's Peanut for York. Looks to take on the defence as the ball dangerously comes close to our commentary positioning.
We were ready, weren't we? We were happy. Good defending from Huxter, but yeah, it must be something we said aiming for us.
Pina gets it back to Wilson. Pina has it. The game is going to be put under pressure. It's a good turn away though by Pina and looks to get Wilson free, but again good defending by Loughborough. They just take control of the game again.
What Loughborough will want here as well is to see the clock running, so they want the ball in play and keep that clock moving as much as possible. Doesn't matter where they have it on court, they'll be quite happy to work the ball backwards and have the ball in this sort of position that Jamie Hunter now has it. There you go again, happy to make York work.
It's just simple passes, isn't it? And
it is.
Oh, and it could be even better here. Oh, what a finish! I thought Wenger got it there. But Thiago Santos gets his second of the game and just toe pokes it past Wang into the net. Fabulous goal.
Yeah, it's fantastic play. So really nice turn from Johnny Langley to play that, and yeah.
It looked like he'd lost it. He'd just run off his foot.
Yeah, he almost got his feet mixed up, didn't he? And somehow just manages to toe it in. It's a great goal for Loughborough. They're 7th, gives them a lot of daylight now, and as we say, they'll be quite happy just to keep doing that in this game and
Santos again.
Keep that ball moving.
It's York who just seem to have collapsed a little bit here.
They really lost their way in the game, haven't they?
Yeah, Loughborough completely dominant now. And it looked like it could be a close game after York got their second. They put on a lot of pressure, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Loughborough. They've managed the game and they've just taken it away from York.
They have, yeah. They're, as we say, despite being very young, they're experienced in the nature that they're used to playing at this level, used to playing in these sorts of games. And York, as we've already touched on previously, promoted this year, new to it, new to the NFS Tier 1, and I think that's showing in these games. They won their first one of the season, but then in the two since, they've been almost blown away by strong opposition.
And Loughborough just easily keeping hold of the ball now. What York have got to watch is they don't get frustrated and take fouls.
Yeah, take fouls and concede goals. Keep it respectable at 7-2. Still quite a low-scoring game for futsal, and could quite easily race away and get a little bit embarrassing for them and real demotivating. There's another foul on the board there.
There's a foul on Thiago Santos. So it's 3 for Loughborough in this half.
And there is actually referee Andy Page signalling for a rolling foul, so an advantage previously in the move as well. So they've 2 for the price of 1 there, York, to go on to send Loughborough on to 4 fouls. No surprise to see them go fly goalkeeper as well. Yeah, just to try and get a foothold back in this game and get the ball back, because
Captain Tom Blackburn taking the orange goalkeeper's jersey now.
The only thing I would say with this is with Loughborough on 4 fouls, playing fly means that Loughborough don't have to tackle. And they're quite happy just sitting off and conceding space. And that can... referee calling Smith back in, I believe, here. Wants a word with him. Yellow card, yeah, for the challenge in the corner.
Another yellow card for York. It's the 4th of the game. So foul count goes up 1 more for York. 4-3. Loughborough ahead on fouls.
And that's that naivety we were just talking about, that in a really good situation there, giving away the foul just completely relieves pressure. It means Loughborough have got the ball back again, and yeah, one thing you were trying to do, and by going fly goalkeeper, they were trying to get the ball back and keep possession, York. They just surrender it through a moment, real lapse of concentration. That's fantastic.
That's a lovely ball, and
good save.
Santos looking for his hat-trick. Wang, but just loses his head a little bit, panics and puts the ball into touch.
I think that's the word, yeah. It's panic in that situation. He makes a really good save, but then realises he's sort of 10-12 metres out of his goal with the ball at his feet and didn't really want to have it. Got to take a little bit of responsibility there and be happy to carry that ball forwards.
Just runs away from Santos. Barber has it for York. Goes to Blackburn as York play fly goalkeeper again. Barber takes it to the byline, looks to get it across, may get another opportunity, but lets it go for the corner.
Yeah. And they'll look to keep possession here and really work Loughborough hard. We see all the way round the clock almost with that, working it left to right. They've got a corner out on the other side out of it. They'll look to create clear-cut chances before they take a strike on goal, I think. You'll see that as their best way back in.
Iguda gets it to Barber. Goes back, head of the cross. This is nice. Divine! Not Divine. Back to Ackroyd.
Yeah. Can see why you thought it was. Very similar looking from
similar looking players, yeah. And when you can't see the numbers. Apologies to Jake Ackroyd there.
That's a really nice move from Loughborough there. They've cut, from York. They've got themselves into a good situation, and yeah, it's good defending, isn't it, in the end, to stop the shot going on target.
Oh, what a shot! It's another goal. It's an 8th. And it came out of nothing. Jack Andrews with his second. It took a deflection, I think, on the way.
And he's come all the way from goalkeeper Jamie White's throw, that one. And really, really poor goal for York to concede. And these are the kind of things that I think they'll find stepping up to Tier 1 for the first time, is in games like this, is at 6-2, at 7-2, a Loughborough team or some of the others who are used to this level would make sure they keep themselves moving and keep themselves in the game. York have just made a few silly errors that have cost them. And that's what you see, and that's the big difference in the levels, I think, is the collapse that you're seeing is from a team that's stepping up from Tier 2, and it's something that we're used to seeing at that level quite a lot, and a little bit naive in the way that they're playing.
But it's the experience it will give them at playing at this level,
yeah.
that they then learn from it and then can cut out them mistakes.
And that will be the big thing, yeah. And Junior Roberti calling a timeout here just to reset these plays, I think, as Joe Holm with a little bit of cramp gets himself a stretch. But yeah, I think Junior Roberti's timeout here will be about how they manage the remainder of this game. They'll want to utilise this fly goalkeeper with a lot more quality than they have so far, and work themselves into areas where they can get shots away, work themselves into areas where they can cause problems for Loughborough, which I think at the moment it's very, very comfortable. That will be the most disappointing thing for him, but yeah, as you say, it's about learning now, isn't it? They're 8-2 down against a team that finished second in the league last year. Let's remember that. It's about them learning, it's about them growing, and it's about them taking something forward from this. And they're very well coached, they're very well drilled. It will be something where they will learn from these games early on in the season, and I believe they will get stronger as the season goes on.
Joseph Holm heads back to the bench. He's limping a little bit, so I wonder if he'll start now. He looks like he's going to get a bib, so I think he's going to take a seat for a bit.
Yeah, have a bit of a rest.
Yeah.
Cramp at his age is not a good thing, isn't it? But I tell you what, he's put an awful lot of work in out there, so I'm no surprise. I'm tired from watching him.
5 minutes and 59 seconds remaining in the second half. Loughborough comfortably ahead, so you're really playing for pride now, and they'll maybe want to get 1 or 2 goals just to give a bit of respectability to the scoreline. On the attack now, Torre doesn't quite get it in, but the ball was in touch, so it will be York's ball. Torre will play it in, goes back. Blackburn playing fly goalkeeper again. Has to race back for that one.
Just for a minute there, I thought he was going to let Luke Abbey run onto that, and he almost did, and then realised what he was doing. They've got themselves
they're
in a
away
right
again. It's a good save by Blackburn there, because
Yeah, it is a really good save. They got themselves in a right mess there with that one, and I think that'll be Junior Roberti's the most disappointing thing about that. They're better players than that York, than that situation shows, and 2 or 3 times they've done it as well. Just not really playing through the phases of the set play that they will have from this, and causing themselves problems.
It's York's ball.
Tom Blackburn is very, very high.
He gets it now. And now an opportunity. Oh, it hits the crossbar. So close. Mario Monge with a beautiful shot, but rattles back off the crossbar.
Yeah, really good strike, wasn't it? Clear strike. They worked the ball well into that situation. They come again here.
Here's Blackburn. It's the right, and that is not the ball that they wanted.
Again, not enough quality from Eagledon in that wide area when that ball comes to him. You saw the frustration on his face straight away, and an apology to his teammates. He knows what he should be doing there, and he should be playing that ball either across goal with quality or back into Blackburn and reset the move.
And there is a change in goal for Loughborough. Jari Maroof has taken over from Jamie White.
And that is a sign of Loughborough's dominance in this game, that they're quite happy to do that. Jamie White's been excellent, and he's a really good goalkeeper, emerging as a real threat to Joe Bickerstaff, their normal number 1.
He's an excellent game. And he bowls that out to Monge. Monge is 2 in front of him. Oh, Loughborough just take it again, and there's an empty net. That's good play by Eagledon to stop the ball crossing the line.
Again, York let off, got themselves in a mess again. It's a fantastic challenge from Jake Andrews. He meant that one, didn't he?
He really did. You could hear by the roar as he put that one into touch.
And Torres feeling the effects of it as well. It's one where you have to get them right, because I tell you what, if he doesn't win the ball there with the force he's going in, he gets himself in all sorts of bother with the referees. Something they really try to clamp down on is the excessive force and that danger to opponents.
Oh, that's unlucky. Barber apologises straight away. It was the right idea, because Eagledon was completely free, but just not enough accuracy on the pass.
Yeah, execution not quite there, but let's be honest, that's a difficult pass to play. So the fact he's spotting it, the fact he's seeing it, it's a good one. It's not one to apologise for, I think, as much as he did. That's too easy. That's far too easy to get out of that.
It's surely, yeah. Well, Maroof had the shot. It was almost his own man that stopped him from scoring. But in the end, I think it was Ethan Finney on the line. Maroof has the shot here.
Ethan Finney channeling his inner David Nugent there, stopping the ball on the line and towing one in.
So 9-2 Loughborough lead. Well, that was all made by Jari Maroof coming up from goal.
And it's really lapsed, so York have put pressure on in the inside sort of the Loughborough 5 metres with the deep kick in. They were lapsed, they weren't alert to the crossfield ball to Maroof and allowed them through too easy and out of pressure. Again, something that Junior Roberti will be really, really disappointed in.
Blackburn continuing as fly goalkeeper, and you see his frustration as he plays that one against a Loughborough player, and out it goes. Pass finds Pina, and now Blackburn has it again. Oh, now there's an empty net, and Pina does well.
He does. Realised his mistake straight away.
Blackburn with the shot, and that's wide, and it run back, and Wang will come back in. 2:48 left in the game. 9-2 for a lead. Doesn't really go anywhere, so Wang easily fields that. Blackburn had come back on.
It's a really poor execution of that pass from Pina. It's a simple pass, isn't it, through that gap, and York would be away. sign of how the second half's gone for them. Nothing really working, is it? And
No.
just trying to run that clock down really now, make sure it doesn't get too bad for them.
They had that purple patch after they scored, but really apart from that, it's been complete Loughborough dominance.
And I think what is no surprise as well is on a yellow card, and knowing him as a player, Junior Roberti has taken Jed Devine out of this game, realising the game is probably lost. Jed getting very frustrated. We saw a couple of moments, didn't we, where we said he was fortunate, perhaps running a real tightrope almost, and just taking him out of the game. They know there'll be moments in this season where they're going to need his quality.
Yeah, just protecting him for the next round in a couple of weeks at St George's Park.
And rightly so as well, because they have a really big game on that day against Hartpury. That'll be one that they'll be looking to win. They'll be looking to take the points from.
And here's Loughborough's ball. The roar from Joseph Hunter as he realised that he played it off Pina. 120 left. That didn't look like it was out actually, but official right there. Referee said no.
Even at his age, Andy Page, eyesight's not that bad. I'm sure he can see it from there.
No, he is a lot closer than we are. I mean, from this angle, it looked like it had gone out, but Andy Page is a lot closer, to be fair to him. That's well cut out. Hunter, and he's played it all. Why not?
I tell you what, he's actually miles away. But from our angle, when he first left his foot, it looked quite close. But yeah, why not? 9-2 up, 50 seconds left on the clock. Why not?
Oh, and it's cut out again.
And they just error after error on this fly goalkeeper from York, surrendering possession and creating problems for themselves. Loughborough, yes, they've managed the game really, really well, deservedly winning,
but they have been helped by the York errors, definitely. Comes
fantastic movement. Look at this.
This is really, really good play. Oh, that's just wide.
That would have been a great way to end the game if they had managed to finish that chance. And here we go, just happy to drop off into their half. See out this last 10 seconds. Impressive display.
Oh, that's clever, but it's wide. Nice quick thinking there by Dejari Maroof. He saw that Blackburn was well out of his goal. And there's the buzzer. So it's a 9-2 victory for the Loughborough students against the York Futsal Vikings. They have their second win of the season. That puts them on 6 points from 3 games. And a comfortable victory for Loughborough.
Really, really comfortable, yeah. They're forced to ride a couple of really difficult moments in the game, but will be really pleased with the way that they've bounced back from defeat last time out against Bloomsbury. It's a tremendous win, goals across the team, and yeah, real big performance and a pleasing day out that they'll look to take back down the M1, couple of junctions.
They certainly will. So there is the full-time score. The York Vikings 2, the Loughborough Students 9. We are going to take a break now before our next game, which is coming up at 12:05. That is Wessex against Hartpury. Later on, 2:10, London Helvecia against Manchester, and then we finish today at 4:45 with Bloomsbury against Bolton. Do not go away. Plenty to come. Welcome back to the David Ross Sports Centre here at the University of Nottingham. And it's the second game of the day as Wessex take on Hartpury. I'm Jonathan Bullard, and still with me, Matt Hardy, the chairman of Derby Futsal. And Matt, this is the battle of the bottom.
It is, yeah. Both teams struggled so far with how the season's gone, but we'll be hoping that today they can kickstart their season and get a win on the board. It'll be a really difficult one, I think, to call, because there's certainly quality in both camps. It's just how they sort of manage the game that's in front of them, I suppose.
It certainly is. Handshakes taking place. So, moments away from kickoff. And here is the Wessex team. Ben O'Hanlon starting in goal. Aaron Reid in there as well. He scored 2 against Loughborough in their first match of the season. Matt Hindle, their only other goal scorer. They had an 11-3 loss to Loughborough on the opening day, and in the last game it was a 5-0 loss to London Helvecia. So work for the Wessex team today. Wessex warming up there as we take a quick look at the Hartpury team. And they opened up with a 6-2 loss to London Helvecia, and then a 5-1 loss to Bolton. Dale Richards is their captain. Rico Zulkarinen, he has had a goal against Bolton and against London. He's their top scorer. And Hartpury will be in the white. Purple for Wessex. Matt, how do you see this one go?
It'll be cagey initially. I think neither team are going to want to give much away. Interesting to see the two starting fives. You've got Jordan Matthews back in the side for Wessex today. He'll be a huge asset to them. It'll be a big boost having him back. Equally, Hartpury looking to start strong with Zulkarnayan, Richards, Hainault and Chris Bright on court. A lot of experience, a couple of internationals in there as well. It's a real difficult one to call. I think for both teams it's a massive game. It's a massive opportunity to get points early on in the season after really difficult starts. It'll be interesting to see how they manage the difficult moments, I think, because we saw in the last game with York, when they had difficult moments, they didn't manage it very well. It caused problems for them later on in the game.
So it is going to be Wessex with the kickoff. Away we go. Jenkins just gets it off and good turn there. Good defence by Hartpury to start with.
Yeah, and already showing quite clear intentions. They're going to play half court and make it difficult for Wessex early on to break them down and just allow them to have the ball deep. Quite happy for them to have possession like where Terry News got it here.
It goes long looking for Nick. Now a chance for Hartpury to go on their first attack. Oh, it's in! From the angle! And it's Dale Richards who puts it in. There may have been a touch, we'll see on the replay, but I think that's Richards' goal.
I think it is. It's a really clever turn from Zulkarnayan. Nice parallel ball down the line, and as Richards comes across goal, it flicks up, and it's Alex Hainault who gets the last touch to sew it home. Really great start for Hartpury. Their first real attack, wasn't it? First time they'd had the ball, really. Wow, made something count.
So we'll give that one to Alex Hainault with a touch at the back post. But really great work from Dale Richards to get it across.
Yeah. Wessex will be disappointed with that one. First of all, they've allowed too much room on this left-hand side for Zulkarnayan and Richards to play. And then secondly, goalkeeper has to do better with that ball across goal.
This is Zulkarnayan again. Just looking for a bit of space. Crosses it in, and just evaded the slide from Chris Bright. And the intention from Hartpury here is clear, is to get balls into the danger area and try and get the touch.
Yeah, real close one there. Again, too much room on this left-hand side. Defensively not good enough. Allowing that ball across goal. If we take another look at it, Chris Bright is millimetres away from that one. Any sort of contact, you have to imagine that's a goal.
So what can Wessex reply with? They've got New on the ball now, but that's cut out. Suckanayan gets it back. Just taking her time. It's popped back to Richards. Suckanayan again. It's a really patient build-up, and he's beaten New, but it's a good block there by Adam Bart.
Important block. That's what they should have done on the first two, is get bodies in the way of it, stop that ball coming across your area, take control of your area. Carl Hughes immediately, the referee apologising to Chris Bright there because he was very quick on his whistle. Chris Bright's clean through on goal, but it is a handball.
See, probably would have preferred the advantage there. But referee very quick, and fair play, he did apologise straight away. But it's another opportunity for Hartpury with the free kick.
Yeah, and Dale Richards has a fierce strike on him as well. I would expect this to go for goal. There we go, good save, really good save from Hanlon.
Yeah, Hanlon palming it into the air. I think it was already behind the line before Jordan Matthews hooked it away. So here's a corner. We'll do another one. Going behind the goal for New. It's a wild shot, and it will be a goal kick.
I think Hartpury will certainly be happier here, won't they, early on? So a little over 2 minutes gone in this one, and though Wessex started with the ball, Hartpury's first attack resulted in a goal, and then since that moment they look comfortable, really controlled about the way that they're approaching it. A half-court defence, and then when they have it, happy to be patient.
So Kanayan, oh! He only had one intention there, and that was to go for goal, and he wasn't far away.
He wasn't at all. Really good sort of line on halfway, happy to wait for it, wait to win the ball, and then once they win it, he had one thing on his mind, didn't he? And it's a fierce strike, just narrowly off target.
Wessex with an attack, but they lost out again. Hartpury have the ball. Lots of applause coming from their subs bench, as well it might. A lot of encouragement. They're playing very, very well. It's an extremely positive start by them in this opening 3 minutes. Zuckanayan again, he's central to everything. Oh, that's a great save by O'Hanlon. Really was. In fact, the ball had gone out, but that was a fabulous save.
Really smart start, wasn't it? Again, as you say, Zuckanayan wriggling free here, gets that ball across, and somehow Ben O'Hanlon gets something on it. Stops Hartpury doubling their lead.
It was great pressing towards the net by Richards as well. But really superb save. I think that's going to be 2-0. But still, Hartpury have it. A really good possession by Hartpury at the moment. Back to Zuckanayan. Two in front of him, has to go back. Now, and it is a Wessex ball. There's a little shove as well from Adam Bart.
Yeah, Wessex struggling to lay a glove, really. Other than Adam Bart, a couple of good moments from him defensively. I think that little shove there is trying to get his team started more than anything else, and get them moving. Really sloppy, slow start from Wessex early on in this one, and even at this early stage in the season, it's such a big game. Again, really good from Barr there, great defending.
And there's some roars coming from their bench, just trying to encourage their team with that slide tackle. Hartpury's ball out still. as they look to get another chance on this Wessex net. It's with Richards. Nine might fall for Richards, but it's dealt with by the Wessex defence. That's interesting. It seemed to work, but it gives possession back to Hartpury.
Sloppy one in that position. I think they've just got to recover the ball, realised he was under pressure, Matthews, tried something sort of extrovert, wasn't it? But could have gone anywhere, had no control over it.
And it's back with Hartpury as they look to press again. Oh, there's space here. It's a lovely move, but a good block by New. And New has it now as he looks to get Wessex going forward. Again, snuffed out by the Hartpury defence. Richards this time. Out it goes. A chance of a shot, but it's blocked. But that will be a corner, so a chance for Wessex to put a bit of pressure on the Hartpury net.
Yeah, definitely. The first time they've really had anything here. We just take another look at this. Sort of give and go. Zulkarnayan in that pivot play down the line. It's a really good block, isn't it, from Terry New? Putting his body on the line for his team.
Marshall Hale is pulling the trigger there. I think if New's not there, that probably goes into the net.
Yeah, really good opportunity. I think Hale will be disappointed that he's given the defender the opportunity to do that. As good as the block is, you've got to shoot high in those situations.
It is a Wessex ball.
Real sloppy, slow start to this one, isn't it, from Wessex? Not being anywhere near their best, not being anywhere near the form they reached last year to win promotion from Tier 2 South.
Yeah, it's been a complete dominance from Hartpury so far, but what may get clear now. But nobody there for Max Jenkins as he put the ball back across. Hartpury to take control once again.
Interesting that both teams not really pressing too high, looking to sit half court, looking to protect, trying not to. It's a very, I don't want to say a negative tactic, but I kind of do need to say that because it's about protecting your own goal and not taking too many risks and not giving too much space away in your own half, and that's what both teams are looking to do so far. You were seeing them when they surrender possession, just dropping off, resetting. One of them where almost not wanting to give too much away. Not always the most attractive way of playing, but can be effective, as we're seeing from Hartpury here.
Yeah, they're really pressing and forcing New to put the ball into touch, and I think that's going to be Hartpury's ball. It is. So Hale will take the kick in, gets it across to Mackinnon. Mackinnon gets it back. Oh, New goes flying in. Hale had to take it on his back heel, which meant it went out, but New with that high percentage play there, he just went flying in, and that time luckily it worked for them.
Yeah, got to be careful with them ones because can cause an awful amount of damage if you get them wrong, both to you, the opponent, or whatever. But yeah, you've got to be really careful in the way that you make those challenges. Very sloppy start, different to the last game.
Very different, yeah.
A lot slower.
I mean, Dale Richards, he saw that O'Hanlon was out his goal, and I think just took the snapshot, but well off target, but probably the right idea. Yeah,
right sort of idea. And again, it's something we spoke about in the first game, is in those situations, when your keeper's out the goal, you have to use the ball well, and you can't afford to take too many risks or surrender possession. And we've seen there from Wessex giving the ball away really sloppily could have resulted in something for Hartpury. A couple of changes being made for them now. So Ollie Desborough on court, Zulkarnayan coming back onto court as well, looking to get their sort of main man back into play.
Oh! Wow! That, I can't believe what I've just seen. Richards firing it, tried to fire it away, I think it was Adam Barrett hit and went into the net.
And it's a really, really sloppy goal, isn't it? Probably epitomises the game so far. Dale Richards, for some reason, looking to go long. The goal is empty. There's passes on. And it gets charged down by Adam Barr, who's probably been the pick of the Wessex players so far. And, yeah, he won't have known a lot about it. But I tell you what, he'll take the goal and it gets them back on level terms.
Certainly will. And that, I think it's fair to say that is totally against the run of play.
It is, yeah, but and it's through it's sloppiness. That's what it is. It's sloppiness. They've given them a route back into it through a little bit of naivety, a little bit of sloppy play, and there's absolutely no need for Dale Richards to do what he was trying to do. Just they've got the keeper out. Michael Wright's there as an option if needs be, and they've taken one risk too many.
Yeah, Wright out of position. As soon as it was deflected towards net, there was no way he was getting back, and that means we are all square. Here is Richards. Richards again. Has to protect the ball. Matt Hindle going back in.
Now it's Wessex who are louder, seem happier on court, and
the thing is, when you get a goal like that completely out of the blue, it is going to give you a lift, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, And rightly so, it gives them a foothold again, doesn't it? Terry gaining quickly.
Mackinnon holding on to it. Oh, that's, I think that's Bart with the foul.
Yeah, just genuine attempt to win the ball, a little bit late, making sure that if the ball goes past, the player doesn't. And a bit old-fashioned defending, let's say, there from Adam Barr. But he's certainly been the pick of Wessex players for me in the way that he's approached the game so far. He's the one who's played with the most energy, he's played with the most desire, he's getting blocks, he's winning tackles, and he, let's say, deservedly got a goal.
That was always going to happen, that the pass was going to come into the centre, either to Hale or Mackinnon. It was Hale who took the shot, but just did not get hold of it.
No, again, disappointed from him. He's a much better player than that. We've seen time and time again during his Loughborough days over the last couple of seasons. Really talented young futsal player.
Oh, now there's a chance here. Oh, that's well recovered.
At the moment, this game looks as like both teams are trying to lose it. To me, I've never seen anything like it. It's so scrappy.
It is very scrappy, and there's been a lot of errors. And when you think about the last game, where yes, they were errors, but there weren't as many. This is a very different game. But now here's an opportunity. Oh, what a finish! Comes back into the centre, and Rudy Mackinnon gets the goal. A great finish.
And it's a really good, clever ball by Zulkarnayan. Fantastic pivot play. But it's too easy, isn't it, that from the pass, there's no pressure on that pass, there's no pressure on the shot. And Rudy Mackinnon finds the gap between Ben O'Hanlon's legs.
Yeah, I think O'Hanlon will probably be a little disappointed with that.
He will be, but you know, it all happens so quickly for a goalkeeper in that situation. And sometimes they're the worst ones to react to, aren't they? The ones close to your body. And yeah, he would be disappointed to concede it, but his teammates have got to help him by putting a little bit more pressure on the ball than they are doing.
Here's New. The Wessex captain gets away and gets past a few, but the Hartpury defence crowd him out, but it looks like he's drawn the foul.
Yeah, I thought for a split second there nothing was going to be given, but yeah, definite foul. The first one, I think it's a little bit wider than where Jordan Matthews is trying to take this from. But yeah, Terry New did really well to wriggle free, and it's a good opportunity for his team here.
He almost created the shooting opportunity for himself. Let's see what they can do here. Interesting that Hartpury have another player on the line as well as the goalkeeper, just protecting that far post. Oh, good save.
Yeah, really good start. That's the downside of having that player deep. Dale Richards back on the post. It allows Wessex some opportunity to get a shot away because they've got an extra player in this sort of top line. But it's a really good stop from right. And here come Hartpury again, sloppy from Wessex.
Here's Richards, he has to go back though. But Hartpury with space, Richards again. Gives it to Zulkarnayan. And now here's the opportunity right across the face of goal. Andrew Lanham that time. Just getting onto it, just couldn't get his shot on target.
Yeah, good opportunity. Everything Hartpury doing comes through Zulkarnayan so far, and Wessex need to work harder to stop him playing. He's not having to play with any pace. It's the way he wants to play, suits his game.
Just can't play from Hartpury as they just look to keep possession. Zulkarnayan has it again. Plays it against the Wessex defender and out, so it will be Hartpury's ball, but I think they enjoyed that, Wessex.
Yeah, interesting. It's quite an interesting tactic. So Rico got a little bit of history with a couple of players now in this league and can very quickly lose his temper, and Wessex just trying to get a reaction from him with these cheers and things in his face.
Oh, this is Gerdes. Zulkarnayan, good block. I think Hartpury wanted handball there. Don't think it was.
It'd have been a harsh one, wouldn't it?
I think it would. I think it would, but
from that sort of distance, I think there is contact with the hand, but yeah, real harsh one if you've given. The way I would always describe that is that was given against you, you'd be disappointed.
And there's good defence. And out it goes. Just going back to that last opportunity, it was another well-worked opportunity by Hartpury.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And this is where Wessex have just got to up their game a little bit, because they're almost a yard off defensively in terms of their pace and not putting enough pressure on the ball. It's very, very simple for Hartpury to play around them. And it's okay playing this sort of half-court tactic, but you've still got to apply pressure in the right areas. And at the minute, they're not applying any pressure.
That took a deflection, so it will be a corner. A little bit of pressure from Wessex as they look to get back on level terms. Hindle will take the corner. Goes right across. Well, now a chance for Wessex to break. Zulkarnayan just gets something on it to take it out.
I don't think he's got anything on it, to be honest. He's just shielded it to stop Wessex from getting it. Happy to let the ball run out of play and win back possession. It's done well because he lost it. He's worked hard there actually to win that back. He lost it on halfway on the break in the first place.
Over the space of Zulkarnayan, and he takes the shot, but it's held that time by O'Hanlon. I think it was going wide anyway, but keeps the ball in play. It comes all the way back. And now it's Michael Wright who has the ball for Hartpury.
From Chris Bright, really good cutting run.
Let's have it back again, right? Bart.
Oh, brilliant from Jordan Matthews.
Looking to get space.
Fantastic feet. It's a good tackle though from Hainault.
Now Hartpury coming the other way. Oh, that's good defence. He recovered well there, did Matt Hindle. Alex Hainault.
Oh, what a save that is. So end-to-end stuff here, but three really good moments. Two defensive and then one from Jordan Matthews there. Really clever feet. And Hartpury just need to react. Just for a split second, it opened back up. In the end, a couple of saves from Wright. Sees away the danger.
No, Hartpury back in possession, but two really good chances at both ends within seconds of each other. And the game suddenly springs to life with 7 minutes to go in this first half. It's well cut out, and takes no chances and hoiks it out to play.
Yeah, I think he could have probably picked that one up there. I don't think that's not a deliberate pass back, is it? It's more of a deflection. So he, again, just wasn't quite sure. So quite happy to just get the ball clear.
Cut out by Ramsey. Ramsey goes on again, but the ball goes out of play. Wessex's ball still. Bar keeps it in. Was that a shot or a cross?
I think he's a little bit of both. I think he's just trying to put the ball into the right sort of area. Not quite the execution he wanted, but again, it's Adam Barr who's at the heart of things that they're trying to do well, isn't it? And come back onto court and crucially involved again, and here he is.
It's we have to play it back. Just get it to the right hand side.
Marshall Hale just ran himself out of room there, slightly out of play, and surrenders that possession. Sloppy one, taking the kicking off the wrong line.
So yeah, it goes back to Hartpury, and there has been good play in this game, but it's been littered with mistakes as well.
Yes, a lot of sloppiness, a lot of silly errors from players that should know better. Probably epitomises the cagey nature of. That's a great save, just as I speak. Hale did really well to wriggle free. But yeah, it really epitomises the cagey nature of two teams at the bottom of the league, doesn't it? Neither wanting to give much away.
It's, it has flown by this first half.
But the ball's been in play a lot because neither team are really applying much pressure defensively. So when they've got the ball, they're it's quite comfortable, isn't it, in these sort of halfway line areas that they have possession. So yeah, it does sort of fly by when it's like that. Just you want to see two teams of this sort of level play with a little bit more quality and control than what they have done. Hartpury will certainly be the happier of the two being in front, but even from them, things like that, they're better than that pass there. Much better players than that. No need to force that pass, no need to risk that one. I think they're the kind of things that they need to do better with.
It is Hartpury's ball. Mackinnon just running over it to allow it to reach touch. Zulkarnayan will take it. Richards looking to get it forward. It's cut out by Duncan Knight. Twists and turns and takes the shot. Oh, I think there was a touch on that by O'Hanlon.
Fantastic save, yeah. It's a really, really good save. It's great food from Zulkarnayan. Sometimes takes those sorts of moments as we take another look at it.
Look at that, yeah, just great footwork. Shot on target, and O'Hanlon diving smartly to his left to touch it around the post.
It's a really good save, and so far he's made 2 or 3 that's kept his team in it. Hartpury here with the timeout, I think, does Wessex a favour, if I'm honest, because it gives them a chance to regroup, talk about things that are going wrong, and perhaps just need to have a conversation about how hard they're working when they've not got the ball, need to apply a little bit more pressure than what we're seeing. I think for Hartpury here, this is a timeout where they're looking to set something up from this set piece as to whether they can go and get a third goal. A third goal gives them a cushion. The third goal they would feel would give them some control in the game that perhaps isn't there, even though they're winning at this moment.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it looks like they're trying to set up a play from the corner. I mean, if they can get something in the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds and not allow Wessex to get another, a 2-goal advantage is quite good to take into the half-time interval.
It would be, yeah, and it would be, and as I say, it allows them a certain amount of control that at this moment in time they don't have. It's one breakaway, isn't it? That if that's what they were setting up on that timeout, then
yeah,
I don't know why they've taken a minute over that.
It's really sloppy again, and that puts pressure back on Hartpury. Wessex will certainly be the happier after the restart.
Change of goalkeeper as well from Wessex, looking to maybe go apply a bit of pressure using the fly keeper.
It's
Charlie Reid, I think, come into court for the first time. Again, sloppiness.
Charlie Reid races back, swaps for O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon goes back into the goal. It's an interesting play, that fly keeper, isn't it? Because it can be high risk but also high reward.
It can be, yeah, and you can see the good and bad in it. We've seen it already today, haven't we? And yeah, the high reward aspect is what teams want from it, but it has to be precise. The passes have to be good, and you have to have a strategy with it. You can't just throw your keeper out of goal and hope for the best. There has to be a way of playing to make sure that you're doing things.
Right, receives it back, goes left hand side now.
Challenge.
It's a good challenge. It's kept in.
Two really good challenges. Good. George Ramsey showing aggression some of his teammates haven't shown, I think, with that one.
One of the smallest players on the pitch as well, but played like he was 6 foot tall there. It's poked away. Here's Hartpury's ball. Zulkarnayan winning the kick in.
Again, a few comments just made towards Rico Zulkarnayan there. There's a clear strategy of what they're trying to do. He's been the one standout player, hasn't he, so far in terms of outfield players. Again,
that took a deflection, so I think that's going to be a corner. But yeah, Zulkarnayan, he's always looked up. He's always looked. If he's had the chance of a shot, he's taken it.
Yeah, and I think what they're quite clear that Wessex are going to try and deal with it a different way, let's say.
Oh, great save.
It's a fantastic save.
Alex Hainault.
That's good defending as well. Recovered well in the end, didn't they? What a save that is, though, because Hainault should have his second goal, finding himself in a similar position from what he scored from.
O'Hanlon has made two absolutely fantastic saves that has kept Wessex within one. I'm sure when it gets to half-time, the rest of the Wessex players will be giving a lot of thanks to their goalkeeper.
Definitely, and this is probably Hartpury's best spell of the game. We just take another look at it. Yeah, it's a really good save, isn't it? Again, far too passive from Wessex, and then they had to make a couple of last-ditch tackles.
It was just pure reaction, wasn't it? Because he had no time to set himself, because it was such a quick shot.
And that, from that sort of distance as well, sometimes you marvel at futsal goalkeepers, the way that they make those quick reactions and those saves, because he has no right to do it. Almost instinctive. He'll be disappointed with that one, though.
Yeah, he seemed to hesitate as well, as if it was almost the wrong decision, but went with it and ended up just going out at the other end of the court.
And he has to do that because he was right on the edge. He only has 4 seconds in possession of that ball before he has to release it. Zulkarnayan again goes close. It's another good start from O'Hanlon.
Into the side netting, but O'Hanlon getting a touch on it, so it's another corner. Richards goes over to take it. Zulkarnayan hangs back and will get the ball, goes for the volley. Oh, it's so close. Hainault just getting the touch, but the wrong side of the post as far as Hartpury are concerned.
Yeah, really good moments for Hartpury. Alex Hainault with a couple of glorious chances. He'll be really disappointed he's not added to his goal earlier on in the half. Has to hit the target there for me.
It was a really, really good play from the corner. Zulkarnayan getting it back into danger area, but here's a chance for Wessex. Great save. Michael Wright just coming straight out.
And a hand of apology from Jordan Matthews to his teammate there. His fantastic skill here, first to wriggle away from two Hartpury players, but then here he has to find this pass. This pass here, square to Matt Hindle, was the right option, and he knows it.
Hindle would have had an empty net to pop it into. As it is, it stays 2-1, 1:15 to go in this first half. Oh, it's a great ball. Zulkarnayan. Oh, he's lost it. Here's New. Oh, and Richard's good recovery. And now Haynell. Has he got clear? Oh, it's a great defending by New coming back.
This is a really big challenge that is from New. We were 2, one at either end. Dale Richards, first of all, stood tall in the 2v1. And then in that one, Terry New worked so hard to win that ball back. Haynell was clean through.
Zulkarnayan.
Again, Hartpury just trying to slow this game down and play the game at a tempo where they obviously feel they are more comfortable.
Haynell gets free. Oh, it hits the bar. And he puts his hands to his face as well as he might. I think that hit the underside of the bar and came out.
It did.
What a shot.
And it's fantastic play from him. Drops off from that pivot position to create this parallel space, and as he runs onto it, he has that turn of space to change the speed with the control, and he'd be really disappointed then again that he's not landed in the goal. Fierce strike.
Right. Oh, there's an empty net. Can Hartpury take advantage in these final few seconds of the half? The ball goes out with 2.4 seconds to go. Charlie Reid racing back as he's on for O'Hanlon. And the buzzer will go. So, an interesting 20 minutes to say the least. It's Hartpury who lead 2-1. There's been some passages of great play, some great goalkeeping as well, but there's also been some sloppiness as well.
Yeah, really sloppy at times. I think it really highlights both teams not wanting to give away anything in the game, wanted to stay in the game, wanting to really shows you the importance of it, shows you that neither team wants to lose, and because of that at times neither team are attempting to win. It'd be interesting to see how the second half goes. Wessex have got to come out because they need to try and get something from it, but Hartpury have shown that they have threats as well.
So we will leave you with highlights of the first half as we take a break as the players will, and we'll be back with the second half very soon. Don't go away. Welcome back to the David Ross Sports Centre here at the University of Nottingham. Both teams back on court, and we're ready to get underway with the second half. It's Hartpury who lead by 2-1, and it's Hartpury who will have the kick-off for the second half. Matt is still here. Matt, how do you see this one playing out over the next 20 minutes?
I'm hoping with two teams who have a little bit more desire to go and try and win the game. Certainly, you would think Wessex have to now because they're behind at half-time, so they've got to come out and at least score one to draw level. So they're going to have to come and have a go, surely, in the way this game's been played in the first half. But yeah, I think it'd be more of the same. KG, so early on in the season, it's the first real big 6-pointer for these two, to coin a football phrase. But yeah, I expect it to be more of the same, really, quite cagey, a few mistakes, and two teams trying to avoid losing.
It is a cagey start in the first 21 seconds. It's Wessex with the ball. New has it. Goes back to Bart. Bart across to Jenkins. Jenkins looking for New, but Haynock cuts it out well. Now there may be a chance of a shot. Oh, what a finish!
What a goal.
Brilliant from Dale Richards. Used Haynock as the foil, who was running on his left-hand side, and then just fires it into the top corner. Brilliant goal.
And I was about to say, that goal was all about Alex Haynock. First, working so hard to win the ball back and cut out the pass. Second, then he covers 40, 50, sort of a lot of metres up the court, to probably about 30 metres he's covered to make that run and just draw Adam Barr's attention, which allows the room for Dale Richards to get the strike away. Breathing space for Hartpury. It's a fantastic strike, isn't it? No
really
chance O'Halloran had with that one.
No, it was such a beautifully placed shot. And they are again, and that produces the save from O'Hanlon. Chris Bright that time.
Yeah, and Hartpury just turning the screw, going for broke almost, trying to get the game done. I think started quite quickly. A lot more desire from them. We have a look at this. That was heading in, wasn't it? It's a really good save.
It was just creeping in on the inside of the post. Bit of space again, and that's well cut out by New before it could get to O'Hanlon.
Certainly more pace about the way Hartpury have started this half, though. First half was very slow, wasn't it? Quite subdued at times. Hartpury almost going for broke with that goal advantage. Now 2. Realising they can probably win this game quite quickly in this half.
It's a real positive start by Hartpury. I think they probably feel that they should have been further ahead. They had some really good chances. Alex Haynock producing 2 fantastic saves out of O'Hanlon in the first half. So,
yeah, Wessex not done enough defensively for me. A little bit lapse off the pace, as I say.
Another great save from O'Hanlon. Yeah. Jack Tyson this time.
It's too many saves he's having to make, though, isn't it? From really good areas where his teammates should be applying more pressure. This one again, Tyson far too much room to get that shot away.
Nyan, and another save, but it leaves it. Oh, that's superb! And Haynock can't get the finishing touch. What fabulous goalkeeping from O'Hanlon. He's keeping his team in this.
He is. The first save was exceptional. Wessex just sold by the Zulkanayan dummy. The first save was good, the second one even better, and the third was just brave at Haynock's feet.
It's New for Wessex, gets it to Bart. Wessex have got to start pressing towards the net, but they won't do it like that. Jenkins puts his arm up in apology straight away, but it's just not good enough for them at the moment.
Yeah, nowhere near enough quality from them to get themselves back into this. They're now going to have to take some risks and press much higher, press with much more intensity. But that will leave spaces in behind them. It really plays into Hartpury's hands with that 2-goal advantage.
And Richards not putting the ball into touch. I think that was very much an unforced error. I don't think he liked the way he received it from Michael Wright in goal.
He doesn't like the pressure of that. Yeah, you've seen it time and time again with him. Really good player, really talented fix. Broke into this team last year, did really well. But yeah, when pressure is applied to him in those situations, you will see him do that.
Wessex with the ball with New. New goes back. Playing fly goalkeeper again.
Yeah, they need the ball, so it makes sense for them to go fly because they need the ball to try and get back into this, and that's what they're looking to do.
Put in. Break. Clear it away, and they will get the kick in as well. Mackinnon just firing against the defender. Just waiting for the ball. Alex Haynor going to retrieve it and send it back down the court. Angry with himself there as he failed to trap that one. Allows Wessex to have the ball back again. Pulled out quickly by O'Hanlon. Chance of the shot, but it's blocked and we'll go for a corner.
Yeah, really good defending from Marshall Hale. Track Jordan Matthews, clever give and go run. Gets that block, denies the shot. These are better moments though for Wessex. Barr and Matthews are the two real key men for them.
Matthews is clear, it's going to come to him now. A one-time shot, it's blocked. Mackinnon, I think it was, with the block, and he gets his clever play. Haynor, can he get back onto it? It's a good challenge by Matthews coming back.
Good decision just to reset as well, because he could have quite easily tried to force that pass in the same way Matt Hindle has there. The attack comes to nothing. Sometimes just better to reset, keep possession, and build the attack rather than trying to force things.
The ball, Haynor heads it on, but it's cut out by New. Barr can't get it away. New, oh, what a nice little back heel flick, and that sets Matthews on his way. Blocked well though. Dale Richards. Wessex's ball. Looking for Matthews, and finds Uncle 9 Norwich. Again, just wide. And that's more positive from Wessex.
They've got to be, haven't they? They're 2 goals behind. They've got to be a lot more, play with a lot more intensity, a lot more desire.
That's a great ball.
Good challenge.
It's a good defensive play by New, but it's still there for Hartpury. Comes back to Zulka 9.
And I actually think they do look better when they press higher and don't sit off. They look like a team that want to press and aren't really comfortable playing in this half court.
Richards going now. I think he was looking for the foul there.
There's no touch whatsoever there. Looking to try and win something, and
Wessex go for fly goalkeeper again. Charlie Reid comes on for Ben O'Hanlon.
Yeah, they obviously trust him in this. He every time they're looking to use him, aren't they?
He's on the ball now.
It's a good ball, really clever ball.
Oh. And he went back central, and perhaps the ball across would have been the better option.
Yeah, I think he was worried about the amount of time that he had, Jordan Matthews, and he was looking for the give and go with Terry New.
There is New. Oh, fires it across but doesn't get a touch. And Reid was coming off, but he's sent straight back on again. It is actually Wessex's ball. Hartpury don't like the decision.
strange one that, because I think that's one where referees sometimes, they've obviously seen something, but both teams have set up as though it was going the other way. Sometimes you just wonder whether you're better off just going with the majority and make life easy for yourself.
Reed gets it to New. New goes for the impossible angle, finds the side netting. Reed does go off, and now Hanlon comes back on as the quick shot comes in. Now Hanlon saves it. I think it was going wide anyway.
Yeah, good save. He's reacted quickly. He's seen it quite early, to be fair. Always in control of that situation, Benno Hanlon.
Matthews gets it to the wing. Comes back again for New. New looking for Matthews. New might get it back. New, he's created space for himself. Good save.
It's a really good save, isn't it, from Michael Wright?
Great tracking, because he came right out to him.
Yeah, and it was one of them where it just opened up, didn't it, in that split second. It's like Hartpury are going to put a timeout card in early, very, very early to do that.
Yeah, still 13-18 to go in this second half.
Yeah.
I think we can see that Wessex are just applying a bit more pressure.
Yeah.
Again, just there where they're giving it away to New. There is the timeout. And like you said, Wessex just providing a bit more pressure, and Hartpury probably wanted to get back to the positive way that they started this second half.
Yeah, definitely. But I also think it's natural that Wessex have to apply a bit more pressure. They're 2 goals behind. They've got to put the pressure on to try and get into it. And as I say, they look more comfortable when they've gone and press. So it begs the question why they dropped off. They look like a team that are certainly happier playing that way. It's a simple one for Hartpury. I don't know whether it really needed the timeout. They obviously felt it did from the bench, but simple message, just secure the ball.
It makes you wonder if the Hartpury coaches just feel that maybe they're giving the Wessex key men like Terry New, Adam Barr and Jordan Matthews a little bit too much space on the ball. Potentially,
yeah, a little bit too much space, a little bit too much respect maybe. But the message seems to be very much, I was looking at how he set his tactics board up, it was about them having it rather than the opposition having it. It looked like he was talking about movements more, rather than defensive things. So, yeah, odd one, because for me at this stage, you're 3-1 up, it's just about secure the ball. It's about keeping hold of it. But certainly if that was their message, that it was something defensively, then I completely agree with the message coming across.
So, we're underway again. Hartpury do have possession. Here's Richards. Gets to the cross. Oh, back heel, good save. Lanham, I think he got it caught between his feet and just went for the back heel.
He did, yeah. It was, again, clever from Rico Zulkarnayan on that left-hand side. I think Adam Barr has to sort of accept the fact that in those situations, Rico will try and wriggle free and just defend the space as best as he can.
Zulkarnayan goes to ground. George Ramsey, the aggressor. So a free kick for Hartpury, and the first foul of this second half, and it goes to Wessex.
It's a long, long time gone without a foul, isn't it? That, and probably nature of how the game's gone. Hartpury sitting off, Wessex trying to control the ball.
It's blocked. Good patient play by Zulkarnayan. He wasn't pressured by Ramsey as he went for that ball. Zulkarnayan has it again. He's Ramsey in close company.
It's a real mismatch, isn't it? If Ramsey ends up with Zulkarnayan, you can just see this, the sort of size difference. It's a good challenge from Adam Barr.
Yeah, it's Hale asking for the foul, but definitely ball first there.
The referee's getting it both ways. Marshall Hale asking for the foul, then Adam Barr also saying he's played that off Marshall Hale.
New might get onto this. It stays with Hartpury. It's a wild shot. Marshall Hale, I think he just saw that cross sights, but was a little bit off there.
I also think he thought the ball had gone out, so he was right on the line when he brought it down. And I think it's more of a just take a swing at it and get the ball, allows your team room to reset rather than Wessex being able to play quickly. I'm surprised they've not gone back to fly goalkeeper, because they had a lot of joy with it. Perhaps feel that they just have control of the ball at the moment.
Oh, great shot! Oh, it's against the post from the rebound. Adam Bart so close to his second. And that's a let-off for Hartpury. Flying challenge, and it's Wessex coming away. Oh, there's nobody there. Matthews looked up, but nobody on that right wing.
Have another look at this one. It's a fierce strike, and Adam Bard desperately unlucky. He's just got to get something on it, really, hasn't it? Which is what he's done. Strikes the woodwork. Closest Wessex have come to doing anything this half in front of goal.
And that really would have put the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it, if they'd have got a goal back. 3-2 with, what, 10:55 have got to play now.
They certainly look the more likely at the moment, don't they? Really playing the sort of last 5 minutes, really come into their own. As I say, they look like they're playing a more comfortable style through now having to chase the game.
However, gets away. Alex Hamill.
He's been a real threat all game, hasn't he?
For me, I think he's been the best player for Hartpury today.
Best player on the court in this, bar probably Ben O'Hanlon. He plays with a real pace and a desire. Really makes his team tick, I feel. They know he's a threat. He's someone they can trust. He's clever like that defensively. Body position's excellent. And then he's very quick in transition. He's looking to turn it around. And he has control all the time. They've certainly missed him so far this season.
Yeah, he's really been a pivotal player for Hartpury during this game. As Wessex go back to fly goalkeeper. Charlie Reid back on. That's not what they wanted. So Reid heads off and Hanlon comes back on. Into the final 10 minutes of the half. Oh, it's new. Great save. And that makes say Hartpury up at the other end. Oh, it's an own goal. That's really unlucky. Looking to cut out the pass. And unfortunately, it goes into their own net.
And this is the danger of the way that Wessex would now be forced to play. Because they were up high, because they were recovering, they're having to come back towards their own goal, and it's a real clever pass from Tyson that's deflected in off Buzida
who put it in. And you've got to feel sorry for him, because he's cutting out the pass. He knows there's a player free at the back post if it gets across to him, and just unluckily directs it into his own net.
Yeah. Difficult one. It's a blow for Wessex, who were certainly on top, weren't they?
Yep.
And now they have a mountain to climb with 9.5 minutes to go.
It's
the other danger of playing fly goalkeeper is...
Oh, and it's going to be 5. And Rico Zorkanayan gets his first goal of the game. The risk of fly goalkeeper.
Yeah, and they need to be careful now with this, because they're going to look to use it to try and play their way back in, but also they run the clock down by playing it, because the ball's in play an awful lot. So very, very quickly they could run out of time. This one, do you know, I've seen enough from Wessex in this half to believe this one's far from over. They just need to tidy up things a little bit, stop forcing it, keep moving the ball, get the ball to their dangerous players. But Hartpury have managed the game really well since going in front, going 3-1 in front, and yeah, really fortunate with those other two. But also, let's be honest, you make your own luck, don't you, in sport? And perhaps...
I mean, you have to look at how close Wessex have been. They've hit the woodwork a couple of times, but also... Oh, and they can hit it again.
Desperately unlucky there. Really clever little set piece to find Bazida. And he does well to get there before Wright.
And Bazida looking to make amends for the own goal by scoring one at the right end. Unfortunately hits the woodwork. He may get another opportunity here. Lays it off, and it's a really good block by Richards, and now Hartpury can come the other way. Bart taps it out, and it's come to life again in the game, end to end. O'Hanlon looking to play fly goalkeeper there as he raced forward, but he's sent back into the goal. Oh, great pass. Richards does well though to clean up. Nine gets it forward. Bar will cut that out. In fact, he leads it for O'Hanlon. Wessex look to build again. Bar back heels it. Bazida. Ramsey goes to the Bar. Drops it back for Ramsey. Now goes right hand side. Ramsey gets it back again. Good defensive shape from Hartpury. Not allowing Wessex to penetrate at the moment.
Yeah, it's comfortable, isn't it? Wessex not playing the game quick enough to really threaten Hartpury. Hartpury allowing them to play, but in areas where they're comfortable, they're happy. They're going to be happy with Adam Barr having the ball on the halfway line. Wessex going to have to up the ball speed to try and penetrate what is a real tight, deep diamond now.
And we're into the final 7 minutes as well. Wessex are going to have to start taking risks. Got Reed back on. Reed gets to the cross. Reed takes the shot, and that's high.
Yeah, sloppy one. Worked himself into a really good position there. Opened up. Have to hit the target. Have to force a save from Michael Wright.
It's cut out now. Is this a chance? Oh, that's wild. Had a bit more time than he thought there, I think, did Matt Hindle.
Yeah, definitely. Probably looking for Baradas and Duncombe to just give him a little bit more communication there to tell him that he had that time. It's a really good ball from Richards.
Picked up by Toure. Toure does well to win it back, but now Hindle gets away. Good running back.
Superb defending from Chris Bright.
Bright has the ball. Foul is given against Wessex.
Yeah, referee in a really good position, right over it. Just he saw something, I'm guessing it would be holding. Some sort of got a chunk of his shirt or his shorts or something. Yeah, one of them where referee's going to help himself and not give anything.
Oh, that's great play by Nine. Comes across. Oh, it's over. It was on a plate there for Usman Toure, and he blazes over from about 3 yards out.
That should be 6. Fantastic first from Zulkarnayan to find Chris Bright, and the composure. The touch is excellent. The composure to find that pass. And unfortunately, Usman Toure couldn't match Chris Bright's composure from about 4 metres out.
Oh, that's a loose pass, and now here's the opportunity again, and it's just over. Chris Bright.
Wessex creating their own problems at the moment. Just not moving fast enough. The ball's very slow. It's too easy to defend. And they're finding out the hard way that life in Tier 1 isn't all sunshine and roses.
Jack Duncan, he's not happy with himself as he let that run under his foot, slaps the court in frustration. Goes out. Wessex have the ball again, but played probably a little bit too quickly. They have more time, but Matthews has it. Great save. Best chance for Wessex for a while.
Yeah, really good from Jordan Matthews. Fierce strike as well. I don't know how much Wright knew about it, but he got something on it. That's the most important thing for Hartpury.
Let's watch it again.
He was alert, Matthews, wasn't he?
Caught it beautifully.
Wright just got behind it more than anything. Now for the first time, an outfield player will play with the fly goalkeeper's shirt for Wessex.
Max Jenkins there. Comes in, Jenkins goes to meet the ball, but it goes out.
Yeah,
it's a Wessex ball.
Jenkins did well actually, because once he's in that situation, he's got to go and engage.
Here's Bart. Gets it back. Goes on the right hand side. He's going to come across, but good defending there by Chris Brighton. Concedes the corner. Matthews comes right across, but it will be Hartpury's ball as Jenkins races off and O'Hanlon goes back into the goal.
He is, but he'll be disappointed because they need the ball in play. They need possession of the ball. And at the moment, Hartpury just happy to tick this game by.
And they're just playing it off Wessex players into touch. Down to 3:22 remaining in the second half, and Hartpury look quite comfortable now at 5-1. Time the enemy of Wessex at the moment. Carried away by Duncan. Have the quick kick in with Chris Bright. Goes back to Mackinnon. Mackinnon has it again. Haynor, well blocked. It's Bright. If he'd have received the ball, was completely clean through. Draws the pass. Draws the foul, sorry.
It's Hartpury's first foul of the game with just under 3 minutes left on the clock.
That's an incredibly disciplined performance. Bar has to go back to O'Hanlon. Nice pass by O'Hanlon. Still Wessex's ball. Corner. Taken by Hindle. Hindle goes back to Bart. Bart goes across to Matthews. Back to Bart. Matthews again. Fly goalkeeper once again for Wessex. Good disciplined defence by Hartpury though, just no openings for Wessex to exploit.
And this is what we were saying probably 5 minutes ago. Wessex need to move that ball much quicker because Hartpury have a real tight diamond they're quite comfortable with. They're quite happy to go and they're happy to defend this out. And we've seen them do it all game. They've sat off, haven't they? And they'll work hard, but
Jenkins just letting the ball get away from him. He gets away with it, though. And he will stay on as fly goalkeeper. Pass comes to Matthews.
It's very, very easy for Hartpury to defend because it's too slow. It's just far too slow. They're not moving the ball anywhere near quick enough to penetrate with it.
Got the corner, but the only real option there for Barr was to try a shot at net, but from halfway it's going to take a spectacular shot to score from there.
That's it. They've not created enough, and they should. There's players on this court for Wessex who could be doing more in terms of creativity. I think they'll be disappointed with themselves. They've been far from their best.
Stick with the fly goalkeeper. There's a chance there with the empty net. Went well wide. Hartpury. Just go out. So still Wessex's ball. Into the final minute of the game now. It's Matthews. Fires it in. It's right with the save, but at the expense of a corner.
It's the first real shooting opportunity they've created on fly goalkeeper, and just from a kick-in. It's a simple roll in and shot. I think they'll be incredibly disappointed with the way that they've played at times today. Much better side than this performance shows. But let's give some credit to Hartpury as well, who've defended with a lot of discipline, taken chances when they've come their way, and very much played the game to their strengths. They've slowed the game down. They've made it difficult for Wessex in these sorts of positions to have any space.
Here's Bart. Can Wessex get the consolation to finish the game? Still great defence by Hartpury, and that's what's happened. It's too much of that where they've just run out of options and the ball's gone out of play. And with 20 seconds left, Hartpury can just run this down now. We'll go back to fly goalkeeper at Wessex as they have the ball in touch. Jenkins coming back. Jenkins has the ball now.
He's touched that twice in his own half. Saying, again, unforced error. So as a goalkeeper, once he's had it, he can't have it again until he's crossed the halfway line. Really sloppy one.
Hartpury. Oh, nice play, but it's cleared away. Just let it run out. 2 seconds to go. So this one almost over. Goes long, but it's headed out, and that is the last play of the game. It's a 5-1 victory for Hartpury against Wessex. Hartpury get their first points of the season. Wessex wait for theirs once again. It was scrappy at times. There was some quality at times. Certainly some great goalkeeping at times as well.
Yeah, I think Ben O'Hanlon will feel really aggrieved to be on the losing side after putting in that performance. His teammates have probably not given him enough in front of him and allowed him he's faced far too many shots in that. But let's give Hartpury some credit about the way that they've approached that game. They had a game plan, they stuck to it, they performed it with a lot of discipline and a lot of quality at times, just happy to drop off, happy to almost secure space, and then when they got their opportunities, they took them.
Certainly did. Well, we are going to take a break here. Matt, I believe you're going solo for the rest of the afternoon.
Not solo, no. I've got co-coms coming in, so former England goalkeeper Jez Paulson will be joining me. But yeah, I'll certainly be taking the main mic, let's say, for the afternoon.
It's been a pleasure to announce these 2 games with you. I really enjoyed it, so thank you for your company.
Yeah, no problem. Great to work with you.
Yeah, and there are 2 more games to come where Matt will be on the helm as play-by-play commentator. 2:10, London Helvecia against Manchester, and then 4:15, Bloomsbury against Bolton. Don't go away, plenty more action to come.
Hello and welcome back to the David Ross Sports Village here at the University of Nottingham. We're on game number 3 of the day as London Helvecia, today's hosts, unbelievably, take on Manchester Futsal Club, a repeat of last year's final and a real mouth-watering encounter. Quick run through the two sides. For Helvecia, they start with Dimar Lahas in goal. Edu Tijerin, Ivan Ju, Claudio Ribeiro and Denison Moreira are their starting 5. They welcome Liam Palfreyman back into their squad, while new signing Lewis Scott makes his debut following his transfer from Birmingham. For the visitors, Jens Kruins is the goalkeeper. An injury-ravaged Manchester have a number of players out, and it's their third choice keeper who starts today. He's joined in the starting team by Jordan Edge, Harry Tozer, Scott Thompson and Uriel Araujo against his former club. As we say, Jeff Adubafor and Miles Chadwick named in their squad today, making up their 12, but neither will feature due to injuries. Today's referees, Mark Burkett and Peter Nurse, FIFA referees. Peter recently back from the Under-19s Championships, while Sophie Jackson is the timekeeper. There's also been a change in the commentary box as I welcome former England's international goalkeeper and Derby's number 1, Jez Paulson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it, really. Last season's final, and it was a close encounter then, and I can imagine it'd be a close encounter today.
Yeah, it's certainly the one that it stood out on paper, didn't it? But I suppose we've got a couple of injuries to Manchester. It does make a little bit of a difference to what they would hope to do in this game.
Yeah, definitely. They're a strong team, Manchester. Don't doubt us that. But Helvecia have a high quality, and you've got to be on your game against these big teams. And Manchester today, they've got a big task on their hands, and hopefully they show what they're about. But it's going to be a difficult task, as you say. They've got the third choice goalkeeper in Jans, missing Mars and Kai. But you never know. It's down to the players on the pitch in the 40 minutes to put in what they can.
Referee's just running through final checks, and it will be the champions Helvecia who get us underway. As we said, as we touched on, they beat Manchester in the playoff final last year. They're 4 from 4 in their 4 games for this season, and they have scored 38 goals so far this season. Number of injuries have littered the start to their season, but are starting to get players back, starting to build strength, and as they do so well, they know just when to hit the form at the right time and into these crucial games. It'll be Ribeiro who gets us underway. Mark Burkett checking his watch. And here we go. Uncharacteristic. Helvecia give the ball away under no real pressure. It's Edge. Thompson back to Edge. Tijerin. First chance of the game. Good save from Cummins, makeshift keeper. Straight away, Helvecia keeping that pressure on, looking to break through. Here's Jew. Just over the bar.
30 seconds gone and 2 chances already from Helvecia.
And it's easy to see why they score so many goals, isn't it? Straight away. Even despite giving away possession, they've got the 2 chances in there. They've forced a good save, and then Ivan Ju, the captain, will be disappointed not to have hit the target. Edge looking for Tozer with that long diagonal. You see Lahaz straight away coming out of his goal for the press breaker. Isn't really any pressure on here. Probably will just drop back in, but he'll stay there anyway. He loves that position. He quite often will go and join in. Tijerin finds his captain Jew. Manchester sitting half court here against the fly goalkeeper. Here's Denison, back to Tijerin. Here's Jew.
Just keeps them on the toes, doesn't it? That fly, and then they just come back out of it.
That's what they're looking for, isn't it? Just really looking to pin Manchester back in, and then quite happy to just rotate and move that ball. We'll see so many times, and we've seen it time and time again with Helvecia, that they will just keep moving. Long ball looking for Thompson. No touch there, so Helvecia ball. Good goalkeeping from the Huss.
That's what you're looking to do, just sweeping up behind, aren't you? When you've got a high press like that, the keeper just to come through, sweep up and mop up anything over the top.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting actually having you in here today, Jez, and to talk a little bit more about the keepers and their positioning and things like that, because a lot of it from a coach's point of view and ours is Jew just wins that ball with a loose one and keeps possession, and Helvecia will keep it turning. Tijerin, nice touch past Araujo down the line, just out of play for Ribeiro. But no, just go back to it. It'll be interesting to look at goalkeeper's position and talk about some of the things that we see from them that perhaps an outfield player or a coach, pretend player like myself, would think of. Ribeiro intercepts. Helvecia working really hard just to maintain possession, keep Manchester moving.
The intensity is quick and fast in it by Helvecia. And they're just breaking them down slowly and just getting them little pockets in the middle, and that's where they're creating the chances, isn't it, so far?
And again, good pressure from Jew to win that ball back. Ball breaks to Edu Tijerin. Jew finds Ribeiro on the left. Ribeiro 1v1 with Edge, skips past him, finds Tijerin, good chance, really good save from Cummins. The third choice keeper has been called upon twice. 2 good moments for him.
I think Moreira was just stood there watching a bit. I think if he'd stayed in back post, a bit more on his toes, he could have got himself a little, maybe could have just slid in and got a tap in.
Here is Moreira, back to Jew. Ribeiro again wide on this left. That position he loves to find himself in. Oh, sloppy one. Does well to recover straight away. Chance. Good block from Araujo into the Helvecia corner.
That's where these top teams are good, because they've got counted on there, Helvecia, but they can win the ball back quickly and then counter off the counter as well. And Manchester then have got to either finish the play or keep possession of the ball. They can't lose the ball when they're man down then in the defensive third from being counted on.
Is Dennison wide to Jew, back into Dennison in that fixed position, finds Ribeiro again. Good defending from Jordan Edge to cover. So important, isn't it, from the back man to know when to step out of that position.
Yeah, you've got to mop up and be hard and be tough, and you can't be beaten there. The last line of defence, you've got to be strong.
Dennison looking for a shot. Good save, Cummins.
It's a very good save, actually. He's got the bodies in front of him, and I think he saw that one quite late, and he stood firm, strong arm, and it's a good save.
He felt the effects of that one afterwards as well. Slightly off balance. Here's Tijerin again. Into the corner. Helvecia piling on the pressure early on. And what we see so often, Jez, with this Helvecia team is they're quite happy, aren't they, just to keep turning the screw, not panicking, happy to grind you down. Here's Ribeiro again. Nice little 1-2. Just doesn't quite run for him. Araujo goes 1v1, beats 2. Here we go, chance for Manchester. Thompson!
It's a big chance, isn't it? Big chance.
Just over, should hit the target. It's a great chance, isn't it? Araujo does so well on that right-hand side as we look. Wriggles past 2 challengers, and then the weight of his pass is excellent. And Thompson just can't keep that shot down. Really big chance, and against these teams, you have to take them, don't you?
You were just talking about the relentless of Helvecia and the pressure they apply. And when you get them opportunities, you've got to be clinical and take them. They don't come often, and a 2v1 like that, it's a big, big opportunity.
Here's Liam Palfreyman, first minutes of his season. Wide to Ribeiro, inside to his captain Jew. Back to Palfreyman, plays down the line for Dennison, inside again for Ribeiro. Good from Helvecia. Again, here's Jew on the right. Switches to the left of Dennison. Here's Ribeiro, great diagonal that. Araujo will be disappointed. And in the end, Manchester just about doing enough defensively.
The movement was good off the ball there by Ribeiro. He just did a little spin and turn and found himself open for that lob pass ball over the top, but couldn't capitalise on it.
Here's Barnes, his first showing of the game so far. Araujo into Tozer. Good opening. Asking for a corner, but no real touch. Referee Mark Burkett signals goal clearance. Demar Lahaz not had many touches. Gets one here. Plays shot for Vinicius Sampaio, his Palfreyman. Dennison 1v1 with Scott Thompson. Goes inside and across the Palfreyman. Down the line for Vinicius. It's cut out by Barnes. Good breakaway. Here's another 2v1. Great save, Lahaz. Still alive. Good tackle from Palfreyman. Great defending, Helvecia. The move's still there. And it finishes with a foul on Dennison. Some really good, first of all, really good save from Lahaz.
Yeah, it was good save down low, wasn't it? Left foot. Yeah. Sometimes there you're a bit on your heels when it comes a bit closer to you. But he did well. He was light on his toes. It was a good save. Very good save.
And Manchester will be disappointed with that foul there, won't they? Because it's a sloppy one in the corner. They've got pressure on. They've had a good spell of play and let Helvecia off a little bit.
They've let him off, and it's a yellow card as well for Araujo. So it just deflated a bit of that pressure they had. They caught them up there in that top end, and you just sort of let everything unwind again with that spell. Just a little bit of treatment for the player and the booking.
We see Sam Richardson and Danny Stapleton enter the court for the first time today. Again, another sloppy one from Helvecia with the square ball. Thompson, as we've seen a couple of times, on his toes. Demar Lahaz called upon, sweeping up well.
It was a good high line that Lahaz took up there, actually, and it was just a couple of steps and managed to deal with the threat.
Yeah, when a team's pressing like that, starting position is so important for you as a goalkeeper, isn't it?
It is, and I try and take as high line as I possibly can. But obviously it just leaves that threat over the top, really, at times, which you've got to deal with.
Again, another foul by Barnes on Dennison. Just relieves some pressure for Helvecia.
Against these top teams, I think you can't waste the foul count either. You really want to put a bit of pressure on Helvecia and make them, forcing them into fouls, and that's your opportunity to get the 10-metre penalty. But when yourselves are in it, it's just a bit sloppy, really, and they're not fully focused on maybe just blocking and rather than actually tackling and forcing the tackle and giving the foul away.
Good work from Richardson to win it back first of all. Stapleton now 1v1, comes down the line and he wins the corner. Good defending from Dennison, great work. Powerful running, Danny Stapleton there.
Just getting into this game now, aren't they, Manchester? They've had a few opportunities now, calling upon what defensively Helvecia can offer.
Stapleton, well blocked. Good challenge as well, recovers well. Important challenge, and he meant that, and you hear the roar from Manchester's bench.
He's got away with one there as well, because he did a little shirt pull in the middle prior to the actual tackle. He's been a bit cute there. He's got away with it, and it's actually ended up in a yellow card for Helvecia's Ribeiro for arguing the case.
Yeah, Danny Stapleton, that kind of player, we see it time and time again. Will put his body on the line, will make those tackles, lives life on the edge, let's say. And Ribeiro not happy and ends up with a yellow card. Mark Burkett not prepared to hear too many voices in this one.
I think it was actually Mark that could have seen that foul potentially. It was from his angle where looking through. It's another great save by some strong hands, left hand by Jans.
Yeah, and he's felt that one as well, but it's a really good save, isn't it? So it's good from Manchester, switching left to right. Lucky Lahaz again, that high starting position gives him time to almost intercept that and play forwards.
He also did well because he did that first time pass through as well, so he's not panicked, kicked through it. He's found his player and they managed to keep possession from it.
Here's Lewis Scott. First minutes on court, wide to Dennison, back to Palfreyman. Scott again. Nice little rotation from Dennison, and then the block gives Palfreyman room to play.
I think Scott's a good addition to Helvecia. I play with him at Birmingham, and just a different dimension that he could offer to Helvecia, and see how he gets on this season with them.
Deflection, another good save from Cummins. Yeah, as you say, interesting signing, not one we necessarily saw happening, but proven at this level, being a big part of a Birmingham team that were disappointed to get relegated last season. And here he is. Looks for Ribeiro. Good challenge again from Stapleton. Strong. Here's Barnes. Finds Edge. Edge clever, wins the kick in.
Seem a lot more comfortable on the ball now, don't they? We're happy enough to keep a bit of possession, and that's what you need. You can't be defending for the whole 40 minutes. You need a bit of possession to give you that mental break, as well as trying to break down the opposition.
It's important as well, isn't it? Because so many times when you do defend for long periods, when you need to step out, as we saw in the last game, Wessex just couldn't do it. They defended for too long in the game almost, to then try and play a different way is really tough.
You always find these teams as well, when they're under pressure for a long spell, as soon as they get the ball, they're too eager to go forward and they just lose possession too quickly.
It's about being patient, isn't it? Here's Raul Radulescu for the first time. Jordan Edge. Richardson back to Edge. Edge looking to go 1v1, not on. Richardson's block gives him some room to play. Radulescu again. Richardson wide to Tozer. Here's Edge in the left. Good challenge from Dennison. And it's a Manchester kick in. Within 10 metres of their goal, the intensity of the Helvecia defending is really important, isn't it? But it's controlled with it.
It's controlled aggression, and they're blocking, they're closing down, their body shape. And Manchester are a good team on the ball. We played against them this season, and they're really good as a 4 rotation. Is very good. It's very quick, but you've got to be sharp, quick with your passing when you're playing against a team that's so aggressive with their defending.
Edge looking to that back post. Souza. Thompson recovers it. Looks for Radulescu. Strong challenge. No foul. Here's Edge coming over halfway. Again looking for the cute one at the second post. Just not quite on the same wavelength. There, Raul Radulescu.
The gap did open up there. You could see what he was trying, couldn't you? And just didn't quite come off.
No, and here's Helvecia again, looking to take back some control in this game. Scott, 3 in line wide to Dennison on this right-hand side. Good pressure again from Scott Thompson. It's been a real bright spot for Manchester so far. Palfreyman trying to penetrate with the run. Finds him. Good effort. And Jans Cummins happy to let it go wide of his left hand upright.
I think Helvecia just done well there. They've just stretched the game ever so slightly, causing Manchester just to be pulled out of position a bit. They're allowing the ball too freely across the pitch, and then it opened up the line ball down the straight ahead of them. And that's where they got the opportunity from.
Yeah, really clever movement from Liam Palfreyman, wasn't it, to create that parallel pass. Shirt pull there in the middle. Yeah, the referee spots it.
It's come from a straight ball down that middle of the pitch. And again, when you're under pressure against a good defensive team, it's a bit of a hospital type pass. It's got to be directly to the player and firm in order to come straight through that middle. Otherwise, it just gets too easily intercepted.
I'm going to say, yeah, Raul Radulescu doesn't want to be receiving that ball with his back to the opposition goal, does he? Dead centre of the court. Any loose touch can result in a problem, and as we see, it's a foul. And that's 3, with still 10 minutes left in this half. It's probably what you were talking about earlier, and where they've not had possession for a little bit, and then once they've got it, they've tried to play forwards too quickly, haven't they?
That's that eagerness bit, and you've got to be controlled mentally to just be happy to keep possession of the ball. And sometimes it means that you've got to take an extra touch to sort of back towards your goal to create that space to create the pass, and it may be not the forward one first.
Here's Cummins, finds Thompson, good pass. Yeah. Thought he trapped himself. Thompson does well, keeps the ball in as well, keeps the move alive. Souza and Araujo not quite on the same page. You could see the idea though, looking to switch that ball left to right. Do surrender possession. Here's Palfreyman.
They just double man the pressing again. They've got 2 players against 1, and it's hard to find that pass and get your head up to look to find the pass when you've got 2 men on you.
Yeah, and it's one of those big things that you talk about, isn't it? And I know certainly we have these conversations probably on a weekly basis about putting that pressure on and making sure that that pass doesn't get through. And in this sort of situation now, Lewis Scott a lot of time to be able to pick his passes. Same for Dennison. And maybe sometimes it's in the right areas, applying that pressure to stop things, isn't it?
I just like Thompson to step up a bit higher and engage a bit more. And the ball across the pitch is too easy. And again, they're creating the space now, Helvecia. They're getting a lot more opportunity than back second post shots. They're coming off a lot more now.
Yeah, Lewis Scott will be really disappointed there because it's a really good ball from Edu Tiharin, and Scott inches away from it. Foul from June, no. Referee says no. Waves play on, and here's Palfreyman. Finds his captain. Tiharin wide on the left. Here's Dennison. Played a lot of minutes so far in this game. Looks for Jew. Jew, I'm not sure if it was a shot or a pass. Probably caught in 2 minds, and some Manchester kicking.
Again, that chance came from the 3 Manchester top men. On the straight line, and you can easily switch the play then. They do need to step a bit higher to sort of force that pass backwards before they can go across, rather than that straight one straight across.
Barnes, Araujo, always eager to go 1v1. Looks for Barnes, Dennison sweeps it well. And again, Manchester very, very deep now. Here's Palfreyman. And here we see, as you say, looking to come a little bit higher, but still a little bit passive, isn't it, with that press?
Yeah, it's not intense enough in my liking there. They need to apply a bit more pressure, because he was allowed the time to turn, open up and look up. In that time, you should be on him, closing him down, not allowing him to turn and even get his head up, and that's where you can force them back, hopefully with the intention to regain possession.
And they've been fortunate probably so far that Helvecia haven't created clear to cut chances. Here's Barnes looking for the long diagonal. Shooting opportunity for Araujo, and it's another Manchester corner. Some good.
It's a nice hold-up play there, wasn't it? He held it up, offloaded it for that first-time shot.
Yeah, really good hold-up play from Adam Sudworth. I think a little bit confusion. Our team sheet shows 2 number 3s and no number 2s. So we'll take a guess. Apologies if we've got it wrong. But here's another Manchester corner even. Araujo over it. Looks for his number 2. And shooting opportunity comes to nothing. The decision making's got to be so good in those sorts of situations.
You've got to be testing the keeper there. You've got to be working the target. You're probably about 8-9 metres away, and it was a bit of a loose shot really. And again, we talk about the pressure you're applying when you're under pressure yourself. It seems to just deflate a bit when you give the fouls away, when you don't really get a shot off, and then you're back defending again.
It's Tiharin looking for Jew. Again, able to carry the ball sort of 5-6 metres with no pressure. Here's Leandro Paiva on court for the first time. Tiharin looks across goal. Jew not quite there, knows he should be. Immediately apologising.
Another good opportunity, that back post, wasn't it? A bit on the heels again, and it could be a simple tap in.
And Helvecia worked the ball really well right to left, created that chance. No surprise that Manchester calling a timeout here. It looks like the message from the bench is going to be along there. Like you'd imagine, wouldn't you, that it's along the lines of that pressure. Can we apply a little bit more pressure? Can we not rush it when we've got it? But it also, of course, gives Helvecia time to almost talk. And we know a coach of the experience of Enrique Guillen. He's measured, he's calm, and he'll have a strategy in place for whatever Manchester do.
I think it's a good just mental breather for a minute for Manchester. You've got the times and spells where you're under the cosh against a good experienced team. You've got to just have that moment to sort of allow your time to sort of get ready again, get your mind back on it, and you've got to defend for another 9-10 minutes. What's left of it, but it's a long time. It's a long time, and the 3 previous meetings from last season, they're all tight at half time. There's either one goal in it, or in the playoff final it was a draw at 2-2. So they're always tight fixtures, these, and one little moment where you switch off could cost you.
What Manchester do so well is stay in games, don't they? And even when they're up against it in games, they manage to somehow keep themselves in it. That's a clever ball, because Edge under a lot of pressure.
That's what you got to do when you're a good team like Manchester are. When you're not at it, or when you're playing a good team as well, you've always got to stay in the game, and you always got to have that bit of glimmer of hope. If it's not going your way and what's gone so far, you've got to be in touching distance, and you never know what can happen in games.
Naive foul there.
Again, it's a foul that you should never give away, really. You're too eager, you're jumping into a tackle which you're never going to win.
It's exactly what Leandro Pava wants, isn't it? He's 1v1, he wants to draw that challenge and win that free kick in that situation. He wants you to commit because he's round you. And yeah, sloppy one, and they're up to 4.
It's a foul that you're giving away on the halfway line with all your players behind you.
Yeah.
So there's no real need. Even if he does beat you, you've still got your winger behind you to protect you.
Here is Pava. Wide to Dennison. Dennison tries to skip inside. Good challenge. It's Pava again, looking to go 1v1. Clever crossfield ball for Tihurin. He'll look to win something. Edged as well. Just happy to clear his lines, and Dimar Lahas will pick up deep inside his own half.
I'd like to see that clearance just down the line, and maybe it can take a nick, or you've got to kick in. You've given it straight down the middle, straight to the keeper, and they're back playing again.
Yeah, just fine margins sometimes, isn't it? As you say, if that ball's down the line, you never know what can come out of that. Just relieving pressure, whereas the way Edge played that one forward, sometimes it just comes straight back. And yeah, as you say, everybody needs a breather in the game at times. Here's Thompson. Barnes makes a clever run, just couldn't quite bring it under control. Good idea though.
Just finding that out ball, aren't they? It was on. It had the space, but just the execution wasn't quite there.
Here's Ribeiro, smart turn. Will keep the move alive. Comes back for Tihurin. Now out of play. And Helvecia immediately back in. Some smart gamesmanship from Tihurin there, just to tow that ball away, wasn't it, beforehand? Allows his team a chance to just drop. Here's Dew. Pava back to his captain. He'll look wide to the left and Tihurin. He's going to look to go 1v1. Again, good covering from Jordan Edge.
Nice strong tackle, isn't it?
Yeah, backs up his manager well. Sam Richardson, the player coach of Manchester. One of the most experienced players in the game now. I'm sure you've played against him many times.
Yeah, I've played against him many times, and I still can remember the playoff semi-final at St George's Park. And there's a nice iconic photo of him scoring against us, and we're in disarray. But very good player, very experienced. He knows the game inside out, and that's what you need on the pitch in big games like this, with your experienced, strong players to manage the other players through it.
It's Dew. Tihurin plays the parallel for Pava, and good block, ends up with a Helvecia kick-in. Again, that's 3 or 4 times now where Helvecia found good balls into that second post area and no one's gambled.
I think he was expecting the ball to come back out, because he held quite a wide position there, and he obviously didn't make the run to the back post, but they have been caked in quite wide the last few possessions of the ball, Helvecia. And I think they are just trying to stretch the play a bit and forcing the Manchester players just to run that extra couple of metres in order to close down, and hopefully with their intention of having a bit of time on the ball a bit more.
certainly feels like they are up in the ante, so to speak. Things speeding up. He needs to be careful. Ribeiro already on a yellow, could be in trouble here, lunging in.
I think he's making the most of the tackle, obviously with the intention to try and get a yellow card. I think it's a foul. I don't think it's anything more, but it'll definitely be his final warning.
Yeah, and I think referee Peter Nurse, experienced, knows that. Jordan Edge, a bit of gamesmanship, part of his game that we know he has, and there's nothing wrong with him.
I think I'll be doing the same.
You would definitely be doing the same. Yeah, Edge shaking off any ill effects of that one. Let me just take another look. It's just a loose one, isn't it? There you go. It is a foul. It's from behind, but not a lot of contact.
He's got to be careful though.
He has. He's on a booking. Loose one, good challenge from Tiharin. Here's Palfreyman. Looks for Tiharin. And in the end, chance comes to nothing. That is a really good opening for this Helvecia team. It's
a really good chance, and Stapleton's took a bit of a bad touch in that middle of the pitch. He's held his hand up and acknowledged it, and that's where it's all stemmed from. And then they've counted off the back of it, and they should be punishing them.
Edge with the kick in then. Goes back for Tozer. Receives it back, looks for Richardson down the line. Nice little 1-2, and here's a good opportunity. Edge looking for Stapleton, intercepted by Tiharin, and straight away looking to turn this game around. Ribeiro was gone so quickly.
With the foul count on 4 there, that's the type of time and opportunity when you do lose possession. You want to give away a foul to just sort of regroup and stop the counter-attack, but on 4 fouls you can't be doing it, and that's where Helvecia have got to take advantage of the foul count for them now. They've got 4 minutes. Can they entice a couple more fouls off them, or can they counter where they can't have that little professional foul to stop them?
Another loose one there from Sam Richardson, looking to play through the middle. As we say, it's a tactic Manchester look to play, isn't it? But when it doesn't come off, that risk element of it, it's coming back the other way and ends up in another corner.
That's just deflated it a bit there. I'm not sure what he's quite trying.
Yeah, I don't think Dennison quite intended that, did he? And Jens Crummins will be happy to, I'm sure, take the breather and try and build something from this goal clearance. Looks for Richardson. Tough one to control. It ends up back with Lahuz, and Manchester will be happy in this position.
I felt for Jansen, the keeper, the goal clearance, and one player moved, and the press break wasn't really any movement offering from anyone else, and it was a bad throw really, but he wasn't really offered much else. And again, it's another opportunity then for Helvecia.
Yeah, really good opportunity as well, and the reliable Claudio Ribeiro you would expect to score or at least hit the target in that position, doesn't. And again, similar, the press break, Danny Stapleton moving, nobody else really doing anything. That's good. And here's Tozer, 1v1 with Palfreyman, looking for Stapleton. Lahuz did well, read the dummy. Helvecia will look to play out through Dennison. Finds Ribeiro down the line with a clever flick. Palfreyman wide left, 1v1 with Tozer. Looks for Tiharin. Back for Dennison, shooting opportunity, no, blocked. Palfreyman keeps it alive. And a loose one in the end from Edu Tiharin. Those 2 good opportunities, one either end.
Yeah, and they've done well there, Manchester, in the end, because they had the chance, Helvecia, but I'd be quite happy and comfortable as a keeper there from them shooting there. It's on his weak foot. But Manchester, again, they've just turned it up slightly, a bit more on the ball, trying to play passes which, when they come off, they're good, but they've got to be making sure that either the ball goes out of play and they can't get counted on.
Ribeiro skips past Richardson, looking for that second post where Palfreyman was, and Crummins on hand. Here comes the counter. Tozer gets a shot away. Good save, Lahuz. And that's exactly what you were talking about.
It was a good foot by Jansen for that block, because I think it was a tap in, and they've done well to force a save off Lahuz.
And that is that counter situation that we were talking about the other way, that through Helvecia not killing that move, Manchester are able to counter. And another good save from Lahuz, because similar, It was a back post opportunity, but here's Ribeiro. Finds Pelfreyman. Keeps it alive. Good save from Cummins again and again. Well, he's looking anything but a third choice stopper at the moment. He'll be loving this, won't he, as well?
Oh, he's got his opportunity, and it's against a great team, and it's one of those games where you just know that you're going to be involved in, and as a keeper, you want to thrive on it and show what you're about. Just becoming a bit stretched with the game now, isn't it? And there's opportunities both ways, and it's going to suit Helvecia a bit more because that's their intensity that they play at. But when it is stretched like that, Manchester, that's their opportunity where they're probably at ease at probably potentially scoring a bit more freely.
Here we go, good opportunity. What a strike! Fantastic goal for Manchester, and as you speak, Jez, from back to front, they break away, and it is Jake Barnes, who toes it in. Fantastic move, and here he is at the second post. Lahaz with no chance on that one.
As I say, it came stretched, and the opportunity arose when they were countering again down that wing, and Barnes really, all he had to do was hit the target and he scores.
It's a really good Manchester move, isn't it? And they take first blood 18 minutes into this game. And so far, stout defending and a good goalkeeping display has given them a real good foothold, hasn't it, to build from.
Barnes has done well as well. You've got to hit the target, but he's actually opted for the keeper's legs. So sometimes as a keeper, that's the hardest point to actually defend. And he scored 2 against York last game, and he's got himself on the score sheet again today.
Yeah, new addition, Jake Barnes, to this Manchester team. Product of their academy programme. Here's Scott Thompson, another one. Comes forward and wins another corner. Good play from Thompson. He's been bright all game.
Yeah, and you've got 75 seconds left of the first half, and you want to be going now in at half-time 1-0 up, and obviously if anything else can happen in that time is a bonus, really. But
it's where they'd want to be playing the game, isn't it, with this stage on the clock. Good opportunity, good challenge from Lewis Scott. Araujo somehow keeps it alive, but it ends in a goal clearance.
Helvecia won't be panicking yet, though, will they? They've got the mentality of that they just carry on doing what they're doing. They know they've had opportunities earlier on in the half, which hasn't quite come off. But they ain't going to panic yet.
Yeah, the sider's experience of this just keeps probing and will wait for those chances to come. And they know, as we've seen, they create so many. Ribeiro looking for one there.
I think he's got away with it because I think it's handball. He's looking for the little bit of simulation again, trying to get out 5th foul. He's a lucky boy.
Yeah, he does need to be careful on that yellow card as well. I think that was what Scott Thompson was asking Peter Nurse.
Sometimes I think that the referee shies away with that last little booking, and when he's already on one, it just plays on their mind, I think, as well. But I think he's very lucky.
Here's Barnes, the goal scorer. Looks for Araujo, 1v1 with Scott. Ooh, heavy landing. Heavy landing. Maybe a little bit too much contact from Lewis Scott. Araujo seems okay. He's slammed into the boards there, hasn't he?
Again, what we said, 27 seconds now left on the clock, and they're in the area that they want to be, Manchester. And obviously you want to try and create an opening from the position, but you want to see out the first half.
Take another look at it. Yeah, just that arm, wasn't it? Up. A little bit too much force maybe in the challenge.
Yeah, again, I don't think it was required really in the position in the pitch. You just sort of shimmer him out, really.
And Manchester will be quite happy, as you say, with just under 30 seconds left, to be playing the game in the Helvecia half. Araujo finds edge to Barnes. Clever pass, and here is Araujo. Comes inside, he's going to look for a shot on that left foot. Is he? Wins a corner, good block.
They've done well there, they've clocked down the time there, and they've still got a chance off, got an opening, and they've still got a corner from it. I'll just go back to the goalkeeper now.
Yeah,
and see out the time.
They're going to be quite happy to see this game out, aren't they, as we've seen. And so far, it is Manchester who have got the lead. A Jake Barnes goal is the difference in this one. Two very, very good sides probing away, and this one's lived up to the pre-match hype.
Yeah, I was going to say all 3 games from that season were tight. 1-0 Helvecia, 2-1 Helvecia, 2-2. It's the first time Manchester actually going in, actually up at half-time, but we always knew it was going to be quite a close contest.
So don't go away. There's a short break for half-time as the players come off, and we'll be back with you in around 10 minutes' time. See you then. welcome back then for the second half in this one. Manchester, of course, leading through that Jake Barnes goal, 1-0 at half-time. And they'll be really happy with that after some tough moments for them, where Helvecia were probing and did have some good opportunities, didn't they?
Yeah, you can imagine at half-time they'll be saying to Manchester, you've got to be out there now and defending for your lives, but you've got a lead now, and that's vitally important, I always find. If you've got a lead and you can hold on to, it gives you that bit of added extra just to keep pushing and pushing all the way through.
We're underway then. What do you think the message will be from Enrique Guillen to his Helvecia side?
I think keeping the ball speed and the intensity on their play, like what they have been, and it's not as if they haven't been creating opportunities, Helvecia. It's just that bit of quality in terms of that back post run for the tap in or hitting the corners. Like Jans has made good saves, but they've been down sort of the middle part of the goal. Got to hit the corners.
Yeah, we were talking off air, weren't we, about the performance that he put in, and as you say, a number of the saves have been ones he should be making. There's nothing away from him. He's stepped in and done a job, hasn't he?
Well, you can only save what's being put at you, and if it's down the middle, you still got to save it. But as a keeper, you'll be happy enough that's where they are.
There's Araujo looking for Thompson and immediately looking for that diagonal in behind Tijerin and Dennison. Cut out. Helvecia happy to recycle.
I think that's where Manchester's got to be clever now. Now that they've got the lead, do they risk them balls, them diagonal ones where they can get intercepted and cut out? They've got to be hit properly and firm, so they've got to make the man.
Yeah, no need to force things, is there, when you're in front? And as you say, make sure it's happening. If it's on, make sure we're playing it. But if not, how many times do you see that where teams will give the ball away and it ends up giving somebody a route back in?
That's where you rely on their experienced players to get that message across to the players on the pitch.
Another Manchester kick in then. Raho inside for Tozer. Comes across, good challenge from Dennison. Tozer again, back to Thompson. Thompson looking to stretch the court with Araujo. Nearly got himself in trouble, somehow wriggles free, and here we go. It's a good opportunity, should score. Good save from Lahaz, but he's straight at him. Still alive, that's a great save.
That's another great save.
And I tell you what, the Helvecia keeper is kept his team in this one there, because so a couple of really smart stops after one where Jordan Edge should score.
Oh, we said it before, against a good opposition you've got to be taking your chances, and that's a prime example there. Two really good opportunities, and the goalkeeping's excellent. He was alert, quick, up for that third save that he made in quick succession.
And that move came from Uriel Araujo taking a bit of a risk really on the halfway line and trying to beat a couple of players. It's not a risk you necessarily want to take when you're 1-0 up, is it? Against this team?
It's not. But they came fortunate out from possession of the ball. And it's similar to now. It's a 3v2 opportunity. You've got to be clinical.
Good defending from Jew, but yeah, as you say, got to take those opportunities, haven't they? As we take another look at it, this is that double save, and we see Edge keeps the move alive. This is a good save. That one's even better.
It's that last one there. You've got to stay big. Even though you've just made that reaction for that dive down low, can you get up and be as big as possible?
Another Manchester corner here.
But it's been a good start by Manchester, and that's what you've got to keep going for the whole second half. It's a long 20 minutes, and you can't go in your shell. You can't just defend.
Just looking at the goalkeeper's position on that corner, he's actually like outside of his goal at the near post.
Yeah, it's a strange one. You normally stand in line with the post. Maybe you can go slightly in front, so if you do make that front foot save, you know it's going to go wide. But it was a heck of a distance, wasn't it? And you're leaving your goal open, but
very aggressive, let's say, making sure he didn't stop that ball across, but gets away with one. Comes to nothing. Here's Ivan Jew, the Helvecia captain, looks down the line. And Scott Thompson, I don't know how many times I mentioned his name today, but another good block. He's had a really good game so far.
Yeah, really good game. And as Manchester now, they've got to be, as we said in the first half, they can't be given silly fouls away. And that's where they've got to be disciplined now. and not let the foul count creep up, and just rely on that towards the end of the game and have that up their sleeve where they could give that little foul away if they're under pressure.
Palfreyman back inside his own D, looks for Dennison. Manchester quite happy to just sort of block this one out and keep Helvecia playing in front of them. Here's Jew. Tihurin looks down the line for Dennison. Lovely give and go, but it's a sloppy one, and here comes the goal scorer Barnes. In the end, his shot is wayward.
Just defensively there, Manchester. Tozer, for Manchester, the top man, he held a bit of a higher line than what they did in the first half, and maybe that's where the chances are coming. They're just applying a bit more pressure, and they're not overly aggressive, but they've just got a higher line where if they do win the ball, they're that much closer then towards the Helvecia goal.
Again, good defending from Scott Thompson just to see that ball out, and Jans Crummins gets his first touch of this half. I can't remember him having many.
It's been all Manchester so far.
A sloppy one through the middle. Tihurin onto it quickly. Here's Dennison. Manchester recover well.
That's come from that pass that we said, straight down the middle, and it's so easily attacked on.
And you saw Eddie Tihurin, his eyes almost lit up, and he moved so quickly onto it, didn't he? Here's Palfreyman again, just over halfway, looks for Dennison. He'll look to go 1v1 with Barnes. Good save, firm hand from Crummins.
Excited to see him keep possession there of the ball. After the save, Barnes just sort of kicked it away. He wasn't really under much pressure, and we talked about it in the first half. Don't give a possession away cheaply. If you can keep hold of that ball, it just runs down the clock a bit more for you.
Thierry looks for Ribeiro, back for Palfreyman. He'll go wide for Vinicius. There's Thierry again. Clever pass that is, and Crummins is out quickly.
I thought he was just going to get there slightly late and go through the man, but he got well to get to the ball there, Jans, and say he went full-blooded. And you've got to make sure in them positions, when it's also in your area, you win the ball and you don't give away a penalty.
Okay, Manchester, though Jans is offering, choosing not to use him. Ribeiro. And Barnes just slightly late on that pressure there, wasn't he? And opportunity comes. Here's Thompson, though. Manchester survive, come forward. Great ball for Sam Richardson. It's a good block, isn't it, by Liam Palfreyman, and you see how important that one is to him.
It's a very good block, and they created a good opening there, Manchester. And Sam got it out of his feet and just couldn't get the shot off on target.
Ribeiro rides one challenge, can't wriggle free of the second. And yeah, Peter Nurse pulls it back. Foul from Jake Barnes, I think, on the first one. And that is the first foul of the half. Manchester working really hard, aren't they, defensively? And you're seeing that, even when that chance broke away. Sam Richardson leading by example, in quickly.
I just think they've got a bit more intensity and purpose in the defence in this half, which is obviously good for Manchester. But they don't want to get the game stretched and like what he did in the first half at times.
Lucky. Good idea. Lahaz again out quickly, as we saw. Yeah, as you say, they don't want that game to be stretched now. They want to keep control. They're quite happy in here. Another example, Raul Redilescu up high, trying to apply that pressure a little bit deeper in Helvecia's half, aren't they? Scott, in it goes. Here's Ribeiro, and somehow doesn't get his shot away and allows Stapleton in. And wow, what a let-off that is. There was a foul in the middle of the court there as well, as Mark Burkett signals for the one. We take another look at it. And Ribeiro here.
He's done well with the fake shot, hasn't he?
He commits Crummins, doesn't he? And then just trips. And it gives Stapleton that chance to get back and cover. Huge let-off for Manchester.
Sometimes you think it's your day when that stuff like that happens in front of your goal, and you need a bit of luck, and they got it there.
Sloppy from Scott. Stapleton. It's a good challenge, good recovery. Had to get that one right.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy pass out, wasn't it, by Scott, but then he regained the possession of the ball with a good tackle and stayed strong defensively.
Corner comes to nothing. And Helvecia will regain possession. Palfreyman into Vinicius Sampao, and he will carry forward. Richardson not looking to move, holding that position just inside the half, almost defending top of the D. Stapleton stepping into that top player position now. Barnes aggressive again, looking to try and win it from Ribeiro. Not giving anything, does really well. And here is Danny Stapleton back for Crummins. He's quite happy to just get rid of that ball and play high, but Manchester not alert. Here's Palfreyman. Scott, well blocked.
There's a lovely throw there by the Haas. Picked out the free man, and that's where the opportunity came from.
Yeah, really quick thinking, wasn't it? And Palfreyman secured the ball, set it for Lewis Scott, and this is a massive block from Jordan Edge. And the chance comes to nothing, and here is Edge. He breaks through suddenly, squares it. What a block that is on the line. Harry Tozer has to score.
I thought it was a definite goal because Edge has gone through, and the Haas has committed so much. He's practically come out of his area. Once that ball's been squared, your thoughts are it's going to be a goal.
Take another look at it, and as it comes across, he knew straight away, didn't he? He's got to score. Disappointing one, but chances at either end now, and this game is becoming a bit more open, as you say, which surely suits Helvecia.
The scoreline could be completely different, can it, rather than 1-0? It's definitely not a 1-0 game.
It's been a really good game, hasn't it? Richardson in well with a challenge, but Palfreyman has it. To Lewis Scott. Back to Palfreyman. He looks for Vinicius. Down the line for Scott. Scott will recycle, goes back to Palfreyman. Ribeiro back on this left-hand side. Again, a lot more control, Claudio Ribeiro this half. But it's Scott down the line. Lucky perhaps to be on the court still. Vinicius looking for that diagonal, and Scott well cut out by Radulescu. Here's Richardson. He'll go 1v1. Skips past two challengers. Nothing from it.
There's definitely a higher line approach taken from Manchester defensively, which must have been a message at half-time. You're too deep. Your top man's too deep. You need to engage higher. But the only thing that is happening is when the ball's on one side, the opposite wide man for Helvecia is making a run, and at times it's not being trapped by Manchester, or there's a bit of a delay in who's taking that runner, and there is that opportunity to be on, but Helvecia hasn't really capitalised on that runner yet.
Good opportunity for Tirin, sows it wide. Yeah, coming again, as you say, from this switching the ball to that opposite side, causing Manchester a few problems, and it's been something Helvecia have done well all game, isn't it? Manchester just need to be alert to it. Araujo, sloppy one. Dennison picks it up, looks for Ribeiro. Again, I think Claudio Ribeiro there will be disappointed not to hit the target. Manchester living dangerously. Here's Dennison. Turns.
It's got a bit sloppy in possession, haven't they, in their own half here, Manchester.
Again, Sudworth does well, and important touch from Dennison, I thought for a second. Sudworth is away. Dennison finds Ribeiro, tries to wriggle free, can't. They set it back. Tirin. Ribeiro, again 1v1, so tricky. Finds a ball through, Crummins does well. Again there, good example of what you were saying, Jez. Manchester with an opportunity to play out, give the ball away again.
You just feel like that equaliser's coming now, that the pressure being applied now, and they're getting a lot of ball around the edge of the area. A lot of actual time to keep possession of the ball around the edge of the area. They're just trying to work that little opening to get the shot off, and they need to test your hands a bit more on goal, but you can definitely just feel it turning now, the momentum of the game.
Yeah, and it's similar to a similar timing and phase in the first half, isn't it, where Manchester's pressure just wasn't there and Helvecia were allowed too much room to play. Just need to find that level again and that next gear, and when they've got it like this, secure it and keep it. I think that's better. Tozer, can he get there? Does.
Many criticism there. They've got the ball under no pressure because it's a goal clearance. There's no real movement on the press breaker, and again Jans has had to throw it to a man with that little dinky throw, and it's putting a bit of pressure. It's a bobbly ball to control, and it's not pressure that really that needs to apply when you can just work a bit of an opening to roll it, and it's a nice feed in, and then you can play from there.
Yeah, good observations there from former England goalkeeper Jez Paulson. And they are important, aren't they, press breakers? We know ourselves, we work so hard, don't we?
It's not that first ball, it might not be that second ball, but it might be the third ball as a consequence of the ones prior, and that's where then Helvecia get possession.
And another good example there of Manchester perhaps getting a little bit sloppy defensively, keeping away a soft free kick. Helvecia try and steal a few metres, and referee Peter Nurse calls them back. Tahirian and Dennison over it will try and orchestrate something. Ribeiro, how's he had that much time inside the D? Comes to nothing, and Sudworth drives forward. That's a foul, yes. Had to be, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought that was a foul. Just there from the free kick. I'm surprised the wall didn't drop with the player that ran over the ball. And as I say, the ball went across. He could have had a bit more time on the ball than what he probably was allowed to have, really.
Yeah, just a charge, isn't it, from Lewis Scott, similar to his one first half, and this time picks up the yellow card as well. Yeah, as you say, just a little bit of naivety maybe, sort of release that ball and drive forward, let the ball do the work for you.
A similar situation here, flip now, isn't it, really? Helvecia had one literally just in the half of the edge of the D. Let's see what Manchester can produce from the same position.
10 minutes left on the clock. Still Manchester lead through that first half. Jake Barnes' goal. It will be Barnes and Tozer over the ball. Barnes will dummy. Ball breaks. And you could see what they were looking for, couldn't you?
The wall did break that time. But they can really create an opening, good though, Manchester.
No, again, quality not quite there. Helvecia live to fight another day. Here is Dennison dribbling across the edge of his own D, very confident. Ribeiro doing the same, finds Scott with some space. And again, he'll be disappointed, execution not there.
That was the winger I was talking about. It is open. They're engaging the players in the middle. If they can shift the ball out wide, there is that time and space for the winger.
Araujo, mistake, recovers well. Again though, trying to engage and sometimes just keep it, somehow opens up. Lahoz does really well, doesn't he?
Again, took a high position, stayed just inside his box. It was a good job because he did handle it and make the save, but he was fine because he was in his box.
And Jew this time with a sloppy one forward, comes to nothing. Dennison carries, finds Ribeiro. Ribeiro 1v1 with Barnes and tries to be too clever. Back to his captain on halfway.
Same sort of time in the first half. Manchester took a timeout for that sort of mental freshness for a minute. I wonder if they'll do a similar approach this second half, because as I say, they are under a bit of pressure. As it does take a lot out of you, are they going to take the same sort of tactic this half?
Game chance comes to nothing. Sort of off shot down in the corner. League chairman Chris Parkin wasn't paying attention and took the ball to the back of the head.
It was a bit of a rash shot, really, that one, wasn't it, really?
It was, yeah. And too many times in that situation, that's probably, if there is one criticism of Helvecia in those situations, that would be it, wouldn't it? That's good defending from Tahirian, strong, as is that from Thompson, though. Yeah,
two good strong tackles here.
Here we go. Just got caught in two minds, I think. And again, Lahoz is out quickly to gather and settle his team down. Here's Dennison, looks down the line for Tahirian, who's stretching the court. He'll be happy to come back to Jew on halfway. Jew wide to Dennison. Dennison inside. Thompson doing well not to overcommit, and it's a really good block. But here's Ribeiro, 1v1 with Richardson, who does excellently, doesn't he, Sam Richardson? Wriggles away. Here is Thompson. That's fantastic defending from Sam Richardson, isn't it?
It is, it is. it's just a period of time now where Helvecia do try and grind you down, and players start getting a bit more fatigued than the latter end of the game, and you've just got to keep the intensity on what they're doing. And it's hard. You've got to maybe utilise the subs a bit more to make sure that you're defending right. But again, they're giving another foul away. That's 4 now. There's still 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, another soft one. That one's probably one where they have got to foul to stop that breakaway. But again, lunging in, isn't it? Overcommitting. Scott Thompson brings up his team's 4th foul of this half. Managed it very well in the first, but we're another 20 minutes deeper in this game, and we know how hard it can be. Shot comes to nothing, and Jans Crimmins will take his time over this one to give his team a breather. Let's have a look at this press breaker again, see what they've got. So Jordan Edge will make that run forwards, but again, there's not really anything else. They do well, actually, to get through, and Edge keeps possession. Here's Richardson. He'll look to engage 1v1, wins the kick in. Clever.
For me, I'd just like to see all 4 players move. When I got my head up, then at least you know there's potential 4 options on the pitch to play to. At the moment, there's 2 runners for Manchester. Really, you're playing it to a wide man that's stationary still, which is already marked, and it just becomes a bit predictable.
Sam Richardson disappointed with himself there from that kick in. A little bit rash, not what he would want, not what he would expect, and comes to nothing, and they surrender possession. Jew. Pal Freeman. Jew again, loose touch, invites a bit of pressure. Stapleton in quickly and wins possession. Really good defending. You just saw that loose touch was that trigger there, wasn't it? And Manchester just upped the ante with that press.
They did, and they just got possession of the ball. They obviously got that this last little nick before it came out, and you just want that bit of spell of possession again, just to take a bit of heat out of the game, don't you?
Yeah, and they'll be disappointed to surrender it like that, I think. Here, Barnes did really well, held the position.
Got a big opportunity here now.
There we go. Harry Tozer. Well, we said time and time again, they've got to make these count. This time they do. Perhaps fortunate with the deflection as we see them come forward. Harry Tozer with the ball. Barnes spins away to create some space. Deflection off Dennison, takes it past his goalkeeper. Manchester won't be bothered. They're 2-0 in front.
For me, I think they needed to engage into him, didn't they? They've allowed him to run in the middle, sort of kept stepping back, and as a keeper, you want the player to engage. At least that player's been delayed. If they do play the pass then down, that's when, as a keeper, you go out and push. But they've sort of done nothing there. Let them run towards them, and it's a shot at the full goal really, and they've got slightly lucky with the deflection. But
yeah, I think it's something we've spoke about quite a few times in the past, isn't it? And about in that situation, you've got to almost make the forward's mind up for him as he comes forward and dictate as best you can in that situation. They'd actually be better making him play that pass wide, because it gives you an extra sort of few metres on court.
Gives you a few more metres, and the pass, you never know, the pass quality might be poor, the player might take a bad touch. There's multiple factors that can go, but there, by not doing anything, the player's got the free rein just to run at the goal and shoot. And now he's 7 minutes to go, 2-0. Helvecia obviously taking the time out. They might be considering flying at some point. It's a different ball game now at 2-0 than what it is at 1. And they haven't had loads of chances, have they, Helvecia? They've had a lot of possession of the ball. They've had a lot of shots on goal, but they haven't worked Jans at all as much as what they ever liked.
No, certainly Manchester will be happy with how this second half's gone so far, but they will also be smart enough to know this game is far from over. They're playing against a very good side, and as you say, they still have this option that they haven't utilised Fly yet, which we would expect with the quality of players that they have on court. At some stage that will come.
Jans was a bit late there to the ball, wasn't he? And
I think he's done really well with the roll around afterwards to just sell the bit of contact, because Helvecia, there was a half appeal, wasn't there? If they made a little bit more of it, I think referees have got a decision to make. We just have a look at it. It's that diagonal, and Araujo got caught under the ball, and he was very late, wasn't he? Drew got there first.
it's one way he's got to engage into it, because say the ball's in the air for so long. It's one of those ones where you've got to go through and punch and hit it, and he's come off injured from it, and it's not looking in a good way at the moment. Obviously, it might be a bit of a breather time and a fresh bit of time for the players just to...
Yeah, two big lads colliding there. Always going to be a painful one. And Jans Crummins, who's been exceptional in stepping in place of the injured Kai Bone and Miles Chadwick. Jordan Edge, it looks like putting the goalkeeper's top on. Jans obviously feels done.
Yeah, unable to continue. And you've got a goalkeeper that obviously we're saying was injured before on the bench already, not being opted, so you have got an outfielder in goal, which adds another dimension to the game, doesn't it?
I think because he went down and there was treatment, that's why they made the change. Actually, seems okay. Never seen that before, but there we go.
Kept us on our toes anyway.
Neither of us knew what was going on. That's why we're here. And Jans, yeah, he seems okay now, so happy to carry on. Tozer going very straight, sloppy one. You want that kind of ball wider, don't you, as a player? And they surrender possession. Here's Dennison, and immediately Helvecia looking to play quicker.
I just feel like the ball speed's a bit higher now from Helvecia. The movement a bit quicker.
The game from Thompson, very, very good, and the shout was loud. Everyone in the arena stopped there. Crummins came for that one, and very decisive, good.
It was a great shout, really, wasn't it? It just relieves again a situation that could have developed by just eliminated it with a big shout.
Rauho selling his team short there, poor decision, looking to go alone. Here's Palfreyman, 1v1 with Tozer, nice step over. Again, we'll go wide to that opposite wing that we spoke about before. Shooting chance for Dennison. And again, how's that not ended up in the goal?
A bit at sea at the moment, Manchester. They just need to get the ball out like they've just done there and just regroup, because they were fully stretched, really. And again, it's another back post opportunity which they haven't taken, and you'd back them 9 times out of 10 to score those.
Yeah, Claudio Ribeiro scored a hell of a lot of goals last season. Similar situations to that, and he'll be disappointed today. But he's not found anything from that, and here we go. Here comes the fly. Demalohas is out. Palfreyman, they're going to look for this 3 in line to try and find Ribeiro. That one. They give the ball away, and Dennison lucky. Fortunate to keep hold of it. Immediately apologises.
Just like to see Manchester keep the intensity on the movement here. You don't want them to come and laboured and allow them time on the ball where they don't need it. It's always easier when you're defending a 2-0 lead, though, to defend these.
And there's always, as we've seen so many times, opportunities where if the game breaks, there can be chances if Helvecia gets sloppy. Manchester very deep. Araujo, the top player, is on the 10-metre spot, steps a little bit higher now. Not too much, only a metre or two. Palfreyman on the ball, looks left. Dennison back to Palfreyman. He now goes down the line for Ribeiro, tries to turn, and does well to recover.
For me, Manchester need to defend that back post a bit better now. As I say, during the game, when they haven't been flied against, there's been openings, and they've got to block that middle now, especially with the added man that they're defending against. They've got to be really resolute and strong.
Again here, we see the timeout call from Manchester, just a chance to set up, chance to talk this through, and also a little bit of a breather with about 5 minutes left on the clock.
You tend to put your 4 strongest player on to defend the fly, don't you? And it gives them players that have just been on the pitch there that freshness to go again without having to make any subs. So you have got your stronger 4 on the pitch to defend it. But the message should be clear now. You've got to see out the game, and you're cruising really with a 2-0 lead, and you'd have taken it at the start of the game, and as players you've got to be now saying, look, let's get this job done. looking the other way, Helvecia, they've got to create an opening, and they've got to be working Jans' goal to start off with, and Jans has stood strong, kept a clean sheet so far, and look, there'll still be lots of opportunity here, and Luck's got to play your part if you're Manchester to kick that ball out of it, and anything happens in it, and the odd deflection, but they've got 4 minutes 55 to see it out.
They have the kick in. Thompson back to the kicker. Araujo plays down the line for Edge. Sloppy one. Won't want to give too many of them away. That's why again Tijerin, uncharacteristically a little bit wild with the shot.
I don't think he needs to hit it that hard and wild, really. I think he's got more time probably than what he thinks, and he's just got to pick out the corner a bit more.
He can afford almost to take a touch, couldn't he, with the amount of time that he had, and you see Helvecia looking to try and play that pressure a bit higher. For the first time, Liam Palfreyman now will take the fly, so Lahus will look to be the recovering keeper. Manchester just a couple of metres higher, noticeably, straight away on this.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. You've got to apply that pressure.
Yeah.
But it means that your winger's got more now to cover, because you are applying that pressure a bit higher. When you're tucking in, you've got to cover that added bit more. So physically, it does take a bit more out of you.
Definitely, and Helvecia work the ball well and find a corner, and they'll look to get straight back into this fly goalkeeper routine here. It's Dennison, back wide for Palfreyman, looking, is the shot there? No. Tijerin, Scott, back to Tijerin. Across to Dennison, good block from Palfreyman, but even better block from Araujo.
It's the first time they've occupied that middle area now in the fly, and it just gives that added bit to think about now for Manchester. The ball's been played around the outside, and it's still quite easy to defend.
There's
that
go.
back post.
And what, for the first time in that post, Ribeiro has made it count. It's a fantastic ball through, but what you have to say from Manchester's point of view is defensively, their top line was very, very flat. No pressure on the ball, and Tijerin finds Ribeiro, who makes no mistake.
Thompson got caught a bit wide there, didn't he? And you have to be tight, and you've got to say that movement. You've got to come in, you've got to come out as them wingers. It's a tough task. It's not an easy job, but that's the result. If you don't do the hard work, you can see the goal.
Here's Ribeiro again, looks to engage Richardson 1v1. Richardson does well, but equally so does Lewis Scott. Helvecia possession, and Lahus immediately off court for Liam Palfreyman to come in. And they're straight back onto fly. This is where they will now smell blood and feel they can get some joy. Toes are much higher than we saw from Araujo. Yeah, no surprise to see Richardson just bring in himself and Scott Thompson into play. Probably their two best defenders from what I've seen today. It's good from Jordan Edge to cut out that pass. And again, looking to engage a little bit higher.
I think then the ball went high, and Tozer didn't recover fully, and that ball cut back was on, because Tozer hadn't actually filled that middle position, but they got away with it because they got the block in.
Yeah, incredibly hard work for Manchester to see out the last just over 2.5 minutes of this game. It's Tijerin. It's a block from Edge. Helvecia appeal. Manchester survive. I think Helvecia appealing for the handball would have been incredibly harsh, wouldn't it?
I think it would have been harsh, yeah. I don't think there was any meaning in that one.
Again, Richardson just looking to step up and apply a little bit more pressure to Palfreyman where he could. The danger of doing that, I suppose, is that diagonal is on where they almost found the goal from. Here's Lewis Scott. Dennison takes over, finds the back post, and Cummins with an important touch. He gets a pat on the back from Claudio Ribeiro, who
big
knew,
touch.
didn't he? Really big touch.
But again, they found that ball in there, didn't they? And it wasn't blocked. That's even better save, that one.
A really good save with his right foot, Jens Cummins, and
that's the first real low save he's had to make, really. That I can't think that he's actually had to just parry or block.
So far, Manchester surviving. Scott back to Palfreyman. Initially, nearly took that risk, didn't he? Nearly got sucked into trying to play that pass too quickly to Dennison. Here's Tihirin, looks for Dennison again. He goes down the line for Ribeiro. Will come back. 2 players on the same line for Manchester there. Just creates an opportunity. Eventually just about recover. They've got to get higher defensively. Palfreyman, Scott, well blocked from edge.
The movement's a lot more purposeful now by Helvecia. They're all trying to get on the ball, and it can sometimes become a bit frantic, but for Manchester there's a lot of movement now going on in front of them.
A couple of really good blocks in there. One from Richardson first of all, and then Tihirin as well, because Sam Richardson's eyes would have been lighting up and he'd have fancied the strike, wouldn't he?
The goal was gaping really, wasn't it, for the goal?
Sousa just they need a breather, don't they? Could have done with just keeping possession there, which they've got back. This will do them the world of good. Just over a minute left. Jans Cummins will take his time as Jake Barnes enters for Jordan Edge.
Just giving possession back again, but it's hard, it's tough. We've all been there many a times under a fly conditions, defending it, you're defending the lead. In that back of the mind, you just want that clock to go quicker really, but there's still a lot of time in this for Helvecia.
Here's Palfreyman, Tihirin, Dennison. Looks to that diagonal, and this time Richardson's on hand. He's alert, isn't he, to cut it out. It's a Helvecia corner. That's the danger though, that's the ball, that's the one they're trying to open up.
It is, and we've seen it before, haven't we? And they're going to try and work it again. They're going to be patient with it.
Ribeiro gives it away. I think Scott Thompson has made the correct decision there, just to run the clock down.
He's done well there. He managed to ride that first tackle. He's done well to cut the ball out. I say there wasn't much pace on it that time from Helvecia, but he did his job and he was in the right place.
There we go, good chance. And in the end, what can they find? Good effort from Barnes. Narrowly wide.
That might have been the last opportunity, and that was the opportunity really. I think that Manchester didn't fully block the passing line. The back post was open.
They almost got caught on 2 lines, didn't they? They had 2 players on the top line, 2 on the back.
It's those fine margins we're talking about.
And I do not know how, in those last 2 chances, Helvecia haven't managed to steal something from this. 6 seconds left now. Surely for Manchester, if we take another look, Palfreyman excellent. And here we go. That is game. Fantastic for Manchester. They worked incredibly hard for that one and rode their luck, rode the storm, but they see out the game with a really big 2-1 victory over the champions. And surrounding Jans Cummins, Jez, he has been exceptional, hasn't he?
He has been exceptional, and it's been a team effort from Manchester, from every player, because they've gone through difficult stages in terms of defending within the game. They had 2 spells, probably the middle sections of both halves. They were under a lot of pressure, and they did well really. They got through a lot, but Jans, you have to say, stepped up into this game, and probably the first time in a long time where he's probably played the full game, and to go off the pitch winning, only conceded 1, and he's done excellent, and he's done his team the world of good really by producing an outstanding performance really.
Yeah, big scalp for Manchester, big performance from Jans Cummins. We'll be back for the final game of the day at 4:15 as Bloomsbury take on Bolton. Join us then. and for the final time today, welcome back to the David Ross Sports Village here at the University of Nottingham, the 8th fixture of this weekend here today. We've got Bloomsbury and Bolton, the final two teams in Tier 1, facing off in what promises to be another great game. A win for Bloomsbury would put them top at the end of match day 3 and going into match day 4 in 2 weeks' time at St George's Park, whereas Bolton will be looking to build on an impressive victory last time out. In starting lineups, Johnny Sims starts in goal for Bloomsbury. He'll be joined on court by Ollie Jones, the captain Rich Ward, Eduardo Amarine and Ryan Walsh. While for Bolton, Joe Payne starts in goal. He's their captain. He'll be joined by the ever dependable Rob Harper, Rafe Barber, Connor Kernahan and Mikey Bulmer. Keep an eye out for number 23, Robert Deegan. He is a product of the Bolton Academy, one of the first players who was at the club when it was formed, and a real hot prospect in the making. Jez Paulson's alongside me yet again. Jez, promised to be another good game this one. We're looking at a Bloomsbury side that is littered with a lot of talent against a very thin-looking Bolton team, but one that still has a lot of quality.
Yeah, as I say, there's a lot of quality in the Bolton team. But with the last result, it's a big game for Bloomsbury. If they win it, they go top of the league. It's quite simple. So lots to play for, obviously early on in the season, but it sets a marker with the results going their way today for Bloomsbury. But as you say, it's a slim-looking bench today, isn't it, for Bolton? So it's going to be a higher demand on the players that are on the pitch to produce. But you never know, as we've seen in the last game, it could go either way.
Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger is the referee, very familiar with Bloomsbury this season. He's done all 3 of their league fixtures so far. He'll be joined by Peter Giorgio, while the timekeeper is Sophie Jackson. Keep an eye out for Bolton's number 5, Sam McGrath, and also Jono Alvarez, the number 22 for Bloomsbury. They are former Uni of Nottingham alumni. A couple of supporters in the stands here to watch them today. I'm not sure where their allegiances will lie, with one being on either team, but McGrath, he seemed to be a student forever, didn't he? So probably just about lie with him. It's going to be Bolton to get us underway. Rafe Barber over the ball. Referees just doing their final checks. Cones still out from the warm-ups on court, so here we go. Bloomsbury showing some intent, winning the ball high and looking to break. Connor Miller just didn't quite run for him, but straight away you can see real clear intention. They're going to press high, they're going to press hard, aren't they? That's the staple of the way they play.
It was a quick, fast start, wasn't it? And trying to get a shot off early doors and set the marker on the game.
Will be interesting on this court, quite a big court, is how they cope with the 1v1 element of the way Bolton play. Some really talented 1v1 players like Mikey Bulmer, Rafe Barber, and obviously Stuart Cook as well. We're not entirely sure how many minutes he will play, struggling with a knee problem, he says, after speaking to him yesterday, but a talisman, isn't it? Good opportunity early on.
Just flashing past the post, isn't it? And it created it well, managed to get the shot off. And I say Bolton need to get a foothold in the game early doors, don't they, really?
Yeah, not got out, have they? So from kick-off they went backwards and then not been able to play past the halfway line really since. We have Joe Payne looking long for Rob Harper. He got there first, and Sim lucky there. Lucky he's not made a good contact because he beat the goalkeeper, hadn't he?
He did, and the ball was in the air a long time and didn't really seem to move. I think he wanted to stay in his area. I think that was his intention, just because obviously he could use his hands if required, but he had to then make the step out of the box and didn't make it, did he? And on other days that touch could have taken it in the goal.
Here's Ward. Connor Miller now looking for Amarine. Amarine looking for Walsh on that diagonal, just not quite on the same wavelength. He runs out a goal for Joe Payne. It'll be interesting to see whether Bolton look to utilise that long ball, because, as you say, Johnny Sim starting position is a little bit higher out of shot now, but didn't look comfortable with it, did he? And that might just be an opening that they can utilise.
I'm surprised they didn't go again that second time, because, say, you try and work on the weakness, and if that was the weakness, you try and capitalise on it.
Miller just tidies up, comes back for number 19, Ryan Walsh. Rich Ward back to Miller. Good diagonal, and Harper alert, gets something on it. Happy to concede the corner.
Really good pace on that ball as well through, wasn't it? And say, it was a good touch to defend it, but there's good purpose and intent on it.
Yeah. Here they go, defended it well. Barber, he looks to the diagonal, well covered by the experienced Rich Ward. And here come Bloomsbury. Poor ball from Amarin. Got to be better than that. Real let off for Bolton. Here's Bulmer. He won't need a second invite to go 1v1. There we go, wins the kick in. He's drove probably 10-15 metres up court with that one.
We spoke about it in that game prior, didn't we? And try not to get countered off a counter, and it just got a bit stretched then by Bolton, but they got away with it because it was a very sloppy, loose pass, really, and in a good position for Bloomsbury.
Barber finds Bulmer. Bulmer to Harper. Here's Kernahan. Goes inside looking for the 1-2. Not quite there. Oh, sloppy one. Comes back. Here's Connor Miller. Good save, Joe Payne.
It's an excellent save, isn't it? That big, strong hand down low. But that was all put on them by themselves, really, wasn't it? It was two times really where Bolton lost possession, and definitely that second one, the loose touch, really, and really got out of his feet and gave them that opportunity.
Yeah, really good stop from Joe Payne, the Bolton captain. And that is great defending from Connor Kernahan. And Sim, again, didn't look comfortable, did he? 10 metres from his goal line, in possession, didn't seem like he really wanted it there. So perhaps something that Bolton can look to.
It's a bit of a shaky start, isn't it? And I don't think it was helped really, because there wasn't much options on, but it's another thing added to the pile really in the first few minutes, isn't it?
It's Kernahan looking to engage 1v1 and does well to win the corner. Good defending from Amarim. And what can Bolton set up from here? So Harper dropping in, Bulmer will come round, and it comes to nothing. So 2.5 minutes gone in this one, just over, and very cagey so far. Referee not happy with the bottle being off the court there, so Johnny Sim have to go without a drink.
Say Bloomsbury started better, haven't they, out of the two, but no real possession from either side, really. It's been a bit end-to-end at the moment, hasn't it? Longer balls, longer throws. Not really created any sort of rotations at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of that as well, isn't there, where that ball's sort of drifted out of play either end. We've seen a couple of times. Few changes now on court as Sam McGrath comes into court for Bolton. Jordan Astle also. And then on the Bloomsbury side, you've got Jamie Brooker in on court. Oh, wow.
I think it was an own goal, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Disappointing one for Bloomsbury, but I tell you what, Bolton have worked that really, really well. And here we go.
First time they've had a bit of spell of possession, haven't they? And
it's a lovely parallel, and Kernahan's look for that second post area.
he's hit an area, hasn't he, at pace with that ball across the goal. And it's Sam McGrath's presence, hasn't it? And piled the pressure on, and really he's had to just bounced off him and gone in his own now, hasn't it?
Yeah, disappointing one from a Bloomsbury point of view, but Bolton will take it, and they strike the first blow. 4 minutes on the clock. It's an own goal that breaks the deadlock. Here's Ollie Brooker again. Back in for Charlie Kuhn. Ollie Jones now turns McGrath and he's away. 1v1 with Joe Payne. Another good save from the Bolton keeper. And McGrath a little bit carried away there. And it's the first foul of the game as well.
He's got a warning there, hasn't he, by the ref? He did fly in, really, and needlessly about that.
One where players can get a little bit carried away in that situation, trying to impose themselves on the game a little bit. Something we know Sam likes to do.
The adrenaline will be pumping as well because they've got that early goal, haven't they? They've got the lead, and you just get a bit over-eager sometimes, don't you?
Bloomsbury just need to settle here. There's a long way to go. Don't need to panic. Diogo De Silva. It's Ollie Jones. It's great pressure from Bolton, but equally really good from Bloomsbury to play out. And Ollie Jones just got caught trying to force that pass almost.
It was a really nice press, wasn't it, by Bolton?
Yeah.
And it was pushing them back. They managed to get out of it, but it took good play and didn't lead to anything from Bloomsbury.
And you know, from a coaching and certainly from a goalkeeper's perspective for you, it was like the ball rolled off the line on forced error there, but you don't, if you put the pressure on and the team plays through it and it's good play, sometimes you just have to applaud it, don't you? It's how you recover from that. And
yeah, that's the next phase of it, isn't it? You've done the hard work at the start. Not always you're going to get what you want, and then it's your reaction of your players to recover and defend the goal for that next phase.
Stuart Cook onto court for the first time, immediately wriggles free of a couple of challenges. It's a great ball as well, and it's opened up here. Jordan Astle there should do better. Really good opportunity.
So Cook's used his magical feet nicely. He's drawn in the players. He's offloaded the ball, and it's created that spare man at the back, hasn't it?
That's a lovely give and go between Jones and Charlie Kuhn, and Joe Payne had to be alert again. Another good, big save from the Bolton keeper.
It was a good save, wasn't it? It was a good stretch, but probably lacking a bit of pace on the ball. It was probably my only criticism from that shot.
Bolton will be happy with that one as the ball runs out. Astle back to McGrath. Here's Cook. Barber wide on the right. He'll go back to Cook. Sloppy one. Game trying to be too clever. Bloomsbury are quick to seize on it, and they now have their kick in. Here's Jamie Brooker, good strike. Straight at Joe Payne, comfortable one for him. Had to be alert though. Here's Barber. Cook just ran out of room. Game. Bloomsbury kicking. A couple of changes start to come in as Connor Miller back onto court for the side in gold. Brooker comes wide to Miller. Nice give and go with De Silva. Jordan Astle did really well there just to shield that run. So many times in that situation you talk about defenders just blocking that run off almost. It's not foul, is it? But just make it hard, make it difficult.
Yeah, you've got to make them run around you, haven't you? Stand your ground and be a bigger
obstacle. Really.
Yeah, just force them a bit more around you, and it's just that niche little bit that you can add to your game, and just gives you that added bit of time, doesn't it?
The pace of this game will suit Bolton with them that sort of shorter bench. We know a number of injury problems. Connor Woodworth, he's not played a game yet this season. A number of other players, Kai Lawless Lucas Schofield missing today, and then unfortunately this injury for Oscar Lucas at the last round last weekend. It's like he'll be out for a while. We wish him all the best as well. But this is where, as we touched on earlier, that academy program and that youth program comes to fruition, doesn't it? You're able to call on players. We see both teams here, a number of young players who have come through development programs that they can call on.
Especially when they come through your own academy, you've got the whole philosophy as a club that you've been following, so it's not what they're coming into is unknown. They know the style of play should be the same throughout the club and should be an easier fit for them. But for the younger lads, they're not used to the intensity of this magnitude of type of game.
Harper took a risk there, just about got away with one. Miller keeps it alive. Ward will go back. I think they're going to put the ball out so we can get treatment for Ryan Walsh. Seems okay. Bolton going to give the ball back? No.
I don't think Harper quite knew what was going on then, did he?
Interesting one, isn't it? It'd have been controversial if they'd gone on and scored or something from that. It's a foul from Kernahan, just a little bit too much arm maybe in that challenge, a soft one perhaps.
I think it's a bit more on the soft side really. I think he was looking for that one and I think the referees bought that one.
Respite for Bloomsbury, and a fortunate one as well, because I tell you what, Bolton were away there.
It's a fast-flowing game, isn't it, really? It's been quite end-to-end, and there's not been many stoppages in the game.
Miller loves to look and go 1v1, and then we see that quality and that experience of Stuart Cook mopping up back there, covering the ground and immediately organising his team around him. Such an intelligent player as well as bags of skill, Stuart Cook.
We talked about how key experience can be on the pitch around you, isn't it? And that he's one of the most experienced on there at the moment, so when it comes at times where you need that, hopefully he can be there to help out Bolton.
As Barber looks for his head coach, Cook. He finds Harper. Good area here. There's another corner. Well defended in the end by Amarin, but Harper would be disappointed not to find Kernahan across goal there.
I think the run in was slightly late, wasn't it? A bit delayed, so it was probably the best outcome really anyway.
And the corner comes to nothing. Disappointing one in the end, and probably epitomises the game so far. Bloomsbury timeout. I'm not surprised by this, because knowing Juan Tapia-Owens, knowing the standards that Bloomsbury set as a club, I think they'll be disappointed with the start so far, and perhaps not quite at the races.
We talked about the start right in the first minute, didn't we, really? That Bolton didn't really get out the half, but since then, Bolton have definitely shown the worth and obviously got the goal as a consequence, and Bloomsbury haven't really had a spell of possession or anything that's taken real toll in the game. It's come from probably more Bolton's loose touches and that have provided the chances for them, and so that message to be on there now is that we've got to put a foothold in the game really and stamp our mark and authority on it.
It's a big opportunity for them. We touched on it beforehand with Helvecia losing to take top spot. We know with the playoff format it means very little, especially this early on in the season, but it's about momentum, it's about building results, and certainly if they could grab that top spot, they are a confidence team. They're a team that we see so often thrive off good performances. That's what they need here, and I'm sure that will have been the message from Tapia-Owens. Amarin to Miller. Good ball, lofted diagonal for Ward. Ward does well. Walsh. Miller again holds it up. Barber read that flick. Good defending. Ball speed as well. We spoke about it in the last game, didn't we? When you're on top but losing, the ball speed's got to be quick, because you can't afford to give that defensive team opportunity to get set and cover the spaces. And at the moment, it's all a little bit easy for Bolton.
Also, the ball speed really makes the intensity of the game higher, and obviously with a smaller looking Bolton squad, you want them to be tired out, you want to fatigue them, and then take effect of that then in the latter stages of the game, where you're feeling fresh as a team, and you can. But at the moment, it seems very comfortable for Bolton to defend.
Yeah, they will be really happy with the way they've managed it so far, and happy to just let this clock trickle down and make things difficult. De Silva gets the game back underway. Jones looks for Ward. Good from Bulmer, really good defending, and he finds Kernahan. Was he caught in the middle? Play goes on, and in the end it comes to nothing. Nothing for the contact in the middle of the court. And Bloomsbury will play on from this kick-in. To Lewis Satonier, first spell on court. Here, one of the real threats in this Bloomsbury lineup. Former England international. Possesses bags of energy. Contact there certainly was with Ollie Jones's arm. Would have been a harsh decision if you give handball. Here's McGrath. Looks for Kernahan again. He looks for Bulmer. They look for that same parallel that brought them the goal. This time Jones is on hand to cut it out. McGrath, good strike. Fierce strike, wasn't it? Early one, and had Johnny Sims scampering for a short while. Jones finds Brooker. Just let him down. McGrath back to Kernahan, back to McGrath again.
Got a little bit of pressure there, wasn't it, to force the corner out of them?
They've done well, because a couple of times I just thought Bolton had broke that press, that top line of that defensive pressure, but Bloomsbury recovered well and were able to pin them in. Sam McGrath will be disappointed with that one. The scoop, Bulmer out quickly, did really well, covered that ground really well, and De Silva disappointed.
I think Bulmer had a couple of swipes there really to make sure he went out of play. He missed both times, and he ends up with the kicking himself.
Again, very similar pattern to what we saw early on, where things just dropping now back in to that sort of ball going end to end and not really much happening with it.
I don't know which team it suit really at the moment, this style of play. I know Bolton are be liking the breaks when the ball goes out of play, but it makes the game a bit more open when it starts getting stretched end to end, which will provide Bloomsbury that way back in potentially.
Great feed from Cook. Finds McGrath. Good save, Johnny Sims.
And it's another opportunity created by Cook's feet, isn't it? Good quick little touches. Gives that McGrath that opportunity, which Sim did well to spread and make the block there.
Corner for Bolton. McGrath over it. Looks for Cook. Comes wide to this left-hand side of Bulmer. Bulmer will go back to Cook. Just for a split second opens up. Does find the shot in the end. Very, very close. Sim worried about that one, wasn't he? And one he had to think about.
It was whistle past the post, really, wasn't it? It looked quite close from here. It had a bit of pace on it as well, didn't it, really?
Bloomsbury just starting to show their frustrations. A few times there when plays haven't quite come off. A few grumbles at each other, at people around them. Hands on hips from coach Tapir Owens on the bench as well. They're not happy with what they're seeing and how they're feeling in this game so far.
Sometimes that body language from the coach transfers onto the pitch, doesn't it? Really, it doesn't look too happy, does he?
No, far from it. It's good defending from Ollie Jones, that though, because that is a clever ball from Mikey Bulmer, looking for Stuart Cook. Full stretch, Jones able to tow it away. Yeah, as you say, really not happy. Bloomsbury, you can see that across the court. The bench very, very quiet as well.
It's like as if they're waiting for something to happen, really, and the impetus has got to come from themselves as the ones on the court, really. The intensity of the play, retention of the ball, it all seems like it's just the first half going through the motions and not really happening for them.
And as you say, you're not sure who it suits. I would say, given their 1-goal advantage, it will suit Bolton, especially with the small numbers, as we've touched on. Everything going to plan so far. That's a good turn from McGrath and pass, and good opportunity. And Sim again called upon, keeping his team in it. And Cook keeps the move alive. Astle looks for McGrath down the line on that right hand side. Just runs away from him, and it's a Bloomsbury kick in. Gain. Not quite happy. It's a great ball out. Tunye is alive to it. Cook does well to clear. Only as far as Jones though. Cook's there again. Excellent. Nice feet. Got away with that one. They got away with that one.
Cook's done that well a couple of times, hasn't he? Just that bit of sweeper at the back, just to mop it up. When the player looks like they've just broken the line, he's just there to then take the ball away and relieve sort of the danger and the pressure.
Using his experience well, isn't he? Which in this youthful Bolton side, he becomes really important. Here's Jones. It's good defending from Bulmer.
Looking back, really, most of the chances have come from Bolton's bad touch or loss of possession, really. Bloomsbury haven't really created anything or in terms of the overloads or rotations of breaking the line. It's come from Bolton's play. So Bolton, if they keep tight at the back and look after the ball when possession, then they'll probably be happy with their play at the moment.
Certainly look comfortable, don't they, when they're in these sorts of areas, quite happy to let Bloomsbury have the ball in front of them, cover the spaces. Again, just happy when they do try and probe to do exactly that and try and play through. Bolton felt there was a touch on Lucas Schofield there, but nothing given. Line change for Bloomsbury. Miller, Ward, Amarin and Welsh back onto court. Here is Ward. Amarin, round to Welsh. Looking for Miller, who sort of crept into the middle. You have to say though, Schofield followed him well.
Sort of playing a different pack of cards now, isn't it, really? Changing the force in, and hopefully a change will come with it, really, because, say, previous four, they've felt really comfortable. So see if a different message, different pattern of play or something's been put on the pitch here with these four.
Yeah, it's been very, very passive from Bloomsbury, isn't it, so far? And Gunn opens up here. Good save, Joe Payne. Every time he has been called upon, he's dealt with things well. Again, holds that comfortable, but he's having to do his job.
Yeah, it's comfortable because it's good 20 yards away from your goal, which you probably like the players to shoot from there. But in the last couple of spells of play, Bloomsbury have created a bit more than what they have been offering in the last few minutes, and it was a nice penetrating ball through the line, wasn't it, for that first chance.
It's Cook. Wide to Kernahan. Thinks about going 1v1, doesn't. Resets for Cook. Contact on the block there, nothing given. Don't think it was a foul. But again, with a nice move and just ball too high for Conor Kernahan in the end. Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger just stepping into court, having a conversation with Conor Kernahan.
I don't know if it's saying that he's running into the player or if he's looking for the contact or if it's simulation. I'm not quite sure what the message was, but there was definitely some form of contact one way or the other, wasn't there?
Here's Amarin looking for Miller. And it's another foul against Bolton. And similar to some that we saw in the last game there, wasn't it? Where just getting caught a little bit slow with that sort of charge. And
I think that foul's come from what's just been said by the referee then. I think that's sort of aggravated that challenge. And again, there was no need to go into that because he was never going to win it. You just provide an opportunity, aren't you, now from your goal, 10 metres or so from your goal, which could have easily been eliminated.
It's good area as well, and difficult one. Joe Payne lifting Conor Kernahan into the position.
The referee's just gone.
Peter Giorgio taking a tumble, and after all of that, Bolton defend out the free kick. McGrath's done well, has to avoid the referee and finds a strike on goal.
I don't think that challenge was required really. I think that was a bit naughty by McGrath then. It was quite comfortably in his hand and sort of hoping he probably can knock it out.
Yeah, he unnecessary one, wasn't it? Just leaving a foot in, as you say, trying to just cause a little bit of contact and make things uncomfortable for Johnny Sim. But here's Cook again, wriggles free. Again, similar to things we've seen all day. When teams try and force that ball through the middle, it's being picked off, and too many times Cook keeping Johnny Sim honest, something you know.
We've all been there before, haven't we, with them types of shots.
Paulson. Cook, one of the fastest thinkers in this country, will always look for those kind of opportunities.
It's them types of shots, obviously the keeper creeping up to obviously be the sweeper behind and take that higher line. What we saw really taken by Helvecia quite a lot, weren't it, by Ossos in that game prior. It just keeps you sort of back that extra metre just to obviously have that little niggle in the back of the mind that he has got that in the locker.
It's Walsh on halfway, good pressure from Harper. I think it's important that Bolton don't just drop into just defending and try and apply some pressure, because that's what can happen. Good opportunity and another good save in the end, wasn't it?
It was a very good save and it was a very good opportunity really, and we spoke about it, retreating.
Got to engage, haven't you? And this time it's Cook, doesn't. Payne had to be alert.
We've spoken about it before, engagement players, don't let them run at you as much as possible and try and alleviate them and push them away from your goal, and sort of just ran towards the centre of the pitch and found that pass, and ultimately it was a good save by Payne.
A bit more urgency now from Bloomsbury, starting to see, trying to get the game going quicker. McGrath again in, but this time Ward using his experience to get away. Harper though, and soft one perhaps, but a foul all the same, and a timeout called by Bolton.
I think he's got lucky there really, because he took a big-ish touch and it sort of ran away from him, and the player didn't really have much to go for, and I think he got one there, to be quite honest.
Yeah, referees perhaps done him a favour, but 3 minutes 20 left on the clock in this half, and to say, Bolton will be happier with how this one's going, won't they?
Yeah, Bolton will be very happy. And say, the first minute we spoke about, Bloomsbury really started quick out the traps, but since then, Bolton have definitely held their own and got their goal, and they've defended it. They've retreated slightly, haven't they, the last couple of minutes, and maybe that's what the timeout's been about now, and keeping that high line and engaging a bit higher rather than stepping back onto your own goal and allowing really opportunities like we just saw then with Payne having to make the save down low.
Yeah, it's important that they keep doing the things that have got them into this position. So far they've worked very, very well, haven't they, put a lot of work in defensively. So it'll be about them making sure that they continue to do that, continue to keep hold of that ball and use it well when they've got it, and don't allow Bloomsbury an easy foothold back into this. If they're going to get anything, make them work for it.
They've still got 2 fouls up the sleeves, haven't they, with 3 minutes to go, so they have got that little foul if they need to give one away.
Oh, really well worked free kick, and Kernahan very nearly found Bulmer. Miller to Walsh. Amarim. Loose touch, and Amarim gets away with one. Bulmer not quite in quick enough. Again, Rob Harper so many times in that position did well. Deflection, that could have gone anywhere off Rafe Barber, and Joe Payne will be happy to see it go high and wide past his goal. It's another Bloomsbury corner.
The only thing I don't like there from the defending from Bolton, you started scrambling a bit, really diving into challenges. I know they've got the block off, but that little fake shot, and then you're all at sea, really.
Oh, great strike. It's similar to what you were saying, scrambling a little bit, not quite out quick enough, and Amarin takes full advantage. Fantastic delivery from Connor Miller from the corner, and it's a great strike, isn't it? Joe Payne, no chance on that one. Right into the bottom corner, and Bloomsbury get themselves level.
Kernan tried to keep himself big, but just turned his body ever so slightly. If he made himself slightly bigger, he may have got the block, but it's an excellent strike, isn't it?
And it's a set piece that brings Bloomsbury level. That gives them the foothold. Immediately, Bolton force a corner at the opposite end. It's Bulmer. Good strike. Sim alert, and more than a match to it. And the kick in for Bolton, almost as a corner, this one. Back for Cook. Cook looks for Barber wide on this left hand side. Thinks about going 1v1, doesn't, goes back to Cook. Bolton very statute there and on their heels a little bit, and as much as Cook's apologising for the pass, didn't have a lot to work with, did he?
No, he didn't. And a lot of corner routines that Bolton have done, it is more about gaining the possession around the outside of the 4 Bloomsbury players rather than creating runs and then creating that shot opportunity directly from the corner.
Here is former Nottingham player Jonathan Alvarez onto court for the very first time. See what he can work from this set piece. Again, looking for a similar strike. This time to Silva. Charlie Coon tries to wriggle free. And it's a Bolton kick in. And almost an invite here for Bloomsbury to go and press really, really high. Payne comes as the sort of press breaker, looks for Barber. Bloomsbury, well, they dealt with that well in the end, didn't they?
And the goals create a bit of injection of energy back into it for both teams, really. This forced Bolton out a bit higher again, and Bloomsbury are looking to get that second to go in at half time, 2-1 up.
Yeah, interesting time to score with a minute left on the clock till half time. Bloomsbury, you have to say, will now be a lot happier than they were probably 2-3 minutes ago.
Yeah, it'll be slightly different team talk, won't it? But the messages should still be the same, really, to Bloomsbury about moving that ball quicker, retaining possession, trying to create a few more opportunities, really, you can say. It's been a bit laboured passes, a bit like that, really. And say passes have been on, and they're not opting for the passes and trying to force it, really, aren't they?
Yeah, there was no real pressure on the ball either, was there? Johnny Sim had a simple 1-2. Ollie Jones didn't use it, chose to try and go long, and he's never really looked comfortable with the ball at his feet, Johnny Sim today, and leads to little bits of lapses of concentration like that. Bolton quite happy to just let this game peter out now to half time, and they'll get in for the break and reassess the position, I think.
It seems to be in a bit of indecision, hasn't he, with his coming or going in terms of at the back. Do you go through the ball, or do you just retreat and try and parry or claim the ball off the player? And the same with in possession, isn't it? Like that pass selection, the correct technique or the right pass hasn't been quite there, has it, so far this half?
It's Charlie Coon on the ball, marshalled by Cook. Alvarez wide for Jones. Jones inside to De Silva. It's nice play as well. Jones finding himself just for a second with a little bit of room. Young Robert Deegan cuts that out. And again, very well the youngster, and finds the pass as well. Mikey Bulmer should do better with that one. And so far, in his first spell on court, Bolton's number 23's done really well.
Yeah, it's always hard to get in the game, doesn't it, when it's all fast flowing and you just step on, but he stepped on well.
And there it is, there's a half-time buzzer, and scores level as we go into the break. Real tight affair so far, cagey one, neither team particularly at their best with the ball. Bolton probably be happier defensively, but Bloomsbury have surely that goal gives them some hope that they will have enough to get back into this one. At half time, it's Bloomsbury 1, Bolton 1. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. The final 20 minutes of futsal here at the David Ross Sports Village. Bloomsbury 1, Bolton 1, everything in the balance, and we are underway. Bloomsbury in possession. Immediately though, unforced error, and Mikey Bulmer sweeps up. Scrappy start. Bloomsbury will definitely be the happier, as we were talking off air in the break, weren't we, Jez, and saying not played particularly well, but find themselves level with everything to play for.
Yeah, and I think his message at half-time, Tapi Owen's message to the players were quite brief and simple, because the players are out quite early, ready for the second half to get underway, with Bolton still in the change room, obviously reflecting on their first half.
Yeah, looking to take perhaps that extended breather. I think it is a simple message, as you say. It's one where it's about standards, isn't it, for them now? And it's about realising they've got a great opportunity to go to St George's Park and on week 4, a big game with that top position. And at the moment, not quite doing enough to take advantage of that.
I think as a player as well, you know when as a team you're not up to the standard that you set as a group, and sometimes you know that it's quite simple to raise it, but sometimes it's a struggle. Obviously, you're trying to find the way to change what happened in the first half, and it's not easy to up the game sometimes. But you know, a team of Bloomsbury standard, that there's a lot more out of them.
Changing goal as well for the Blooms, with Jack Welsh taking the place of Johnny Sim. No surprise, really. We said a couple of times, didn't we? We thought Sim looked a little bit shaky, not quite at his best. Another good goalkeeper to call on. He's tested really early and more than a match for it. Opened up for Rob Harper there, and just for a split second, perhaps should have done better.
Sometimes the keepers, where you know you're not had the best of games, but it hasn't obviously directly led to any goals or anything, which obviously had an impact. But obviously the way he's been at the back on the ball, possession on the ball, you're starting the attack, aren't you? And too many loose balls weren't there, and giving the ball away when there was options, and obviously that's the reason for the change.
Here's Kernahan, just opened up for a second. Barber and Harper again. Welsh in firmly. Combination of Richard Ward and Jack Welsh on hand to stop the Bolton attack. Here's Amarim. Looks to go 1v1 with Harper. Conor Miller in hard and firm to make sure he mops up. Good challenge. Meant that one.
There was a lot of aggression, wasn't there? And there's no holding back. Bolton have done that kick in quite a few times, haven't they, in this game? And
yes.
They haven't presented it well on the line, and they've got away with it, but the ball hasn't been presented firmly on the line, and it's been rolling, and they've had to readjust before playing the ball. With that type of play, you like to just hit it straight away and carry on the momentum of the movement, but they've had to stop, present the ball before kicking.
Yeah, it kills any momentum and any space that they have created. Yeah, just a misunderstanding. Bloomsbury thought it was a goal clearance. Referee Peter Giorgio, who after his tumble in the first half, we're delighted to say is okay. Thought it was a kicking, and it leads to nothing. So Bolton back in possession. Cook caught for a split second. That's good from Bulmer. First time we've seen him really be able to skip round his man. Again, Colin Miller covered well.
Just that nice little lift, isn't it, over the players outstretching the leg, and alleviates that tackle, doesn't it? And got a bit of speed then for that next phase, but didn't lead to anything on that occasion.
He's trademark Mikey Bulmer, that one. You see him time and time again, just dart past people with that almost scoop through. Long ball from Welsh, runs all the way through, and Joe Payne will be happy to gain possession. He looks immediately for Barber on the left. Cook goes in to try and screen and help. And all got a little bit scrappy and ends up with Bloomsbury possession. Amarin still scrappy. Barber recovers. And Bulmer with a chance. Is that tug back from Richard Ward? Referee says no. And he comes forward. And in the end, it's good, solid defending from Conor Kernahan.
It was a good decision by the referee as well to wave away the foul. It wasn't a foul, he just threw himself to the floor, didn't he?
It's a good ball from Cook. Just for a second thought he might strike it. But when you do that, there's no need to take it first time. Fantastic ball from Stuart Cook. And Mikey Bulmer's decision to come inside and strike it left-footed is vilified. Fantastic goal.
That touch back inside just gets him offset. He hasn't. It's ball. Who was it? Amorim, isn't it? That comes over. He doesn't put on the brakes quick enough, and he sort of slides back, and that allows Bulmer that time to then take the touch and pick his spot, bottom corner.
Really good goal for Bolton, and they retake the lead. I'm really happy with that one. Sutonia and Cook battling. Good challenge from Cook. Not sure what went on. A little bit of handbags between Cook and De Silva.
Yeah, Cook put out his arm. He was trying to be a bit cute with his holding on there, but it was clocked by Ollie Ballinger over that far side.
Alvarez looks for De Silva. Bounce through, gain a lot of contact in the middle between McGrath and Alvarez, waved away by the referees.
It's been good to see the contact, hasn't it? Sometimes it gets a bit scrappy and players are falling over the place and everything, but you like the battles because it is a contact game, isn't it? And sometimes that gets taken out of the game a bit.
When there's games where you see these little ones that are blown up, can become really difficult late on, and referees can cause problems for themselves by calling fouls for little tiny things. You've got to almost understand the game and understand there will be that. And almost bank them, haven't you?
Yeah, and the game flows a bit more as well, doesn't it? The nature of the game in this one has become a bit end-to-end, but you like to see the contacts and both teams fighting for the ball and obviously fighting for the victory.
It's Bolton sideline then. Sam McGrath over the kicking. He'll go away. And there's a good example of how to take that kick in properly, Jez Paulson.
Yeah, it works. It's a nice little kick in. It's a good get out. You've got the rotation and you've got the options, but that comes from the first kick taker who runs over it, presenting the ball well for his mate.
Satanye looks forward for Alvarez. He turns well. And sloppy foul, Mikey Bulmer. That's the second one of the game. Soft, perhaps.
I think it's the right decision. I did think he did come just through the back of him. They tried to take it on quick then, didn't they? And I thought they were going to get pulled for docs and brought it back, but the referee seems to allow that one to continue. Nearly caught out Bolton, didn't it? But got away with it.
Joe Payne not happy about something. When's Joe Payne ever happy? Had a really good game again, hasn't he, the Bolton captain, when called upon.
Yeah, especially in these tight contests, isn't it? It's the fine margins. We saw Jans Crummins having a great game in that game previously, and when you're playing against a strong team, you rely on your keeper at times to keep you in the game, and that's what Joe Payne has in this one so far.
He's Cook. Sloppy one, uncharacteristically. Bolton win it back though. Cook looks for McGrath. He's happy to go back to Payne. Not really sure what the goalkeeper was attempting there with that, but ball out of play, no real danger.
I think sometimes that comes from just the flow of the game, doesn't it? You're trying to do stuff which you're trying to go forward quickly, and that moment, that was the wrong decision, wasn't it?
Sam McGrath pleased with himself on that. And in all fairness to him, he has won the kick-in. So, back possession, and then Bolton surrender it really, really quickly. I think these are the moments now that, with 14 minutes left, Bolton, with that lead, just need to keep possession a little bit better than they have been, don't they? And prevent Bloomsbury the opportunities to try and play their way back in. De Silva gets himself in a mess, and
we've said it before, haven't we? In possession, you still want to keep the intensity of the ball movement. You still want to be creating chances, but you don't want to risk that ball at times. And out of possession, again, we've said about not being too cautious and retreating. You still got to be on that front foot.
Kernahan with a kick in, looks to Cook. Firm strike, Jack Welsh behind it. Looks for Jones. Jones under pressure. No real option other than to attempt something down the line like that, did he? And
they did well, didn't they, Bolton? There, the ball went out wide, and they double manned him quite quickly. And as I say, he got his head down, looked up, and there was nothing on.
Yeah, set the trap really well, didn't they? And were able to, as you say, turn it into a good situation for themselves. Cook looks for Kernahan, comes back for Barber. Barber, great feet, wriggles free, good strike, and there we go. Rob Harper finding that second post, and Bolton now in a really commanding position here. It's a fantastic goal for them, lovely passage of play, great feet from Rafe Barber. This here, his first shot is saved by Jack Welsh, but Harper's on hand, he's the more alert to just tow it home. Jez, disappointing one for the goalkeeper.
Well, firstly, it's a great bit of footwork, hasn't it? It's created that chance, and obviously he's got the shot off. He's made that first save. Maybe want to get a bit of a cleaner foot contact so it pushes her away a bit more, but it's at full stretch with the leg, so I'd be questioning on Batman there really as well. Is he alive to the situation? Is he aware of the run? Again, I'd have to watch it back and follow him, but it's that awareness, I think, of your backman as well, of what the danger is, and it basically was at the back post, and Martins was need for a free tap in.
Yeah, and I think that would be my biggest disappointment if I was Jack Welsh there, would be that he's made the save, but his teammates weren't on hand to be sort of alert to it. Harper was, he was certainly the quicker, and he was in there to tow home, as Rob Harper does so many times, scores so many important goals for this Bolton team in situations just like that.
But ultimately, it's come from that great bit of play, isn't it? And that's sometimes what you ask for players, isn't it? A bit of spark, a bit of magic to create the opportunity, and that's where it's all come from.
And two bits in that one attack, one from Cook to find the ball forwards, and really good individual skill from Rafe Barber, just wriggling away. Wood back for Amarim.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a timeout from Bloomsbury the next couple of minutes if the scoreline stays the same, and again just to regroup and set out what their game plan is going forward with the scoreline at 3-1. Are they going to fly? Are they going to be a bit more aggressive? I'm not sure what hand of they're going to go at the moment.
Yeah, they need something to change, don't they? Because at the moment, Bolton clearly on top will feel more comfortable and deservedly lead this game 3-1. It's a fantastic parallel from Rob Harper. Good running from Barber also. He's done so well under pressure from two players to keep hold of that ball and not and kill the game and not allow that quick transition. Again, Harper does well. Good strike. And there's a route back in. Richard Ward, as he does so many times, getting himself on the score sheet. This is a strange one, isn't it? Almost from nothing, because the first shot is blocked, the first cross is blocked, the second shot is saved, and again, Ward more alert.
I don't know if Joe Payne just stepped across a bit as the ball's travelling, and instead of him being centrally in relation to the middle of the goal and the ball, he sort of stepped across, and as he's done that, the shot was actually sort of at the middle, but because he stepped too much across, he then had to parry it back towards the middle of the goal, whereas if he had actually been in line, he may have actually caught it, or maybe parried it the other way for a corner.
Yeah, strange one. It did feel an odd goal.
But as you say, it didn't really come from much at all, really.
No.
It was just out of nowhere. And
Bolton have offered Bloomsbury a route back in with relatively little there.
And Bloomsbury still look quite flat. They haven't got it seems like they've got the urgency or like the encouragement to go and get the next. They seem just...
Nice play. Oh, good save as well. Really well worked set piece there, and Harper finds himself in a really good shooting opportunity. Jack Welsh makes a good start. Really good start.
And the good thing is Bolton haven't changed the way they played. They're still creating opportunities, isn't it? And that's what we keep talking about. They can't stop what they've been doing to get them in the situation that they are in now.
Ward wriggles free of the challenger. McGrath finds Amarim, and there we go. They're level, just like that. This game's turned on its head. From one end, Bolton appealing for a handball. I don't think it was. Switched off for a split second. Clever reverse pass from Rich Ward, that is. And Schofield's deflection on Amarin's shot takes it past Joe Payne. 3-3. 11 minutes left. Everything to play for.
I think from the goal there, the ball's gone down the parallel down the line. And I think Sam McGrath's got sort of attracted to the ball, rather than taking a direct line straight back to his own goal and then seeing where the danger was is in the middle. And I think that's where it may have got alleviated if he had actually tracked his runner in the middle. But I think as the passage of the play went, he just got attracted to where the ball was.
Yeah, disappointing one for Bolton to concede. That's two really poor goals in quick succession, isn't it? They could have definitely alleviated both, I think, with defending, but good position for them here. You would imagine that McGrath will be the decoy and it will be the quality of Cook over this one.
We were just talking then, weren't we, about a minute ago, about Bloomsbury considering their options going forward to get back in the game. And then a minute later they've scored 2 goals, isn't it? And again, their game plan now would be trying to...
How do we try and win it?
Yeah, try and win it.
And again, very similar to what we said at half-time. Without playing particularly well, Bloomsbury have found themselves level. And we know with the quality that they have in their squad, they could quite easily... They just need to find another gear and they can win this game. Rich Ward down hurt. I'm not sure how hurt he is. There's a little bit of a clash.
But as we keep that last phase though, Bolton still have been given the opportunity to get a shot off and goal, so they're not shutting out and alleviating Bolton out of the game either, and that's got to be another factor as well. They've got to find up their levels, Bloomsbury, and find a winner, but they've still got to shut out their own back door and keep it tight at the back, and they've had too many opportunities really, Bolton as well themselves.
Amarin. And look, you see what Jones was looking for with that cushion header, just slightly ahead of Rich Ward. Yeah, really strange, odd game. The way the game's panned out, neither team really taking any control. We'll be entirely happy with how the game's gone, but Cook. McGrath back to Payne. Here's Schofield. Goes square to his coach, Cook. Astle. Cook again. Got caught. Didn't want that ball in that situation from Jordan Astle. A little bit sometimes there's the trust because it is Stuart Cook. and that's why he wriggles through those few challenges. And Bolton get themselves in a mess. Amarin, Cook on hand to sweep up.
Looks like they're doing a 4 change as well, Bloomsbury. We spoke about this earlier on in the game. The rotation of your main players for Bolton, are they going to get to that stage now where they are fatiguing a bit and Bloomsbury a bit fresher, and then obviously take an opportunity of that?
Yeah, just under 10 minutes to go. The small squad, it becomes really, really long. Final 10. Clock watching almost, aren't you? I think Astle there just pulled up slightly. Tell you what. Lucas Schofield, I think, entitled to ask for that there. Keeper has come. He's come a long way, and you've got to come and win it, haven't you?
You do, and we saw it in that Manchester game where Jans was late to the ball and came off worse for it and got injured himself. It was a similar situation, and it didn't win the ball, did he? And I was surprised for the whistle not to be blown, really.
Miller does really well to keep hold of it. Finds Alvarez. It comes back and out to this side to Satonia. He goes 1v1 with McGrath. And it's a Bloomsbury kick-in. Deflection. Could have gone anywhere. Payne was alert to it. The Bloomsbury corner, and a couple of dangerous players on court. Silva just tried to disguise that one round the corner, didn't he? Good throw from Payne into Cook. Silva did well. No, doesn't keep it in.
I'd like Barber to have headed that from that corner routine then. I think the ball's in there, rather than letting it drop and then giving the Bloomsbury player time on the ball, just go and win it straight off and alleviate that danger.
Here's Bulmer. Satonia does well, really strong and powerful. Running, drives his team up court. De Silva. Miller went looking for that diagonal, goes back to Welsh though, finds De Silva forwards. Cook does well. Can he keep it in? Yes, he can. Good opportunity here for Bolton. Cook finds Bulmer. Good save, Jack Welsh. Low to his right.
Still knocking at the door, aren't they, Bolton?
They are, yeah. And again, this is all through Bloomsbury trying to force things. Cook. He'll find the pass, and here he is again. Satonia does well against him. Shuts down the first attack. Cook keeps it alive. Bulmer again. Into the corner with a deflection. Bolton definitely looking.
Bulmer found himself in that position twice, hasn't he? In split second. I think Miller just needs to apply a bit more pressure on him. I don't know if he's getting drawn across the pitch a bit too much.
That'll be a Bolton kick in. Deflection off to Silva at the front post. And like you say, just Bloomsbury just a little bit lethargic in the way that they've played the game, and in those defensive phases, exactly the same. That's a good ball. Finds Deegan, he keeps the ball in play. De Silva, frustration, trying to intimidate the young man, but Deegan doesn't seem bothered. He's quite happy just to get the game in play. Plays back to Cook from the kick in, and that's better from Miller on his toes, ready a lot quicker. But again, you can see it into the corner, and good opportunity for Bolton.
They've actually changed their routines a bit. They're actually trying to look to get a shot off like just then, haven't they? Whereas in the first half, it's a bit more like keeping possession and then working the attack. Whereas this time, They're just trying to work on the corner set-piece routine with the intention to score straight off, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's a really clever one that was as well. Oh, and again, two really good opportunities. First for Deegan, when Jack Welsh is saved, and then that one flashed across goal, and Rick Barber just not quite alert to it.
Any touch would have taken that in, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was the pace on that pass.
Bolton looking to press high. Payne gets the game alive straight away. Barber looks for Deegan on this right hand side. He'll look to engage 1v1, does, and wins another corner. Positive play from the young man.
It's positive play, and they're attacking as a 3, but this Cook kept his position at the back then. I say, just keeping the back nice and secure, just in case if they did lose the ball and were countered against.
It's good from Bulmer, following his man, and for the first time in quite a while, Bloomsbury have possession inside the Bolton half. 7 minutes left on the clock, still sits 3-3. And at the minute, I'd say Bolton perhaps look the more likely, though very tough one to call.
Yeah, I feel like Bolton created the chances in most recent time, but you still always feel like Bloomsbury are going to get something in this game just because how their other goals have come. They haven't really looked like being much of a threat in terms of knocking at the door all the time, but they've just got that bit of magic where they can just score something out of nothing, can't they?
Yeah, Bolton get the game alive early. Miller does really well to get back in, doesn't he, and win that ball.
He's done well there because he's got his body across, felt the contact and gone down. That's quite clever.
Foul. And yeah, really, really clever. Used his experience well, didn't he?
Just let that ball run across him, didn't it?
Yeah. He bought one off the young man there.
Maybe that's that. Just that bit of experience again that we talked about earlier on. Young lad. There's no real danger because the ball's travelling towards the side of the pitch. Just usher in there and stay on your feet, isn't it?
Almost too eager to go and win the ball, isn't he? And it's something you see quite a lot. Young English players. Timeout Bloomsbury. And probably a good time for Bolton in a way as well. Bloomsbury will look to work something from the free kick, but for Bolton it gives them a breather and a minute just to get themselves together, gather their thoughts and talk about how they can perhaps go and win this game. As we say, they've certainly looked the more likely, but we know there is a lot in this Bloomsbury Arsenal that could go and hurt them as this game goes on.
I think just in the back of your mind as a Bolton player, you know when this timeout finishes, you've got to go back on the pitch and you're defending that set piece, and you just got to make sure that every man that's on there is switched on and alert to what's going on, because, as I say, one lapse of concentration can ultimately lead into that goal. They're definitely going to be working a routine here. Spent that minute Bloomsbury, tactics board out, and every man now going out there will know exactly what run they're going to make, what passing options are going to be on there. Either a blocker for a shot, or off the ball pass for a shot, or even the back post.
Amarin over it. Movement from Miller. That's what they were looking for, weren't they? They were looking to try and either find Miller on the turn with the shooting opportunity, or down for Ryan Welsh on this sort of near post.
Or even potentially the setback, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But Bolton did well with that because they did have a good bit of pressure on him.
And again, good pressure from Sam McGrath, not allowing the clean strike there. Miller shoots high. Kernahan carries over halfway, comes inside, good opportunity, and just at that last moment Walsh steps in, not happy, shaking his head, not happy with his teammates allowing that through. Bolton now looking to play a little bit quicker, Cook forcing it.
I was just about to say they need to stay disciplined near Bolton because they're sitting on 4 fouls. Another foul could have brought it in, and that's where that one's just come in. And next one, obviously, 10-metre penalty. And it's just an easy route back in for Bloomsbury. A cheap shot on chance at a goal. And then again, there's real no need for it. We know what Sam McGrath's like. He's eager to win the ball, and sometimes he feels like that's the right decision. And at that time, I don't think it was the right one.
Overzealous. Too heavy a challenge, and Sam McGrath finds his name taken also. Here's Amarin, and again Shirtpool, he's a lucky boy there. It's good from Jones, really good covering. Sam McGrath really lucky there, he'd just been booked.
I think that was a foul in my eyes. I think it was a quite clear, obvious Shirtpool because he lost his man, hadn't he? He tried to pull him back. Maybe just the view was blocked for both referees really, because it was on this near side, lots of players.
Yeah, a couple of times there, Cook coming together with, I don't know who it is, Walsh, I think. Yeah, it's Walsh who's down, but yeah, the attack peters out, but heavy landing. I think Bloomsbury perhaps guilty of looking for something there.
I think we saw that in that first half as well, where when you're looking for a foul and you're trying to play on it a bit. But it's just getting a bit touchy out there, isn't it? We've got Ward and Cup at it a bit. One saying it should be a foul, one saying it should be. Obviously, if you're on the team that next foul's a 10-metre penalty, you're going to be saying it's a foul regardless, aren't you?
Yeah, and you can see what they were looking for, can't you? But yeah, just got to tidy this up as we take another look at it. So it was an unforced error, and then I think he's tried to block Cook getting to the ball.
I think he's blocking his path on purpose.
Yeah, there's nothing from Stuart Cook in that, is there? And
the referees are going to be on the mark now, because they've got to be watching for every player that drops to the floor. Bit of simulation, or looking for that cheap foul, and that's where they've got to be strong now for the last 6 minutes. So that'll be Bloomsbury's tactics.
Long ball, looking for Jones. Just not the execution. You can see what he was looking for. Jones and Ward both went long.
Ball's just slightly too high for him, wasn't it? If it was slightly lower, he may have just maybe able to volleyed it a bit better towards goal, but a good throw.
Kernahan looking for that diagonal. McGrath slips. And you hear the shout really clearly from the Bolton bench, and Stuart Cook, no foul. They know they cannot afford this last challenge.
This test the fitness of the players. It's that mental fatigue aspect now, keeping your discipline. When your legs are tired, when your brain's telling you one thing because your legs are tired, can you keep disciplined and focused? Oh. And they're not diving in on the fouls now, but obviously that's creating Bloomsbury that bit of extra time on the ball.
And that was just a replay there. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Amarin really taking another look at it. Ward does really well. He rolls his man. Amarin just inches away. Bolton trying to play. Good play. McGrath goes backwards. Jones, he is his foot in, tees it back, and Kernahan tries to turn and runs out of room.
I feel like Bloomsbury are getting a grip on it now, don't you?
They are, yeah. That's good from McGrath though, and he'll drive away, but Amarin does really well to recover. Jack Welsh throws it out of play, quite happy to reset. And it's Bolton this time with the line change. No surprise either. I think they've had quite a long stint on court, that for. So
yeah, so the foul count as well. They just got to keep fresh. But they can't be doing passing like that.
Rich Ward, see hands on head. He'll be disappointed not to at least test Joe Payne there.
Yeah, and Bulmer holding up his hand, he knew exactly what he'd done there. And he got away with it.
Payne looks long for Barber. Good from Ward, just making sure that there's no opportunity. Concede the kick in. Barber back to Cook. Cook looks for the strike, 10 metres from goal. Well closed down from Welsh. Again in the wars. It's a Bolton corner. Barber on the edge of the box, trying to wriggle free. Can't. Deegan, good save. Ward, Jones trying to play through. Nice play. Cook comes and wins it though. Bolton will reset. Just for a second there, it opened up for Rafe Barber, didn't it?
Yeah, it was good play by Bolton on the ball. In tight, pressurised situations, they managed to move that ball and manipulate it around the box quite well and managed to get a shot off.
Combination of Cook and Bulmer. See off Richard Ward, and Joe Payne will get the game restarted from the goal clearance. Plays short to Cook, plays into Bulmer. Bulmer down the line looking for Deegan. What can he do here, the young man? Great feet. Can't quite wriggle through, and again Bloomsbury come away with it. And the pass is loose, and Bolton have possession again. Sloppy one from Cook. And here's a chance.
And Cook knew, didn't he? He cried out. A bit of anguish then when they were going through, but
Cook knew, and then equally, I think Eduardo Amarin knew. Has to make a better contact than what he did. Good save from Joe Payne, but I think it would have drifted wide regardless. Barber, strong at the near post, stands firm. For Ward, good save. Really good strike that, and Joe Payne more than alert, and Deegan's done well. And here we go, Deegan and Bulmer are away. No, Ward cuts it out. Good defending, using his experience, good positioning. Jones wide to Welsh. Looking to play forwards where they can. Bloomsbury trying to get Connor Miller back into the game. Nice little screen from Ward, wasn't it? It's a corner. A couple of good blocks in there, and
yeah, last routine create a good save for Payne, so see what they can do here. Just went for the quick one, didn't he? Trying to catch him off guard, but could go either way now. That's 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
This one still hangs in the balance. Both teams have certainly up the level, but still neither team really in clear control of this one. Bolton happy to just tick this clock down. Welsh looks for Amarin. Nice little give and go. Not quite what he intended, I don't think, but it almost worked for him. Scrappy, cross goal. And in the end, it results in a Bolton kick in.
They keep knocking at the door, don't they, Bloomsbury, at the moment?
Yeah, they certainly had the better of the last couple of minutes, haven't they? And again, good positioning from Welsh. Deals with the long diagonal. It'll be a Bolton kick in. Bulmer back to Barber, just inside his own half. Plays across court to Cook. Just back to Barber. Satonye in quickly. to snuff out the parallel, but Cook will get the game going as quickly as possible. Plays into Bulmer as the pivot. And again, Bulmer goes one with on with Jones. Good solid defending, and referee deemed it to be a foul. I'm not entirely sure about that one, Jez. A little bit soft, but
I was just about to say to you, Bloomsbury haven't taken advantage of the 5 fouls. You haven't got the ball out wide to a Bloomsbury player and taken a play on one-on-one, just like what Bulmer has done then.
yeah,
Took him out one-on-one, got the ball out of his feet, and you've drawn the player in.
yellow card for Ollie Jones as well.
And it's just resulted in a red card.
Has it? He sent him off. Yes, yeah. A second booking then for Ollie Jones, and just like that, Bloomsbury lose a player.
And the complexion of the game completely changes now, doesn't it?
Wow. I didn't even... it was always something and nothing, wasn't it? And strange one, but with not much time left on this one, Bolton have a great opportunity now with Bloomsbury down to 4. I don't know if they've completely realised that they're down to 4 either.
So they're going to see out the whole game now with 4 men unless there's a goal.
Yeah. So either way, it's a really good opportunity for Bolton. And they get the free kick, just round sort of 7-8 metres from goal. Wow, a little bit of confusion here, but
I think Walsh needs to step to the side a bit. I think he's showing
There's
a
big
bit of a
gap,
gap
isn't
through
there?
the middle there at the moment.
trusting Miller, I'd say. But yeah, from our commentary position, we're looking right over the ball, aren't we? And does appear to be a little bit of a gap that Barber could exploit if he wanted to.
I think they're just waiting for Jones, who's just been sent off to go out of the venue, I think.
Here's Cook. It's almost like a fly goalkeeper style pressure now for Bolton, isn't it? Just maintain possession, wait for that clear cut opportunity. Just over a minute left. Keep that ball moving. Wait for the perfect chance to play that pass. You can see what they're going to look for. It's going to be one of these diagonals.
Drawing him out, didn't they, for that diagonal?
Yeah. Cook and Barber, the deeper two. Bulmer and Schofield in. There we go. Oh, just away. Whiskers away from finding Lucas Schofield. Well, what can Bloomsbury do here then? Man down. How can they play?
I think Schofield could have just been a bit closer to the post then when Cook had the ball, because he's the opposite top man. And that diagonal there, he's trying to find you just on that outer post, just for that tap in.
Here we go, 40 seconds left on the clock. And again, straight back into this. Cook and Barber over it. Surrender possession. Welsh will go long, looking for Ward. And he gets the ball down well. Strikes a cross goal.
I'd just like to see Bulmer and Schofield, the two top men, just work a bit more, like in relation to where the ball is. They come in, they come out. They're just a bit too static for my liking.
Is there a handball in there? Wow. Certainly contact. Arms were by his side. It may have been harsh, but you can see why Bolton would appeal. Here we go again. Last attack. 15 seconds. You have to feel this. It's now or never.
Just need to see Schofield get in here and tightens that post now.
Is it Cook looking for the shot? It's a corner. Here we go. 2 seconds on the clock. Late drama here in Nottingham. Cook over the ball. What can they find? Looks for Schofield. And time is up.
Top of Owens, wasn't he? He was celebrating the draw in the end.
Yeah, in the end. Bloomsbury will be happy with the point. Bolton will feel aggrieved that they've not got something. That last phase, they felt that there was a handball within the area. But on the grand scheme of things, the scales of how the game went, I would say a draw is a fair result between two sides who weren't quite at their best today. That rounds off a day of action for us. Bloomsbury somehow, despite giving away a hatful of opportunities, managed to grab the draw, and we just have a quick look here. There's a few words between coaches and the referees. If we just have another look at the goals here. First, that one just after half time, Mikey Bulmer, as you say, hammer in just a little bit in too quick, wasn't he? And we take another look here.
Yeah, just stepped past him here, didn't it? That slide, that slip showed it, didn't it?
Yeah, and he made it really difficult for goalkeeper Jack Walsh. This one here, really clever feat from Rafe Barber, wriggles free. It's a good save, and yeah, Bloomsbury defenders not alert. Rob Harper was. Tough one for a goalkeeper, isn't it? Unforgiving futsal.
It is. You make a good save and you get punished for it.
Then we look at this one, and this is the goal that we're not quite sure. Joe Payne was almost still recovering, as you say, slightly over to one side, and
yeah, I think if he got himself set slightly earlier, it's because the ball's gone across it. If he got himself slightly earlier, he may have been just be able to parry it or catch it because it's down the middle, but it's just gone back into that danger area, hasn't it?
that was Rich Ward's one, and then this is the equaliser from Amarin. Again, as you say, Bolton drawn to the ball. Rich Ward exploits the space that's left behind in the middle. Lovely reverse pass, and Bolton couldn't recover quick enough. So, as our screen goes dead here at the arena, apologies for the silence. It's been a really good day of action, 4 tremendous games in the National Futsal Series Tier 1. From myself and Jez Paulson, who made his debut in the commentary box today. How'd you find it?
Yeah, it was good in the end. Yeah. 2 good games to watch, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've done the 4, and I have to say, there's 4 different games, pose different challenges, and 4 different things to see. But 4 great games leading us into the next round at St George's Park, which will be live on BT. We're looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing you all there. From myself and Jez and all the team here, goodbye, and see you in a couple of weeks.